We'll begin directly with the session, and we'll request the moderators to moderate the session. And keeping in mind that we have been delayed slightly, we'll try to stick to the time, sir. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm Dr. Peter Richard Kisenge, Executive Director of the Kikwete Cardiac Institute in Tanzania. I'll be chairing this first session. I'm also a former physician of the former president of Tanzania, Dr. John Pombe Magufuli, who died 3 years ago. So I would like to take this opportunity maybe to introduce my co-chair, if you can also introduce yourself.
Hello. Both the topics are extremely relevant and important. But when it comes to JCI, I would like to make a point that how do you democratize and Indianize JCI to pan-Indian condition? Because even today, we buy drugs and many other things off the shelf. And how do you bring in the required legislation, especially in view of the 8th upcoming edition, which is under process? Can we think of bringing in some legislation, or I should say to popularize it? Many people are not going for it. Popularize it to Indian country. How do you do that while concluding the 8th edition, which is in the process? And I have 1 or 2 more points after you speak. I would be able to bring in. Thank you.
Then we can welcome the first speaker to give a talk. Yes. And then you will reserve your questions after they finish. Thank you.
Good morning. Namaste. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak today. I am going to cover the wave tops of a number of topics because given the short amount of time and a large amount of material, I will be hopefully brief, but give you an idea of where we are going as an organization on a number of topics. And I will try to answer the first question as we go. So I'm going to touch on our new 8th edition standards for hospitals and academic medical centers. And I'm also going to give you a peek into some of the new initiatives that we're working on and how our accreditation process is evolving over time. So let's start with the new standards. Just as a background, our standards are really divided into 2 categories. Those that are patient-centered, those work on focus on topics such as access to care, patient-centered care, the actual care delivered to patients and how we touch them, whether it's in the operating room or with medications, and also includes things like the International Patient Safety Goals. And then we have the organizational management standards, which is really how the hospital is organized and run, which includes the governance and the leadership, preventions of infections, the facilities management, and the like. So really 2 sets of categories of, major categories for standards. And before I go further, I'll touch on the question I was asked. So as we develop standards, we involve technical experts from around the world. We call these technical advisory panels. They're involved in the development and analysis of the standards over time. They have the opportunity to input them. We put them out for global comment and evaluation all during the process. So really the world gets to weigh in as our standards are developed to ensure that we can make them as applicable as possible as a global standard, which, as you might understand, is a little difficult at times. So what are changed in our 8th edition? We've actually reduced the standards. We tried to streamline them probably by 10 to 15%. It would actually be more, except we added 2 chapters, which I'll touch on. We've included, for now, non-scoring chapters on patient safety and sentinel events, just to get to the point where we have voluntary reporting. That's a difficult topic everywhere. We've strengthened issues on workplace violence, which is now becoming a worldwide problem. We've streamlined the chapters on facilities management and safety. Post-COVID, we've enhanced infection control standards. And we've also changed the numbering a little bit. We are slowly moving to a new system internal to our organization. The 8th edition will be the last set of standards that will be issued as an edition. From here on in, the updates will be electronic, and we will only update individual standards as needed. So more on that as that goes on. And then we're simplifying our scoring methodology for the survey process itself. As I mentioned, we've added 2 chapters to the standards. The biggest and most important is the global health impact chapter, which is on sustainability. And I'll touch on that in just a moment. And then the second is really moving towards the other big topic in medicine, which is technology, which is everything from the electronic health record to telehealth to AI and different new medical equipment. So we're now starting to focus new standards in that realm as well. But I consider this the biggest sustainability for a number of reasons. In the development of the standards, we partnered with the Geneva Center for Sustainability, which is part of the IHF, the International Hospital Federation. And they are worldwide experts on sustainability. We're experts on standard development. And we partnered to develop these standards, which can be licensed from the Geneva Center at very low cost. And the goal was to make if, for example, if NADH decided to use them, they could license them at very low cost. We make no money on it at all. This is all about preserving the planet and making it a better place. And the goal is to make these standards easily available so organizations don't have to do the work. And these standards have 5 major domains, as you can see here, which is the governance, the employee engagement and empowerment. How does the staff engage in sustainability in the facility? How does the third is use of environmental resources and green operations within the facility itself. This may be solar panels, it may be reduction of energy use elsewhere, water, saving of water, et cetera. Then there's procurement and supply chain and infrastructure and service resilience. Those are the 5 main areas these standards will touch on. And like I said, they're available should organizations decide to license them from the Geneva Center. Okay, that's it on the standards. As I mentioned, some reduction, 2 new chapters focus on sustainability and AI. Let's take a quick look at some of the other things we're working on. First of all, just a reminder of what our vision is at the Joint Commission International, and that's that all people always experience the safest, highest quality, best value healthcare, regardless of the setting of that care. And we do this through standards, evaluating an organization's performance, interactive learning, and innovative solutions to support continuous improvement. So a number of the issues that we're working on, I've talked about the standard, the 8th edition. We recently published new laboratory standards based on the ISO 15189, so we can provide that service as well. We're currently in the midst of piloting performance measures with the goal of serving as an international body for performance measure comparison around the world. And we have a database, and now we're working with various organizations to just start the collection process before we move this into the accreditation process. We have a variety of digital tools that are being developed. The newest is our Digital Learning Center, and that's coming online as we speak. It will be rolled out over the course of the year. Think of this as Netflix for healthcare setting. We will provide education. We will provide all of our materials, webinars, anything that we have developed for educational purposes and references will be online, available to our accredited organizations, included with their accreditation, and unlimited usage. So you can, staff can take advantage of it before surveys, after surveys, ongoing education as well. And we also have our tracers with AMP, which is an electronic platform for data collection and tracers. So you can perform your own tracers within an institution. We have our certification programs, such as our clinical care program. We have updated those standards. They were effective in January 2024. And we will be developing, again, with the Geneva Center, a sustainability certification program. And with that, we'll be able to award different levels of certification based on data on how well an organization has achieved various levels of sustainability, whether it's energy savings, other green initiatives and the like. And we hope to have that out developed within the next year. And then I'm going to talk about how our accreditation program is changing. So I think everyone has seen a slide that looks something like this. This is the typical pattern of an accreditation. What I typically tell people, the safest, and it doesn't matter what accrediting body, the safest time to go to a hospital is about 6 months before they're going to get surveyed for an accreditation, because they've dusted off the policies, they're going around to make sure everything is right before the survey team comes to look. And as a result, you sort of have this yo-yo effect of preparation, survey, awarding of the accreditation, and then you slowly slide back down, and then the cycle repeats itself, whether it's a 1-year accreditation or a 3-year accreditation. You see gradual improvement over time, so you could, if you could tilt the slide a little bit, you'd see it go, but it really doesn't lend itself to constant improvement, because that's really what accreditation is about. It's not about a certificate on your wall or, you know, bragging rights that you've been accredited, but it's really designed to improve the quality of care in a facility and make it safer. And you don't want that waxing and waning. You want it to look something like this, where the constant upslope of increasing quality and patient safety. And so that's what we're aiming for with our future accreditation program. We're currently calling it continuous accreditation, but it's really about continuous quality and accreditation. The goal of it is to become an extension of the quality improvement department of the hospitals that we accredit. With the goal being you go through a baseline accreditation, which is sort of in the middle of the slide. And once that occurs, we assign a quality partner to the hospital. And this person will work with the hospital. Right now, it's envisioned as a quarterly meeting with the hospital team, and that can vary with the needs of the hospital. They perhaps meet with the quality improvement team, perhaps meet with the chief medical officer, perhaps meet with the CEO of the hospital because he or she has questions about various aspects. But this person is a constant touch point, providing resources, education, checking in on how things are going, and a part of your quality improvement team. And the goal is to keep it as a constant improvement cycle versus the yo-yo effect we just saw. And the other goal is to lead to more advanced levels of accreditation and ultimately high reliability and zero patient harm. That's everybody's goal. So it's a very different approach to our current accreditation process, and has a few ingredients that occur in it. One is the digital tools that will be used for self-assessment. We aim to make the survey process after the initial survey shorter and less onerous because we're present in the institution as a partner. So we may have you do self-assessments that we'll review with our coaching teams. We'll provide other methodology to look at data. But the goal is, the analogy is board certification that for physicians as a, you know, in the United States, once you achieve your certification, maintenance of certification is a very different process. You don't necessarily keep retesting. Instead, you keep learning. And that's the goal of this program as well. We'll have ongoing talks and information tailored to the organization. This is not a one-size-fits-all. This is much more, what is the needs of the organization at the time that we're working with them. And then, of course, we have our digital learning center and our standards will maintain and ensure that you are maintaining compliance as part of this process. So just to highlight the two differences on the current, accreditation program, it's episodic engagements, right? We come to an initial survey, 3 years later, we come back. There's very little context in between unless there's very specific questions for our standards team. The focus is on survey readiness, not quality. And if I was going to say the biggest shift of this is I want to shift the focus from just reaccreditation to really improving the quality of care delivered in a facility. And that will take us from a relationship where it's very transactional to continuous, ongoing, interactive, using a variety of methodologies, resources, but we become a partner instead of coming in and out. So just to summarize, the 8th edition standards will be published in July of 2024. They'll become effective in January 2025. I've highlighted, a couple of the key initiatives: reductions in standards, changes in scoring, sustainability standards in a chapter on technology to include information technology, AI, and the like. So those are new standards. We are evolving our program to a continuous process. We are starting the pilots this summer with various institutions for different elements of it, with the goal of rolling it out in select organizations in 2025. And of course, our standards will continue to evolve to meet the needs of different countries and organizations. And we're always willing to work with a country at a country level by working with ministries of health and the like, but we need access in order to do that. So with that, I will stop and turn it over to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much for excellent presentation. Now we'll move to the second speaker who will also talk, and then you can reserve your question. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I think maybe either I may be audible to you, but you are probably not that audible to me because the speaker was slightly placed in a direction where sitting there we could not hear much. So my request is we can do something to put the speakers that side so the presenters there the chairman sitting there and the co-chairperson and the speakers can listen to what is happening around. So we found difficulty in understanding what was being spoken. With that, I thank you all for being here. My subject that has been allotted to me is to making education standard more impactful. I know who is behind this subject, so I will not take any names here. However, this is a very, very important subject to discuss and deliberate upon, because while we talk about education standards, their implementation, but we rarely and seldom discuss what has been the impact of implementation of these standards. Well, in the beginning, I must thank CAHO for giving me this opportunity and the NABH for giving me the requisite database from which I have made some analysis. And thank you all of the participants because of whom we are all here. My compliments to CAHO and the organization committee for CAHO 2024. I think CAHO keeps to be actually the process of continual improvement. They improve year after year, and every year we come and we feel the next year cannot be like this, the next time will not be like this, but next time just slightly better than the previous time. So CAHOCON has made an impact. I have certain disclosures to make. The views that are being expressed here have been collected and collated from 26 review reports on impact of education standards, freely available on the internet, and analysis of data from various assessment reports received by NABH. The color of experience has been incorporated wherever scientifically feasible. There is no conflict of interest, and I commit that AI has not been used in making of this presentation. Well, we know the purpose of accreditation. The purpose of accreditation standards is to improve the quality of care and patient safety to the benefit of both the recipients, the providers, as well as the organizers of care. We know that. We also know that all the accreditation standards that are being implemented across the globe, most of them have been actually also accredited by International Society of Quality Assurance. So they meet the criteria of being what ISQA calls the Ramba principle, that is, they are relevant, they are understandable, they are measurable, they are beneficial, and they are achievable. So standard development process has followed these criteria. So standards are standardized across the globe. The English and the expression and the intent may be given in different languages, but overall the purpose remains the same. So let's see what hospital accreditation standards have done so far. This is a collation of those 26 review reports. This is everybody is consistently saying the same thing. They have improved knowledge and awareness about various domains of safety, whether patient safety, employee safety, organizational safety, environment safety, community safety, facility safety. They have taken all aspects of safety into consideration. They also improved knowledge and awareness about quality in healthcare, which people thought that healthcare quality cannot be measured, it cannot be standardized, but this awareness has improved several fold. They've also improved knowledge and awareness of consistency and uniformity in implementing protocols and procedures wherever feasible for better patient care. Yes, they've resulted in creating a pool of quality and accreditation coordinators across the globe, more specifically in India, and of course created a pool of assessors to assess these organizations. This what hospital accreditation standards have done so far, which nobody is disputing. Then has it created an impact on patient care? So there are studies and experiences that state patient safety incidences have started to being captured by most of the healthcare organizations who have actually contributed to the wealth of knowledge on these incidents that have been happening in healthcare organizations. Medication errors reporting has improved and incidences reduced. I'm not giving figures because those figures vary from report to report. The communication between care providing teams and during transitions of care has definitely improved. Quality dashboards have become an integral part of quality management systems, which each and every quality coordinator takes pride in going through, and each management keeps a very hawk eye on that. Indicators are being monitored and reported. Clinical protocols and pathways are being developed and are at different states of implementation. Infection control practices are in place. Patient satisfaction has improved. Patient rights are being displayed. Scope of services are being publicized. Complaints management systems are in place. And many reports that yes, there have been lesser amount of adverse events after implementation of accreditation standards. Now, there are studies and experiences that state outcomes of accreditation are equivocal in terms of making impact on patient care outcomes. What they say that yes, patient care outcomes are positively impacted, but is there a causal relationship between accreditation and patient care outcomes? That could not be scientifically established. It also says involvement of clinicians more often than not is missing from the accreditation implementation of accreditation standards. There is a question mark on the accuracy of the collected data because there are no procedures to verify and validate the data even by a third party. How does it impact in terms of efficiency, effectiveness, economics, and equity? Again, there is no causal relationship which could be identified. Same thing happens to patient-reported experiences and outcomes. Patient involvement in their own care, how far it has been improved because of the accreditation efforts, that is also equivocal. Implementing informed consent in the right spirit of implementation, that is also equivocal. There are certain environmental perceptions. Accreditation is a documentary exercise. Clinicians consider it as a burden. The clinical staff feels it is a waste of time and efforts, does not yield tangible benefits in terms of outcomes, is required for administrative and financial reasons, is a competitive requirement. If my neighbor has it, I too must have it, or it is for fostering medical tourism. People also say accreditation is a code. If you understand it, you can crack it. So how to make these accreditation standards more impactful? First, we agree on that the standards have made an impact. Is it significant and measurable? Answer is yes and no. Yes, because positives are obvious, as I said in the beginning. No, because correlation between patient care outcomes and accreditation are yet not found to be statistically significant and directly proportional to the accreditation efforts. So what is the way forward? The way forward is the responsibility of making accreditation standards impactful. It rests with the healthcare organization. Intent has to be positive, purposeful, performance-based, people and patient-centric. Implementation of standards should focus on improving patient safety and quality and not on getting the certificate of accreditation. You have to exhibit faith in the standards and implement with sincerity across the healthcare organization. The don'ts: do not consider accreditation as a document exercise only. Remove this perception from your mind. Then you'll be able to understand the impact. Do not indulge in face lifting activities just before and at the time of assessment. Implement standards only for getting the certificate. Don't do that. And do not become complacent once you have got it, because it's a continual process. Do not take things for granted. Things can change very fast. And do not shy away from introspection or self-performance. The do's: please understand the standards and their intent. Exhibit faith in the standards. They are meant for quality and patient safety improvement. Educate, train, and retrain all on a continual basis. Implement with sincerity across the healthcare organization. Align all your solutions to the standards and the objective elements or the measurable elements. Address concerns and objections and concerns of those clinicians who don't want to get involved. Please address them immediately. Engage and involve clinicians in the process. Engage patients and ensure their participation in their own care and also in hospital-wide safety programs. Collect data accurately and verify and validate the same. Practice perfect practice. We sometimes practice imperfect practices. The rate of learning should be greater than the rate of change. Otherwise, you'll be found stuck in areas which have already gone far ahead and no longer under your control. Strive for excellence with available resources. Play music with the instruments that are available to you. Act responsibly. And responsibly means that you have the ability, please respond timely to all patient care and quality-oriented activities. And measure impacts accurately. You know what are the measures. I'm not going to go through these measures, but these are the measures which you can take to measure the impact of the accreditation standards, but measure it correctly and accurately. You know, the staple diet of India for long has been rice. So I put it in short form. The staple diet for accreditation is also rice. R stands for record, because if you don't record, you cannot make any changes. Record everything. Implement in practice the accreditation standards, not in paper. Correct wherever you find deviations from the standards and evaluate yourself consistently. If you do that, the accreditation standards will be impactful. I'll share some stories with you, which are true stories. 13-year-old son of a widowed mother traveling in a three-wheeler. The three-wheeler meets with an accident with another three-wheeler loaded with gas cylinders. A mother thrown out safely with minimal injuries, but the son gets trapped, sustains multiple injuries with severe burns. Now the mother is going from one hospital, they're all teaching hospitals. One hospital to another hospital. Somebody says, I don't have neurosurgeon. Somebody says, I do not have orthopedics. Somebody says, I don't have a burn center. But no care has been given, only referrals. The child admitted in the 5th hospital and he succumbed to the injuries and the burns. Another story, 45-year-old belonging to low socioeconomic status got stroke in Uttarakhand taken to government hospital, referred through separate hospitals to Delhi. So he's traveling from Uttarakhand to Delhi. The emergency medical officer of a prestigious institution at Delhi saw the patient. Remember, it is an accredited organization in the ambulance and stated that the patient now needs only OPD care. Damage has been done. Advised to bring the patient to the OPD on the next OPD date. Before the date arrived, the patient succumbed. So we are not looking for this impact. I'm sure you all agree with me. This is not the impact what we are looking at. But there's another success story. And the success story is of this city, the city of joy. 300-bedded SCO has had no incidents of falls in the last 3 years. They had one case of fall in January and one case of fall in March. The CO asked for immediate root cause analysis on the falls, took corrective measures to curb the wrong practices before this incidence becomes out of proportion and out of control. This is what is impact. One patient safety incident is good enough, even if it has caused no harm, is good enough to take corrective measures that will make you feel the impact of these standards. We don't have to say it out of 1,000 footfalls, 1,000 admissions, we had only one fall. That one fall is important to that one person. So take-home message is to truly embrace sustainability of quality into healthcare culture. We need to work towards it, not seem to acquire the certification. We need to include it in the education and training of healthcare professionals at all levels. We need to focus on uniform implementation of the accreditation standards. We need to involve the clinicians in the accreditation exercise, and we need to engage patients and capture the experiences and outcomes at regular intervals. We need to look at accreditation standards not as an exercise to get a certificate, but as a tool for further improvement. We need to design sustainable systems and effectively work towards sustaining them. This will need commitment and passion with an intent to improve. Performance should be with passion and pleasure and not with under pressure of accreditation standards. It is everybody's business and not somebody else has got to do it. These are my final words. The ambition of the greatest man of our older generations had been to wipe every tear from every eye. That may be beyond us. But as long as there are tears, there is suffering, there is disease and disability. So long our jaws will never be over. And so we have to labor, to work hard, to give reality to our dreams. The dream of every healthcare professional is to remain relevant and effective in a dynamic environment. Effective healthcare professionals are those who implement accreditation standards, patient safety and quality improvement strategies as a means of sustaining healthcare. Sustainability in healthcare should not be the goal of every healthcare professional. Individuals cannot do it, but as a team, we can and we must do it, not for ourselves, but for our future generations. Only then will the debate on accreditation standards being impactful will rest. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Very much, Dr. Kapoor, for excellent presentation. Let me hand over to my co-chair if you have any comments. And then we can also request audience to give comments or questions. We have like 5 minutes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Sir, excellent presentation. You have brought in very salient points and implementable points. Thank you very much. I thank organizers that the second presentation was audible. They made the change. It was very impactful. I wanted to ask you, what should be the ideal composition of the editorial of an accreditation standard? The editorial. See, to create an impactful atmosphere, to bring out an impactful atmosphere in the hospitals. Editorial. We should, what changes we should bring in the accreditation standard. One more thing. See, it's a very variegated human interaction we have from one specialty to other specialties. So patient experiences, how do we capture, which we are not doing?
All
And
right.
then lastly, how important is the role of various non-clinical stakeholders? You were talking of clinicians and doctors, whereas we have many other people in the whole wagon of yes. How do we bring them into the mainstream and then give them the importance and also the value addition and self-esteem? How do we improve that? Is what is my question.
Okay, thank you, sir. See, there is, am I audible? There is no one mantra, because as I think you also said, that everyone has to decide its own practices in his own hospital or her own hospital, how you can meet the particular requirement of that objective element and how you can have those standards become more impactful. But there is a science to it. And the science is, the first step is to understand the standards very clearly. What is the intent of the standard? And to do that, you must have a team. And that team, what we call the quality coordinating team or the accreditation team or accreditation coordinating team, that team must have representations from all disciplines who should be trained in the standard and make them to understand the intent of each and every standard. Once the team gets going, the team will be responsible for training the rest of the hospital on these standards. But you cannot tell each department what you're supposed to do. You have to tell them the intent of that standard and let the department see how they can meet the intent of the standard. What is happening is that there is a disconnect between the quality management team and all other departments, because everybody feels this is the responsibility of the quality coordinating team. We have to get this out of our mindset. As I said, it is everybody's responsibility. The quality management team is only required for coordination and support and clearing any confusions or any ambiguities related to the standards and the objective elements or the intent. So that is the first step. The second step is that change cannot be brought about by simply forcing from top. Support from top is required, but change process has to begin from below. So we have to understand what are the obstacles, what are the resisting factors that are impeding the implementation of change. Once you understand that, it becomes very easy to implement change. But once you thrust upon somebody, they will not do it. So I said it should be done with passion and pleasure, not under pressure. So that is the second thing. Can I say one more thing? Or I'll come back again. Patient experiences. Capturing of patient experience. I think CAHO is coming out on a document on patient experiences. But capturing of patient experience is nothing but capturing his journey in the hospital from the time he comes in and from the time he goes out. What experiences he faced in terms of the care provided and in terms of the cure that happened to him, what was his anticipation and what he got. So that is from the point of entry to the point of exit, what all services he has faced those services and how he has been affected by those services. Last question was on non-clinical staff. The non-clinical staff is equally important because let's say who are the non-clinical staff in the organization? Non-clinical staff are those who provide all other services except clinical care. That means your CSSD staff, your linen and laundry staff, your dietary staff, your support services staff, all these staff. Now, these staff are equally important for implementation of these standards. Without their support, the patient care is not complete. The patient care is incomplete. So they have to be an integral part. They are also accountable and they should also take pleasure. And I'll give you a very simple example. I think Dr. Rana is sitting somewhere here in the audience. He will bear with me. Yeah, there you are. You know, when you ask a housekeeping staff during assessment that your role in preventing infections to the patients is more important than the role of the surgeon, he becomes the doctor of sanitary ware. And that's how you involve them and that's how you get him into the process. And he will He now committed, he will do his job with pleasure. So that is how I think we need to involve. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you very much. I think you have answered all the points I raised, and thank you very much. To you, sir, don't you feel that for the JCI 8th edition, which is under release, can I ask the stalwarts sitting in the audience that under the aegis of CAHO or AHPI, can we have a acceptable, nationally competent, experienced people to work along with JCI and NABH to bring in some of the required standards and additions so that it will be holistic and it will be more impactful for implementing in all the hospitals. I think Dr. Gyani or Tupil and others can think of it, and Dr. Vijay Agarwal. A team from CAHO and AHPI can be formed, which should be recognized by the union government and the state governments, so that it will assist and support, act as a catalyst in bringing in the required standards and improvement in the whole quality and safety care.
I think with that thought, we'll try and, yeah. Okay, so Dr. Joel. So, yeah.
So if I understand the question correctly, it's combining forces. So it's interesting you say that because I've had conversations along those lines of how do you partner an international with a national accreditor? Because it's not a competition. There are some differences. I would say there's some baseline standards and some elevated standards. It's not a competition. How do you make it complementary, which is to your point. And I do agree that it requires the work of multiple organizations because, some of the standards are the same, right? Most standards for most organizations are more similar than they are different. There's obviously some elevated standards and differences. So for example, if I was to work with NABH, it's just one possibility. If they're already meeting the requirements once, don't relook at it, accept them as passed so you reduce the burden. So there's a number of ways to do that. Can you do the assessments at the same time so that they're not coming at different times? There's a lot of different ways to combine the efforts to really achieve both. And there's benefits to both because you take advantage of international surveyors along with national that understand local customs and languages. There's many positives you can do that. I could argue ISWA should take a role in that around the world. There's another way to approach them. But we'd be very open if CAHO wanted to take that on, combining national and international accreditation.
Yes, I just worry that because of time, we might need to end here. But during break time, our two speakers will be around. So if you have more questions, you can ask them. Let me take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee for selecting me and my co-chair to feature the first session. So I can hand over to you.
Thank you, sir. I'll request the dignitaries on dais to move ahead for a photo shoot, small photo shoot. Thanks for your time. It's always a difficult session, the first session, because there are technical glitches to be taken care, there are things to be sorted out. But sincere apologies from on the part of the organizing team to you. We will try to overcome those glitches. In the meantime, the CAHO family is expanding, and we are expanding in the sense that we are creating more platforms for the stakeholders to be part of it. So this conference will be announcing few forum that will be launched during this session, in the first session itself. I'll also request the dignitaries on the dais to be present on the main stage. In the meantime, for the launch of Ayush Forum, I request Dr. Pawan Kapoor sir, Govind Hari sir, all the dignitaries, moderators, to please be on the stage, sir, for the next event, sir. Dr. Joyce, sir, please come on the stage, sir. For the event of Ayush, for the event of the launch of Ayush Forum, I'll request Dr. Vijay Agarwal and Dr. Lalu Joseph to join us on the dais, along with the dignitaries on the dais already there. Also, the chair of the forum, Dr. Rajiv Vasudevan, the co-chair, Dr. Shweta Suvarna, and Dr. Tom Ung Lung to join us on the dais. Ms. Gayatri Sandeep, please join us. She will be the mentor from the CAHO side for this particular forum.
The Ayush Forum serves as an important platform for collaboration, knowledge sharing, and capacity building within the Ayush sector, including Ayurveda, Yoga, Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, and Homeopathy, aiming to enhance health outcomes and promote the outcome-driven integration of different systems of medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, what you're going to witness here is the launch of the Ayush Forum. Loud round of applause.
Thank you. I request the other dignitaries to be still on the dais. We'll be calling upon the next forum, Nurses Forum for Patient Safety. We request the presence on the dais of Captain Madhukari Rai, Colonel B. Sharma, Dr. Jyoti Clara, and Captain Ajita Nair. For this particular forum, we have Dr. Vijay Agarwal, sir, who would be the mentor for the forum.
As you all know, we all agree, nurses form the backbone of any healthcare organization. This forum helps them to be more empowered and upskill them and make them future ready for the great transformation which is already happening in the healthcare domains. Ladies and gentlemen, Nurses Forum for Patient Safety.
Best wishes to the two forum which has been launched right now, the Nurses Forum as well as the Ayush Forum. So taking the program forward to session number 2, we have Dr. Babu Narayan and Ms. Vidya Mani with us. Thank you.
We'll catch you later.
Good morning, CAHOCON, Kolkata. It's heartwarming to see the auditorium swell with enthusiasm and commitment for quality and patient safety. I'm Dr. Babu Narayanan, founder and chairman of Alpha Care Hospital.
And myself, Ms. Vidya Mani from Apollo Proton Cancer Center, Chennai.
It is our privilege indeed to lead you to our second session. As you are aware, delivering healthcare to a billion-plus population in India, it is a huge task. However, it is our responsibility to make this healthcare delivery mechanism not only efficient, but also effective, economical, at the same time, equitable.
And to address on this vital topic, we have our expert panel here. I now welcome the chairperson and the moderator for the the second session for the day. We have Dr. Colonel Rakesh Verma with us, the founder and CEO of Aeon Med Health. Sir is a veteran from the Army Medical Corps of the Indian Army. He's an established healthcare quality and management specialist and has been the principal assessor with NABH for over a decade now. I request Colonel Rakesh Verma to grace the dais. Colonel Rakesh Verma, a big round of applause, audience, please. I hope you're all there. Kolkata. Yeah.
The city of joy, right?
Along with him, I request Mr. Samir Mehta, Vice Chairman, Dr. Mehta's Hospitals, Chennai. He's also the Chief Investment Director of the Atlas Family Office. I welcome both of them to chair the session for the day. We have two eminent faculty for the session. I request Mr. Mrutyunjay Jena, who's working with Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone Limited as Scientist G and HOD Quality and Regulatory Affairs, to join us on stage. Applause, please, audience. The next speaker for the day will be Dr. Rana Das Gupta, Chief Executive Officer, Eastern Region Apollo Hospitals. With no further ado, we'll begin with the session.
Colonel and Mr. Mehta, the dais is yours. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Such silence. Come on, we need a little bit of enthusiasm. Dr. Venkatesh and Dr. Gyani are fully awake. Come on, we need a little bit of noise. Morning. That's like I've had my half a cup of coffee. I thought this place was rocking with energy. Morning. See, the speakers in the last round kept saying they couldn't hear themselves. Here we can't hear you. It is clearly not the acoustics anymore. But I think, guys, the reason we are waking up and stimulating is we've actually got a great panel. We're going to hear two different points of view, how the folks in AP have effectively scaled one of the premier incubators in the country in a very, very short period of time. And I think that's something that's a potential lesson for all of us across the country. We've seen clearly the opportunity that with so many of our medical devices being and various devices in our hospitals made outside India, what's the opportunity to kind of like bring it in and make it in-house so that even the service provision and the quality standard is up to a par which is global and international. If our healthcare providers like you can deliver world-class performance, why can't our equipment manufacturers that are local? So I think that's the opportunity we see, but also around areas like digital health and AI and many of the other newer emerging fields that I think that's something we would love to hear.
So good morning, everyone. So we have Mr. Jena, who will be talking about the subject. I think we go straight to him before we have our questions. Mr. Jena.
So, very good morning. Very good morning. Yes. My presentation will be making healthcare affordable. What is the India story? So the session theme is making healthcare efficient, effective, economical, and equitable. But how the medical device, the equipment, how India is now started manufacturing, how far we have to go, so that I will be talking about. So I'd like to thank CAHO for making AMTZ part of this journey. So these some of the facts that everybody knows how India is growing in medical device and what is the demand in India. So if you see the global medical device requirements, it is growing at a CAGR 5.2, whereas in India is growing, the demand is growing like about 16%. And it is expected to reach 50 billion USD in coming 4 to 5 years. So there is a huge gap now, the demand and the supply. So entirely the India is depending on the import, which is about 80 to 85%. So now all type of medical devices, starting from the mask, class A type of medical device to class D type medical device, implantable active medical devices, all they have started manufacturing in India. So why India was so behind in medical devices? The main reason is that manufacturing is okay. So testing facilities, common testing facilities, sterilization facilities, all these research activities, innovation activities, that is very costly affair. So that was the one of the reason why India was not into the manufacturing. Again, it is entirely depending on the import. So government of India, with the support of state government Andhra Pradesh, with the Atmanirbhar Bharat Yojana, so started in 2016 to have first in India the medical device manufacturing hub. So some of those slides I will skip. So these slides, the PPT will be maybe circulated to you later. So Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone started 2016 to cater the requirements of medical devices in India. So as I mentioned you, so about now it is about 140 plus manufacturers, starting from the mass manufacturing to the MRI, CT scan, oxygen concentrator, ventilators, all activities, manufacturing activities are being performed over there. And the main support is that research activities. Under the Niti Aayog, there is a Kalam Institute of Health Technology supported by Niti Aayog. All type of innovations, research activities, they are being performed. And also KIST has a innovation incubation center, Atal Incubation Center for the BioValley and MediValley. MediValley is again under the Niti Aayog, talking, doing the research, supporting activities, startups for the medical devices. Whereas BioValley, that is a setup funded by the BIRAC, and that is related to the biomedical related and life science. So any incubation that has been going on in the BioValley and MediValley. So one place that is AMTZ that is provided all type of facilities. Once the manufacturer or the new incubator or the startups, they entered into AMTZ, starting from the any research activities to selling of your product, exporting the product, that also supported. It is a complete ecosystem of medical device. So we also provide licensing, how to get the licensing of the manufacturing license of any type, then training of the manufacturers, the quality persons, that also we supported, regulatory license, testing support. There are about 19 capacity building, scientific laboratories which are provided inside the campus. The manufacturers can take support from them, starting from the compatibility test to raw material test to the finished product test. EMI, EMC, all type of medical device testing facilities are available inside, which are all NABL or international accredited acceptability laboratories are there. Then, as I mentioned you, the research support through the KIST, Kalam Institute of Health Technology, that provides supports not only to the manufacturers inside the AMTZ campus, but also to the government for setting up the price tagging. So that is also set up inside the MTZ. Also, BIS, Bureau of Indian Standards, the standard making body regarding the medical devices, there is a sectional committee 39, which is also inside the AMTZ, because AMTZ is entirely on medical device related manufacturing, research activities. So there is a 3 minutes
The dispo is a bit later tonight, but it looks like we're getting you ready for it.
actually, there is no sound for this, I think. No. Okay, I'll skip this.
You brought the disco from your neck of the woods.
Okay.
Is good.
Okay, so I'll skip that. So I was talking about the AMTZ ecosystem, which has all these 19 facilities for any medical device manufacturing. There are about 19 common scientific testing facilities are required. So all these 19 facilities are first set up in AMTZ Andhra Pradesh, then the manufacturers are started manufacturing. These are Center for the EMI, EMC, safety testing, Center for biomaterial testing, Center for 3D printing, Center for the gamma radiation, ETO radiation, heat radiation, moist heat, all type of sterilization process are being provided inside the campus. And Center for laser, MRI coils, Center for the molding, many other industrial services centers, all these 19 are provided so that industry can take that support and start manufacturing without any outside support required. So this I have already talked about, BVIC, that is BioValley Incubation Center, which is supporting by the startups, innovators with technology. From TRL 6, we are supporting for the incubators. So this is also Niti Aayog, that is Medivalley, as I mentioned you, supported by the Niti Aayog. And all these medical device incubators, they are being incubated over there. And starting from the scratch to the pilot plot manufacturing. Also, if they want to start their manufacturing unit in the commercial, also that is supported by the AMTZ. These are the supporting system. I mean to say the common facilities, laboratories, scientific laboratories being provided. Then Kalam Institute of Health Technology, where the research activities taken place, and it is supported by the Department of Biotechnology, DBT. And I'm happy to announce here that the WHO Collaboration Center, the first WHO Collaboration Center in the world is set up in AMTZ. On the health innovation, any health innovation research activities in healthcare system that will be supported rest of the world from India, and that is from AMTZ. So apart from the manufacturing facilities and testing facilities, we also provide the training facilities, which are the training programs are approved by the NSDA, National Skill Development Agencies, for various medical, biomedical equipment engineers, or the biotechnology engineers who are being utilized by the quality department of any manufacturing of medical devices. Those credit courses we are providing support, and also we are going to start a university in medical technology. So there, all these MTech, BTech, PhD, fellow, MBA in medical device manufacturing sector, that will be the academic section. So this is the support which AMTZ has given during the COVID situation. So in a day, the capacity of AMTZ was 100 ventilators per day manufactured and supplied to the country. 500 oxygen concentrator, 1 lakh N95 mask, 5,000 PPE kits per day. And at that time, 11 lakhs to 12 lakhs of RT-PCR kit was required during the COVID situation per day. And during that situation, 1 million RT-PCR kit was provided, manufactured from AMTZ campus. This shows means what is the capacity of this AMTZ to provide medical device equipments, consumables to the India. And also we have started exporting to various countries. And these are the some innovations that has happened. I love oxygen to home. So during this COVID situation, it was started. Oxygen wheel, the requirement of oxygen by the hospital that can be generated with a wheel. So that was also provided. Many states of India at that time was benefited by this scheme. There is an artificial limb center which is providing support to prosthetic, orthotics, and mobility aids. Manufacturing research activities also taking place over there. This is my last slide. Recently, we have launched 2 schemes. That is, one is biomedical equipment maintenance scheme with the support of ASPI. Dr. Gyani sir is here. So, as scheme owner, IBED, Indian Institute of Indian Medical Device Association of India, and AMTZ. These with the support of QCI and other bodies. So it has been created. Whatever the equipment in the hospital, biomedical equipment, it is generally observed that 20 to 50,000 of 30,000 of medical equipments are being used in a multi-specialty hospital. So all these equipments, whether their condition, usability condition is fine or not, maintenance has been done or not, that has to be certified. And it is unique in the world. So this scheme is based on the ISO 17065 product certification. So it is accepted globally. And it has been launched last year. And so far we have already approved 7 certification bodies or rating agencies who will be doing the certifying the equipments or the biomedical equipment being used in the hospitals. And another is scheme that is healthcare textile. The usable, reusable textiles, healthcare textiles, after the wash and the sterilization, if it is required, how to certify that it is reusable, it is safe for the patient. So that another scheme we have launched in last year, 2023. And for that also 4 rating agencies has been identified for certifying the laundries, whether it is in-house laundry by the hospital or it is a external laundry. So that can be certified through. These 2 schemes, that is Indian schemes, we have launched with the support of ASPI, AMTZ, and IMED. And I am thankful to CAHO that CAHO has supported us for popularizing this scheme, for organizing awareness programs in past, and also in future we will be working together to propagate this scheme, which can be benefited by the patient and the hospitals. So thank you very much once again to CAHO for inviting AMTZ be part of this journey. Thank you.
So, Mr. Zena, thank you very much. I think you highlighted the role that AMTZ plays and also the groundbreaking innovations that you have done. In the interest of time, we have been advised not to take questions. So, though I have one question to Mr. Jena. Many of us are, intrigued with how to handle the device-related adverse events. There is a material vigilance program of India, which is supposed to be meant for this purpose. So, can you highlight that a bit?
So, as I mentioned, AMTZ is a complete ecosystem. Many governmental, departmental activities are being performed in the AMTZ campus, like BIS, like CDSU, one office they have extended in AMTZ campus. This material vigilance, this policy was developed by Dr. Sharma, who is our MD. He was earlier in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and later he shifted to NHSRC. So that we have a committee office in AMTZ campus that take care of that. So detail, I don't have that detail at present.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jena. I think without wasting any more time, we'll go to Dr. Rana.
We're going to hear about the culture of excellence. So, sir, take it away, please.
I'd like to, good morning to all the dignitaries on the stage, off the stage. And I don't have any slides to show. I will talk from my experience of 42 years that I have been working in healthcare industry. And what is, excellence all about? We quite often hear about service excellence. We have general managers, service excellence in various hospitals. And there's a lot spoken about, excellence. But to start off with, I think excellence is all about a culture. And each and every staff of the organization helps to bring about that culture in the organization. So if you need to have excellence in any organization, I think you need to develop a culture, an environment which will actually bring about that excellence. No individual can bring excellence, overnight. Now, I think it all starts about recruitment. How do you respect a person who is coming to train in your organization? How do you respect the person who is coming to give an interview in your organization? Many a times you find that people come for an interview, give a particular time, and then the person is made to wait hours and hours before you call him for the interview or call her for the interview. And then, they go back and maybe, it's lunchtime is over and we don't even offer lunch to them. And they go back to their organizations and say that, this place is not the place to work for. They don't know how to care for people. So I think excellence starts from respecting people and respecting their time. It also is important how we, select our people. The first thing that we should look at for a person who we are going to select, who's going to work in a healthcare industry, is whether he knows how to respect his elders. That is the first thing you should look at. What is, his attitude? Unless that is correct, you can never have excellence in the hospital. So once you have the correct attitude and a person knows how to respect his seniors, I think then the second part of it would be his knowledge and other things that you look at. Now, when we talk about a culture of excellence, it is always top down and bottom up. So each member of your hospital is an important person. And, we should always look at leadership from below. How do we create leaders in the organization? Young leaders, who stand out, and how do we promote these leaders? And also, I think for a culture of excellence to come in, training plays a very, very vital part. Many of our, hospitals, they don't put so much of focus on training, upskilling, training, and, how do you look at the career path of each individual who's working in your hospital? If you don't give growth to your staff, they will not be motivated to work. So when you talk about the human capital or, the human pillar, it is extremely important that every staff has a sense of ownership of the organization, the passion to do well. So unless you have the passion, unless you own the hospital, you can never bring in excellence. So I think that sort of environment has to be created to bring in excellence in any organization. Also, I think we need to have teamwork. We need to work as a team. You see, and I think sometimes the best suggestion or they come from absolutely junior-most people. In our hospital, I work for Apollo Kolkata and I look after the Eastern region. We have a 744-bedded hospital with more than 86% average occupancy. Now, how do you bring in excellence in a hospital that is so crowded? So it is very important to have a very strong middle line. Unless you have a strong middle line or a supervisory line, middle line, you will not be able to, bring in excellence in the workplace. So I think we never look at supervisory cadres or the middle line. So training them, upskilling them, and motivating them becomes very, very important. The housekeeping, they play such an important part as far as infection control is concerned. So these are the people we actually need to train and motivate. And sometimes when we build hospitals, we don't look at the back area. So, you need to give them a clean changing room. You need to give them good resting facilities, a good cafeteria. So, when they are getting used to, a clean place to rest, a clean place to have their meals, that culture will come into them. But if you don't provide such facilities to them, most of them come from very poor, houses. Some of them come from the slums. So, they will not be able to actually think about excellence. So you have to create that, infrastructure for them inside the hospital. You need to, teach them, train them, maybe, train them on soft skills, train them on computers, even your junior-most staff, and allow them to grow. So that is, I think, one point that I wanted to stress on. The other thing is that, to bring in excellence, you need to look at turnaround time for service. Talk from the patient's point of view. How do you improve the turnaround time for service? So, turnaround time for reports. How do you reduce the ALOS, the average length of stay of a patient in the hospital? These are extremely important. And if you need to get this and improve on this, what you need to do is start tracking data. There is a lot of data that we capture every day, but I don't think so we have a habit of, tracking and monitoring this data. So I think monitoring of data that we track every day becomes extremely important. I'll give you one small example. Say radiology reports. Okay, we may have a turnaround time, a standard time of say about 4 hours. When we find tracking every day that we are meeting that 4 hours time, we need to reduce it to 3 hours without compromising on quality and see what we can do to improve the turnaround time. By doing this and involving everyone, you can really bring up the turnaround time for service. I think it is very important that when patients come, especially in a crowded hospital, where you are almost, 86, 87% full, most of the admissions take place in the evening because your discharge becomes, unless you discharge patients, you cannot admit patients. So most of the admissions come in the evening. Now, it is so important to ensure that the moment a patient is admitted, the nursing assessment and the doctor's assessment should happen within 2 hours of his admission, so that the tests that need to be done, the samples, are quickly taken to the lab and other investigations are done, so that when the doctor comes on his round in the morning, the reports are all ready. He can actually diagnose what has happened and start his treatment. And thereby, what you do is you reduce your average length of stay in the hospital, which is so important because it will also reduce your infection, hospital-acquired infection. Next thing I wanted to speak about is patient education. Patient education becomes extremely important. Unless, you can always educate the patient to help you serve them better. An example, if you look at IPSC 1, it says that how do you identify patients correctly? So we identify patients by using their name and UHID number, that is unique hospital identity number. Now there is a wristband that we put the moment a patient is admitted. And the nurses or any caregiver who's coming into the room is supposed to actually check the name and the UHID number before giving medicine, before any procedure or any type of service that is given to a patient. Now, most of the time, you will find that they do not do that. So how do you make it happen? You need to teach the patient and the relative that do not allow anyone to give you any type of service without checking your wristband. Because if the wrong medicine is given to the wrong patient, it can be fatal. So once you educate the patient and their family, they will start protesting if they do not check the name and UHID number. And that way, errors in IPSC 1 can be reduced drastically. The other thing is infection control. Basic things. When a doctor comes to see a patient, he needs to clean his hands, use hand rub before and after he sees the patient. But many a times they don't follow these rules, even a senior doctor. Teach the patient and tell him or her that do not allow your consultant to touch you without using the hand rub. It can spread infection. So when the patient becomes conscious about, these things, they will protest if things are not followed. And that way, you can actually reduce your infection in the hospital. These are some of the interesting things that I thought I'll speak about. Now, we go to the other part, that is the clinical part. I think, you have senior doctors who are there in your hospital right from the beginning. They are very, very experienced. And there is a tendency of patients going to the doctor, choosing a particular doctor. And what we see, especially in the eastern region, that patients actually come to a doctor and not come to the institution. When that happens, a doctor who is good, he gets more and more patients, and then he takes on so many patients that he can't give time to the patient. He can't, explain things to the patient, and there is dissatisfaction that comes in. So it is very, very important to getting young talent into the organization. And this young talent, qualified doctors who come in as consultants, if they can work with the senior doctors hand in hand, the clinical eye, the experience of the seniors, and the new technology that the younger doctors bring in, together, they make a very strong team. and it is beneficial to the patient. So we need to create a second line in clinical areas, as well as second and third line in the operational area, so that you have a very strong team that can take things forward. So creating a second line is also extremely important. The last thing that I would like to speak, I have got 15 minutes over, is to have a human face. When you look at patients coming into the hospital, I think we need to put the patient first. And if you do good work and take care of your patients, revenue will automatically come in, because patients will always come to a hospital where they get good treatment and good service. We must always think how we can, give value-added service to the patient. What is new that we can do every day? What we have done yesterday is history. What is it that we can do tomorrow? How do we bring in new things? Ask your young managers and young talents to actually look at that and improve things. That is the way you can bring excellence to a hospital or any other healthcare organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rana. It's good that hearing a doctor take doctors on, and I think,
I'm not a doctor.
okay,
By mistake.
that's okay. But still taking doctors in a nice way, I think, is part of any culture for positive outcomes. It's one of our toughest lessons that we learn. How do you take more people along is by making sure that all units are covered well. I think we're short on time and short on questions, so we do apologize. But in the hope of making sure the next group is there, let's perhaps take to the stage of the photo shoot. Thank
yes,
my fellow panelists.
Yeah.
Yes,
And-
requesting our chairpersons and the faculties to pose for a photo in our photo booth spot. Yeah. A big round of applause for our faculty for the second session. Thank you. Thank you all.
So now we move on to launch of the third forum. And for the launch of this clinical dietetics forum, can we have the pleasure of having Dr. Vijay Agarwal, Dr. Lalu Joseph, Dr. Giridhar Gnani on the dais, please.
We also request the faculty and the chairperson of the second session to stay on
On
with
the
us.
dais.
Colonel Rakesh Verma, sir. The faculties from the previous session, Mr. Samir Mehta. If you could stay back for the launch of our clinical dietetics forum. Kindly join us on stage, please.
Requesting Dr. Vijay Agarwal, Dr. Lalu Joseph, and Dr. Giridhar Gnani to grace the dais, please. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
For this, we invite Ms. Sangamitra Chakravarti, Edwina Raj, Dr. Divya Chowdhury, Ms. V. Kavita, Ms. Manimegalai, the co-chair of the session, to grace the dais, please. Mr. Sudeep Dey as a mentor from the CAHO for this forum. The primary focus of the forum is to promote uniformity in the dietetic practice across NABH accredited hospitals in India and set standards for quality in the field of clinical dietetics by implementing correct methods and protocols by trained professionals. Can we have the video, please? The launch of the Clinical Dietetics Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Followed by the Clinical Dietetics Forum launch, we have the Global Rehabilitation Services Quality Forum launch. I request Dr. Saril V.S., the chair, Dr. Salomon Chandrasekharan, the co-chair, Dr. Komal Agarwal, Dr. Veena Nambiar, Dr. Sanjeev, Dr. Suparna to join us on stage. We also request Mrs. Rama Rajasekharan, our mentor from the CAHO, to join us onto the stage. I request the video to be played on the Global Rehabilitation Quality Forum. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. With no further ado, let's move on with the session 3 for the day. The challenges in achieving the 4 E's in healthcare. Making healthcare more efficient, effective, economical, and equitable definitely involves a multifaceted approach. For this, we have expert faculties and chairpersons joining us today.
For this session, we would like the privilege of having for the Johnson, Executive Director, Rajagiri Hospital, Kochi, and he's the chairperson of Healthcare Institution CAHO. And also, we would like to have Dr. Clive Fernandez, Senior Vice President, Group Clinical Director, and Group Chief Operating Officer, Orchard Hospitals, to come to the dais, please. We would also invite the panelist members, Mr. Sajal Datta, Chairman and Managing Director, Decent Hospitals Group, Mr. Prashant Sharma, Managing Director, Charnock Hospital, Dr. Palin Kundongbom, Chief Managing Director, Sija Hospitals and Research Institute Private Limited, Dr. Debajish Bhattacharya, Founder Chairman, Disha Eye Hospital, Dr. Jayanta Chakrabarti, Director and CEO, CNCI Kolkata, please. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, and over to the moderators and the chairpersons for the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And, I'm not going to waste time on the good afternoons and the good mornings. We have a panel here and, it was on the 4 E's and I added a 5th E. How do we make it easy for you? So we will adhere to the timelines and we'll keep it short. So I just wanted to shed light on the question, the 4 E's. So what does efficient mean? Efficient mean? It means making best use of your resources. Do we have the resources? 0.9 beds per 1,000 patients is what we have, and WHO says we need three per 1,000. We have 1 physician per 1,000 population, and we need 4.5 per 1,000. The second E is effectivity. If you were there in the morning when Dr. Pawan spoke, he spoke about this, and the next flavor in town for the next 3-4 years are going to be Prem and Prom. So those are all about effectivity. Dr. Pawan's second case study on that patient was very interesting. Low socioeconomic status. So the third question, the third E is economical. How do we provide economical care? How many of us have insurance? Numbers are immaterial. The bigger fact is the number of people who have insurance, more than that people don't have. And the surprising thing is, even people who think they have insurance, do they have enough insurance? That you'll only come to know when we come to the 4th E, which is equitable. So the 4th E is equitable. What does equitable mean? You can't hear me? Oh, it's okay. So the fourth E is actually providing access to everyone who requires it. Are all our hospitals in 2-tier cities and 3-tier cities? Or are they, concentrated in the tier 1 cities? And what about most of our population? Are they in rural or urban areas? So, that is equitability. So now we have on our stage, on our dais, we have stalwarts who have seen this, who have done it all. And to keep it simple, we are going to, rotate the questions and answers, and we are going to press the buzzer every 2.5 minutes. Because, I know the human mind has that span of 2.5 minutes, and then you shut off. So in the interest of everyone keeping it, we will keep rotating the questions. And my first question is to Dr. Sajal Datta. And when I Googled him, and I looked at it on the net, I'd never met any of them before. I looked at, they are able to provide a CABG in 75,000 rupees. And, angioplasty in 70,000 rupees. And I was like, this is good. So, sir, the first question to you is, how do you ensure that cost does not come in the way of, how do you ensure that cost doesn't come in the way of providing treatment that adheres to regulatory, statutory, and accreditation guidelines? Hello.
Good morning. There's a lot of echo effect here. This is better, yeah. See, I don't have a presentation.
Hello, check.
So I don't have a presentation. So I will come directly to what the topic is and especially relate my personal experience in the healthcare journey for more than 30 years. In a country like ours, getting efficiency, getting effectivity is all fine. But unless you're not economical, and unless after achieving the economy, you cannot be equitable, then possibly no big purpose is served. Like we can have excellent healthcare delivery systems, excellent results, but if it is not affordable, if we can't reach out to a wide section of people, then at some point, we have to think whether it's at all of any use or not. I'll give you a personal example. When we started Nissan in 2009, that time the rate for coronary angiography going in Kolkata and all over India was around 15 to 20,000 rupees. We decided to launch it at 7,000 rupees. Same quality, 7,000. Now everyone shook their heads at how can we do it? We said, okay, let's try. So then we went into all the different cost components and tried shaving them off without sacrificing quality. And we're able to keep it at 7,000 for nearly 3 years. We had to get 2 cath labs, then we had to get another cath lab to tackle the volume, and lot of people got benefited in the process. Incidentally, in 2011, we got NABH accredited. That speaks for our quality. So it's essentially the economy, which is once you achieve the economy through different cost-cutting exercises, that you have to decide that, hey, I have achieved the economy, but will I bring down the price? Once you bring down the price, you become equitable. A lot of people can avail of it. And B, you have big volumes. The more you have big volumes, the more you can negotiate prices, the more skill set the doctor, technician, nursing, and other people develop. And that's how I think our journey has started in healthcare, and we like to continue that. Thank you.
Great point. So Dr. Sajan actually talked on how to balance the economical E part of it.
Yeah, the next question is to Dr. Debashish. This is on efficiency. Sir, can you share your views on how organizations can best manage resources efficiently to maximize efficiency?
Obviously, this session is about challenges and as we referred to at the first place, cost is the first thing which is a big challenge for us. And so also is the transparency and the opaqueness of the system and the scrappy nature of the healthcare distribution. Now, if we have to, we know we have less money, we have less human power, we have less technology, we have less doctors. But having said that, I think given these limitations, if we were to make ourselves efficient, the one thing that India has really developed over this period where we can all look forward to is the digital healthcare system. So because the digital healthcare system actually takes up the biggest cost, which is the sleeping cost, by planning and efficiently deploying its resources. And the second thing that a system does is it standardizes its practice for the safety and quality of its patients. The third thing is the system does is it removes the opaqueness and creates transparency across the whole system. At the same time, when every procedure in the continuity of care is carried forward, it keeps on documenting. And these are valuable inputs to evaluation and also governance. And essentially, governance can also be trimmed and be more effective rather than elaborate. Because I come from the eye care space, and we have smaller hospitals which are distributed across the state and obviously remotely located too. And we find that we have incorporated digitalization and it helps us to remotely control everything easily. In the wards, I feel even remote monitoring, which can be an access to the patient parameters for the doctors on the go, the mobility of these parameters, the mobility of the entire system is also as important. And why I strongly emphasize on the adoption of the digital healthcare systems, because maybe we find that it is difficult for the existing large brownfield organizations to really implement it. But the green fields can definitely come up, because I see that the smaller hospitals probably fare better in digitalizing their system rather than the real giants. So having said that, I think if we put the digital healthcare system, it will definitely reduce all these barriers to access. And as the digital story goes forward, I think the patients will also, because it is not from the patient side that the uptake or the patients or the system doesn't get aboard. It is mainly from the institution or the doctor's side that we lack this initiative, or it is probably the individual mastery or the attitude of servitude, which probably makes this healthcare systems as it exists more scrappy and unidimensional. So that's the story we would look forward.
Yeah, Dr. Debashish, a lot of things finally end up with, digitalization. So thank you for sharing your insights. Over to
So,
Clive.
to get these four E's, one E we need to look at is electronic, going electronic. One, now coming, to the next E, the very big E is of equitable. So when I Googled up Mr. Prashant, what I looked on the Google was, their mission statement. Our hospital is moderately priced. So, both the rich and the poor can get treated. And then the thought came to my mind, can you tell us, how do you ensure, more access to greater percentage of our population? Because, our population is skewed, rural versus urban. And the second point is, how do you balance the expectations of rich versus the poor? Because the rich and the poor are not the same. And when you say, I have a system where both will take care, how do you balance those expectations? Is it better now?
Thank you for the question. Expectations. So I think fundamentally we as a society have two major confusions. The first, healthcare is a fundamental human right. Absolutely true. So is food, so is housing, so is clothing, and so many other things. Now, if as a citizen of India, I have a fundamental right to food, do I have a card in which I can go to any hotel or any restaurant and avail a meal and flash my card and get that meal for free? The answer simply put is no. If as a citizen of the country, I have a fundamental right of having shelter over my head, do I have a card or a system where I can go to any building and say, this apartment I will take, thank you very much, for free of cost? It doesn't exist like that. What exists is a mechanism, a very good, efficient mechanism, where you have outlets like ration shops. You have outlets where very, very subsidized cost of food is available. Some parts of the country have 2 rupees for rice per kilo. And for those who want to avail those facilities, there's a very nice structured mechanism, which is authentic and which is actually working very well. Now, as a healthcare system, I don't think that this expectation is wrong, that humans have a basic right to healthcare. It's absolutely right. What is the missing link is in us to organize this expectation into delivery. Food part has done it, agro has done it. They have organized that people get free food in a certain mechanism. And those who want to avail of fine dining can go to a center like that. Those who want to avail free food can go to a center like that. Housing, we have the economical housing in which houses are available for a very, very fraction of a cost. And then we have the luxury housing and the mid-market, etc. But as a healthcare, when it comes to that service delivery, this is kind of confusion amongst the citizens, amongst the society, that I have access to healthcare should be at every place of delivery and at every level. No, all we need to do, probably we as healthcare providers also have a role in this to play, is to set the expectations in an organized fashion, not to correct expectations, no, but to organize how that expectation is delivered, how that expectation is met. We have UHCs, universal healthcare schemes, how to organize how that is delivered efficiently, just like ration shops. And then we have centers of excellence, which provide very, very niche care at a certain cost, and how that is delivered to the customers who want to avail of that. Point one. Second, I think we are also grossly confused as a society. What kind of an economy are we? Are we a socialistic economy or are we a capitalistic economy pertaining to healthcare? Why? Because we are taxed as a capitalistic economy. All the duties, all the stamp duties, all the electric duties, all the company laws, ROC filing, GST compliance, this, that, everything is as per a capitalistic model. But when it comes to service delivery expectations, it is a socialistic model that we should provide at so-and-so cost, we should provide free of cost, we should do this and we should do that. So somewhere down the line, to set the expectations right, we have to organize not only the expectations of the healthcare as a fundamental right, but also the structure of the industry, of the sector. Are we a social structure or are we a capitalistic structure? I think if we set these two things right, a lot of models will come out which will ensure delivery of healthcare to the ultra rich, to the ultra pure, ultra poor. Everybody can be serviced in a very, very systematic fashion.
So this is the second E, setting expectations right. So once you set expectations right, it is easier to deliver this scale.
Hello. Yeah, Mr. Jayanta is the next one to answer. We respect your great exposure to government sector of healthcare and with regard to the cancer care. So the question is, the number of cancer patients, is rising. We have long waiting time at the government hospitals. In such situations, how it is possible to provide for ease?
Okay. The journey of cancer management for any patient has two important timelines. One is from the diagnosis, then the staging workup and treatment decision. And the second timeline is treatment decision to start off or initiation of treatment. So let us first concentrate on how we can improve the first timeline. We can have a universal registry system with a consortium of hospitals where the patients are referred in a proper way, timely. And then after the patient comes directly, we can allot the patient to the disease management group, which should be taking care of the patient from the beginning. And then the further diagnosis and the consultations should be in hand so that the patient once comes in the morning to the hospital should get all the tests done. And in the evening, the consultation should happen. That will prevent multiple hospital journey for the patients and will reduce the diagnosis and staging workup. The team should follow the protocol. The national guidelines are there so that unnecessary tests are not done. And most importantly comes the pathology department where there should be enriched with immunohistochemistry and molecular pathology so that the diagnosis, broad diagnosis is pinpointed very soon. And then again, the last is all the patients should undergo disease management through the disease management group. Multidisciplinary team should see the patient and then the decision should be taken so that the bias is not there. So if it is done in a regular basis in a proper line, then this time is reduced. Then coming to the decision making, from the decision making to the treatment initiation. So there are two patient factors which we should remember. Three rather. One is give priority to those who are having early diagnosis or a better clinical outcome. Number two, if there is a long waiting time for surgery, then we can initiate chemotherapy wherever it is indicated so that the progression of the disease is stalled. And the most important is that if we are planning for surgery from the beginning itself, during the process of investigations, we can prehabilitate the patient. So prehabilitation will be happening and the patient can undergo the treatment as soon as possible. Now coming up for the infrastructure wise, what we can do is that we can have a consortium or a network of hospitals together who can take the burden of another hospital if there is a increase in burden of treatment for one hospital. For example, a hospital having more radiotherapy patients suddenly can be shifted to another patient, another hospital within that network and vice versa. Then coming to sometimes there are patients who don't opt for treatment. So there should be automatic treatment alert that the patient has not opted for the treatment, so the next patient should be called in. Thirdly, most importantly, there are a lot of patients getting chemotherapies later on. So these chemotherapies can be done at satellite centers within the network of the hospitals, and those centers should be nearby their house so that the traveling time is reduced and the burden of cancer chemotherapy of that particular hospital is also reduced. And then we can also think about increasing the shifts. There are a lot of hospitals like ours or other government hospitals where they only have one shift for radiotherapy. It should not happen. There should be multiple shifts, if required, 2 shifts, and not only for radiotherapy, for chemotherapy, as well as for surgery, so that we can take in more and more patients to reduce the waiting time. And more importantly, there is a lot of wastage in between the treatment. whether you call it, whether it is radiotherapy or chemo or surgery. In between treatment navigation, patient navigation is very important so that this gap in time is reduced. So this is overall what I feel can be a way by which we can reduce the.
Now we had 2 E's, which helped us get the 4 E's, but now I realize there is 1 E which didn't help us hear a lot. That was the E of the echo. And for everyone else, I realize the farther you keep the mic, the better it is. Anyways, now let me come to Dr. Palin, and now when I Googled you, you're a pioneer clinician. And now we're talking effectivity, we're talking outcomes, because now you are a clinician plus you're an administrator. So what are the challenges in achieving effective, still economical care? Because, as an administrator, when we say certain things, the clinicians say you're compromising on quality, you're compromising on outcomes. So as an administrator come clinician, how do you balance effective and economic?
Thank you, everyone. CAHO's team of making healthcare 4E is very ambitious and Herculean task, because we are surrounded by so many challenges, and especially the private hospitals need massive turnaround management for survival. Most important challenge is the rising cost of treatment. And at the same time, the customer expect the best treatment at the low cost. So affordable excellence in healthcare is a real challenge. That's why, and at the same time, rising number of aging population and these are all adding to new technologies. These are all adding to the cost. And not all hospitals are making profits nowadays. Some are being closed and sold. And USA, 600 hospitals are in the verge of closure. Here, I would like to give an example of our facilities, how we manage to be effective, low cost. Say, for example, laparoscopic surgery. Initially, we started with keyhole surgery of the gallbladder. We had to invest. We pioneered in Manipur. Then we had the problem of common bile duct stones. Then we had to install ERCP. Then we continued. We were pioneering and we were doing, but the number was very less. So we have added gynecology. We have added ENT. We have added urology. And we have added ENT also. So number of indications for minimal access surgery has increased. That's how we have managed to keep the price low. And we have done more than 40,000. Probably it is cheapest in the country. And another thing about maintaining affordable excellence in healthcare, the idea of one medical college in each district is very good for equitable healthcare. It may be a challenge for the private enterprises. We have a private medical college recently started 2021. And I feel that through volume treatment and the vendor negotiation, we can maintain the cost of treatment as low as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Palin. Before we move to the next round, I have a request to my panelists. This is going to be a rapid fire now because we just have 8 minutes, 31 seconds left. And I had a question for Dr. Gyani and Dr. Vijay Agarwal, sir, but I may never be able to ask it. But this time, just one minute to each of us.
Yeah, Dr. Sajal, this is an age of technology. Once you enter the market, you have n number of solutions available. And definitely all these technologies have a great impact on your resources. So, sir, how do you balance between needs and wants?
See, need and want are often interchangeable when we use the term on a daily basis. Need is said to be what is basic, fundamental, like food, shelter, and clothes. It's very basic. And want is something which you desire. Need is physiological, want is psychological. So in healthcare also, with the different strata of society we serve, each strata has its own needs and its own wants. A simple example would be, say, someone staying in a deluxe facility in a hospital and someone staying in a general bed. The aspirations can be different. And we, as a healthcare provider, have to satisfy those aspirations. The basic, for example, the doctor, the nurse, the support staff, the OT, the equipment, all remains. Nothing changes because you're staying in a suite or a deluxe. Only the add-on services like providing an attendant, maybe giving him food as he wants, like he can order food from the kitchen, and things like that gets added on, for which obviously he pays. But
I think that's it. Sorry, sir, but it's like Rajiv Sardesai when all the panelists are there. Time is running out. I think in the rapid fire. Yeah. So to Dr. Palin, how do you balance use versus abuse? The challenges, because when we talk about effectivity, they say 1:5 nurse patient, but then people say, but we have to be economical. So 1:15 bhi chalega. How you balance that? 50 seconds. Balance between use and misuse. Like nurse patient ratio 1:5 versus 1:50.
I could not hear the question.
You didn't get the question.
Without the microphone.
Oh, without microphone. How do you balance the difference between use and abuse? Because people say in the name of effectivity, I'm going to cut my nurse patient ratio to 1:50. Does it affect outcomes? Does it finish it? What do you think?
Okay. Yeah. Harvard researchers have already proved that private equity-owned hospital, the patient in the private equity-owned hospital have got more infections and more falls. Might be because it is all because of the restriction in the infrastructure and manpower. And this has been already proved in USA. Similarly, rising number of aging population and also personalized care and NCDs, all demands for technologies and human resources. So particularly for this in India, India will become the diabetic capital in the next year. And the World Health Organization has already warned India that 63% of our death is due to non-communicable diseases. Massachusetts has already proved that yoga and meditation alone can reduce the healthcare expenditure by 43%.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Palin. Now to Prashant, what support and message you would like to give our healthcare policy makers so that we have more public-private partnership models that provide care that is effective, efficient, and equitable?
So first thing is when a tender comes out, we have a time frame in which we have to apply. In every RFP, there's a time frame. But from the other side, there should also be a time frame in which the government has to confirm. We apply in 30 days or 90 days, but sometimes some governments take 6 months or 2 years. So there's a lack of planning, one. I will not repeat points about rate, payment, etc. But this is one important aspect which will determine that there is more response from the private sector. Second, in the PPP, let me add another P called philanthropy. In the public-private partnership and in the private-private partnership, if philanthropy, the fourth P, and this is a point I'm borrowing from Sachin Bajaj of Cygnus, he said this in another session that we had. If philanthropy is brought in as a CSR money can be used for building private infrastructure, then one party builds a building, one party builds the equipment, and another party runs the operation. That can be a very good PPP model, which can be considered.
And for those who did not see, we have been given a gentle little tight nudge that we are supposed to now. But then still there is one question for the audience. Normally the audience asks us questions, but there is one question for the audience. And I would like anyone, Dr. Gyani, Dr. Vijay Agarwal, sir, any one of you to take it. How can forums, like CAHO, AHPI or accreditation bodies, how can they contribute positively to ensure the 4 E's of healthcare? And we have 1 minute, 41 seconds. And they're wasting time playing table tennis. You take it, you take it. Oh, the answer is employee Clive. That's a C. That's not an E. Okay, I think, this is something that it will take time to answer. But I think in the interest of time, I would like to thank all our panelists. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you so much. Toynbee said that for every challenge, challenge, there is a response. So let us respond to all these 4 E's creatively so that our patients are safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, our chairpersons and the faculty for this session. I request you all to join us for a photo in the photo booth. And post the photo session, requesting you all to stay back. We have a couple of forum launches following it. So requesting the chairpersons and the faculty to stay back after the photo session.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now coming to the launch of the next forum, the Healthcare Sustainability Forum. We would have the pleasure of welcoming Dr. Vijay Agarwal, Dr. Lalu Joseph, Dr. Venkatesh Tupil for inaugurating this forum. And we would also request Mr. Vinod Kumar, Dr. Karan Thakur, the chair, and Ms. Preeti D'Souza, co-chair, Dr. Lalu Joseph as a mentor for the CAHO, and Mr. Arul also to join the dais, please.
Also requesting Father Johnson and Dr. Clive and the speakers from the previous session to join us onto the stage, please.
Father
Johnson and the speakers for the previous session, please join us on stage, please. Requesting the video to be turned on.
This sustainability forum, which addresses a lot of key aspects. As we all know, the climate change, its impact on human health, sustainable growth and development have all emerged as transnational issues of concern. Given the nascent level of awareness and action CAHO has taken the lead in creating a focused program on healthcare sustainability, which addresses these issues. Launched on the World Environment Day in June 2023, the CAHO Action Program on Sustainability, was called as CAPS, was launched by CAHO leadership. We are delighted to announce the launch of CAPS as a standalone initiative today.
Requesting Arul Prakash sir and Father Johnson to join us on stage, please, as we launch the Healthcare Sustainability Forum now. Arul Prakash sir. If the video can be played.
Requesting the AV managers to play the video, please.
Okay, probably our applause will work better. Thank you. There's never, a wrong time to play the national anthem, I guess. Thank you. Next, we'll have the launch of a pharmacist forum. For this, I request Dr. Vijay Agarwal, Dr. Lalu Joseph, Dr. Venkatesh to stay back with us on stage. I request Dr. L. Brito, the co-chair, Ms. Manisha Paul, the chair, and Dr. Anuradha as the mentor from the CAHO to join us on stage. The Pharmacist Forum is a forum helping in exchanging the novel and best practices to be followed in terms of medication management in the healthcare setup. And the aim of this forum is to make use of medications without harm and to maintain positive inventory without loss. I request the launch of the Pharmacist Forum. Dr. Brito, Ms. Manisha, Dr. Anuradha.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So moving on to the session 4, we know that the quality in healthcare cannot be driven only by the administrators and quality managers. To percolate into the ground level, to make a change in the society and the patients of people's life and other things, and improve the quality healthcare delivery, the clinicians has to get involved into it. For the commitment and for all the achievement that they have done in their respective field, they have contributed. We have 3 pioneers to discuss about how as a clinician they can bring quality into this healthcare system. For moderating the session, we welcome Dr. Alexander Thomas, Founder President, AHPI and CAHO, Patron of CAHO, to grace the dais. Mr. Rupak Barua, Advisor, Manipal Hospital Enterprises, to come to the dais, please.
And we also call the stalwarts who have come here to be the speakers for this particular session. Padma Shri Dr. Maman Chandi, former Director, Tata Medical Center, Kolkata, and former Professor, CMC, Vellore. Sir, please join us on stage, please. We have Dr. Mohammad Rela, Chairman and Managing Director, Rela Hospitals. Kindly join us on stage. Padma Shri Dr. Harsh Mahajan, Founder and Managing Director, Mahajan Imaging. I request our chairpersons and the speakers for the session to grace the dais.
Welcome.
Thank you, I'm leaving.
Yeah, so good evening, good morning to all of you. It's nice to see such a large gathering here at CAHO, which is, as was mentioned earlier, growing from strength to strength every year. Today, we are very privileged. We are in the midst of three very eminent personalities in the country. In fact, their names are, the specialties are very commonly associated with their names. Dr. Maman Chandi, hematology and bone marrow transplant, Dr. Relia, liver transplant, and of course, Dr. Harsh, radiology and technology. So I think the three of them are very well known nationally, internationally, and I think through their work, through their pioneering efforts, through their hard work, they have made the healthcare in the respective fields affordable to many, and have impacted many millions of lives all over the country, not only in India. So without much ado, I'll ask Rupak for a comment, and then we'll get started.
Thank you, Alex, and all the dignitaries present here, all the speakers, all very well known. I think they don't want any kind of introduction. And the topic is your clinical grand round. We all understand, we all know what is the importance of this clinical, grand round in any hospital, because by fostering this, a lot of things they do, interdisciplinary, the departments and all collaborations and dissemination of all these your best practices and the cutting edge research happens on this in the healthcare sector. It's a great platform. So let us understand more from the three renowned speakers, what they understand about this clinical grand round, and let us understand more and let us absorb. Thank you. Thank you, Alex.
So over to the three wise men. Maman, if you could start.
Thank you, chairpersons, for this introduction to this session. Its time has been cut by 3 minutes, so I'll have to be very fast. And the topic is making the 4 E's applicable to cancer care. Problem of cancer in India, you're all aware, 2022 statistics, 1,413 cases, 3 million deaths, 916,000 deaths, and 3.2 million who are currently in care. These are the different diseases which you see in men and women, which all of you are familiar, so I won't waste your time. This is the epidemiology of cancer in the world, and you can see that actually India is very low, whether that's because we don't diagnose or whether we don't treat more patients. You can see that we are light green here, whereas North America is dark blue. And this is in females. You can see we are pink, whereas the other countries which are more advanced are much higher. So whether actually the incidence is lower or that we're not diagnosing them. The main cancers in men, oral, stomach, lung, liver, esophagus. In women, cervix, stomach, breast, and oral cancer. If you go into the higher socioeconomic group, women, breast is the commonest cancer. In children, leukemia is the most common cancer, followed by CNS tumors, soft tissue sarcomas, and the rest. The future burden of cancer is going to be huge because our population is aging, and cancer is a disease of aging, and early mortality from infection has come down, life expectancy has increased, and among the affluent, in fact, in the UK, 1 in 3 persons, the cause of death is going to be cancer. We haven't reached that, but we will. India will have 1.5 million new cases in 2025, 1 million deaths, 1.6 billion will be the out-of-pocket expenditure for cancer, and Indians will spend 3.2 billion for cancer treatment. Equity. I think this is the most important question that we have to address. And is there a gap between what the rich can have and what the poor cannot have? The answer is yes. Why is that so? Because of unequal distribution of resources, education and social factors, access, and the huge gap between infrastructure and demand. If you go to a major cancer center, you'll find huge numbers of people waiting to be seen, and our infrastructure is inadequate. But that's not the story. The union budget of 2023, the allocation for health was 2.2%. Of our GDP is allocated government spending on health. This is woefully inadequate. But between the haves and haves not, this is data from an Oxfam report, and you can see that a taxation of 3% on our billionaires will be enough to fund our total healthcare for 5 years. Similarly, a taxation at 2% will be enough to take care of malnutrition among all the children. And that's a bigger health problem than cancer. This cartoon is familiar to everybody. The reality, what equality means, and what equity means. Equity means the kid with the purple shirt is able to stand up and see the match. But that is not important. What is important is liberation, where you don't need the boxes to stand on, where you can stand up and watch the match, whether you're rich or middle class or poor. And that is liberation. And what we need really, finally, is liberation, where crutches are not required. Now, many years ago, I wrote an article on childhood acute lymphatic leukemia in India, management in a 3-tier society. Many of my colleagues were aghast. But this is our population profile. 70% who need help for care. 20% of the middle class who can manage better quality of care now. And 2% who can have anything available anywhere in the world. Now, would the management strategy differ? I've picked out one simple disease, Hodgkin's lymphoma. Every patient in India today can have ABVD, which is the standard of care for initial treatment. And at relapse, he would have to be palliated with MOP or metronomous chemotherapy or radiation if localized. But today, disease management has changed. A person with the resources with Hodgkin's disease, if he relapse, can have reinduction with a checkpoint blockade, few lakhs of rupees, can have an autologous transplant. And if he relapses after an autologous transplant, he can have an allogeneic transplant and be on maintenance brentuximab. What is the cost? About 1.5 to 2 crores. So in the previous session, we were told is that we have to control expectations. We cannot control expectations. When knowledge is available, a poor person will hear that this treatment is available. We can't tell him it's not available. But the sad reality is that this is how we will have to manage till equity becomes a reality. The state and central healthcare schemes have made a lot of difference. An average breast cancer can be managed with the 5 lakhs available on the Swasthya Sati in the West Bengal government. So it's not all doom and gloom. We are having resources available. What are some of the steps to handle equity in cancer care? We have to tackle social structures. We have to tackle our economy. We have to have more healthcare schemes. And this is something where the private healthcare sector can do, and that's differential pricing of services. We're already doing it. We need to do it more, and I'll give you 2 examples. Providing low-cost accommodation close to the cancer center. This is vital. Patients coming from the village cannot stay in Kolkata and have treatment. The daily cost would be impossible. This is the Tata Medical Center, which is a 400-bed cancer hospital very close to where we are right now. It's a stunningly beautiful building, and you can see that. This is an example of charging only 10% above cost for chemotherapy, which costs more than 1,000 rupees. Can you see that? It's 23 crores of discount given in the year 2021. 23 crores of charity given just by changing this way of charging. So this is something we can do. And this will happen only if we consider healthcare not as an industry. As an industry, yes, but with caveats. This is differential pricing of services. And you can see here that a CBC for the general patient is 570. It's 830 for a rich patient. When you go to radiotherapy, the costs go from 60 to 90,000. When you go to a complicated surgical procedure, from 60,000 to 1,30,000 surgeon's fees alone. So we must do differential pricing if we are to have equity. And this is the Premashriya built by CSR funding from Coal India, where we charge 100 rupees per day. So a poor patient from the village can have cancer care just because we've made it cheaper for him to stay. Second, we must make cancer care more economical. I've already told you about differential pricing of subsidies, reducing non-hospital costs for the patient. I've already shown you that, and reducing the HR costs. I went to Delhi 2 weeks back. The doctor, who's my student, was in a hospital where he was drawing 25 lakhs a month. Where is he now? He's moved to another hospital where he's drawing 40 lakhs a month. We cannot have this. India is looked at as a healthcare industry, and the dollars are shining in the eyes, but that shouldn't be what it is. CEO reimbursements have skyrocketed 1,400%. We can't have this. We can't have this in a sector where we have to strive for equity. How is India making cancer care economical? Firstly, molecular diagnostics. I'm proud of this. We can get the best molecular diagnosis in our country. This is the PacBio in MedGenome. And you look at the cost of BRCA in India versus in the West. You see from $300 to $2,000. So molecular diagnostics have become cheap, accurate, and quality controlled. Cancer therapeutics. I'm proud of our pharma industry because, in fact, drugs are a fraction of the cost. And this table shows you that paclitaxel
$7 versus $38. India makes arsenic trioxide marketed at $400 per 10 milligram in the US. It's 400 rupees in India. And I'm proud that we had something to do about that. But we can't continue just copying. We have to have a robust research program for developing the drugs of the future. And targeted therapies are now out of the world. There's no question of saying, I can give this to everybody. The costs are insurmountable. Bone marrow transplantation is an area of my expertise, and we are able to do a transplant at 25 lakhs in India, whereas the lowest cost in the US is $250,000, right? So we can provide state-of-the-art care at reasonable costs. The Tata Medical Center is the first center in India to get FACT accreditation for its bone marrow transplant program, and I'm proud of that, because the accreditation means we are documenting, we are looking at our systems, and we are making changes as and when we need. This is the press release with FACT. CAR T-cell program, just yesterday in the paper, you had the announcement that whereas it's 8 crores in the US, can be done for 25 lakhs in India. This is our facility at the Tata Medical Center. We have to make healthcare more efficient. How do we make it more efficient? We have to have a 3-tier system. And this is the pathway, which is currently too difficult for patients. We have to improve on the pathway to make it more efficient. To make cancer care efficient in India, we need infrastructure. You cannot avoid waiting when you have 80 patients to see one medical oncologist, right? We need to have systems which are implemented. We need to have defined that for everything, reduce waiting times, make our cancer care patient-centric, and proper distribution of services. We don't have enough imaging and radiotherapy facilities. How do we make it effective? Number one, every cancer must be treated as a protocol. And as was mentioned, DMGs must look at the protocols. Our outcomes must be analyzed, and we must see where they were keeping up with international best care. Cervical cancer prevention. So India needs to spend more on prevention so that we reduce the burden. Tobacco cessation and cervical cancer are 2 examples. Palliative care. This is something we must do, and Kerala has set the way. No patient should die of uncontrolled pain with cancer. At least he can die with dignity. Are we implementing the 4 E's fast enough? We are, but I think not fast enough, and we have to do something about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maman, for that very crisp but very realistic presentation. I think your track record, both in CMC and in Tata, precedes you, and you've impacted so many lives. Having said that, I think most of us here are from the private sector. I wish the government takes you on as an advisor to implement how to raise funds for healthcare. But at the present time, we all feel that the private health sector is doing what the government should be doing. And we are negotiating with them to see how we can ensure that healthcare providers are also sustainable as together we tackle this, the major issues in the healthcare sector. Due to paucity of time, I will now request Dr. Elia for his thoughts.
Can I have my slides, please? Good morning. It's an unbelievable meeting. I didn't expect to come and see so many people in this meeting. My name is Mohammed Rel. I'm a liver transplant surgeon from Chennai. My title is The India Story About Liver Transplantation. Can I have my slides? Yeah.
Next slide, please. Guys, please. We are running short on time, so request you to.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much. Now, liver transplantation has been a bit slow to come to India. The first ever liver transplant attempt was in 1963. If you see, that's almost 60 years ago. And even 20 to 30 years later, really,
we have been struggling. And this gentleman, Professor Tazel, is the first one who did the first liver transplant. And he's no more. He died about 6 years ago. And I've had an opportunity to really spend time with him in many meetings in the past when I was working in the UK. What was the story until 20 to 30 years ago in India? I think most patients with liver disease just died. Majority of them had no option really for a long-term outcome. And a patient like this with ascites wouldn't live any more than 6 months. And very few Indians really could go to the Western world, usually to the UK and the US, and spend about, even those days, 20 years ago, $200,000 to $250,000 to have a liver transplant done successfully. Here, really, 30 years ago, the health system wasn't really geared up for such complicated cases. I mean, part of the reason was funding. Most of the big operations before the private hospitals came were done in huge government institutions. But things changed over a period of time. I think affordability in India, as you all know, improved tremendously. And also the private sector has taken a major lead in provision of very complex medical treatment, bone marrow transplant we saw, and the cardiac surgery developed much earlier in the private sector than in the government sector. In India, the Transplantation of Human Organs Act came in 1994. There's almost, 30 years after the first liver transplant that was done in the United States. But it's been very slow. The outcome of these transplants were very poor in India for the first 10 years. Part of the reason was the trained doctors were not there, and organ donation was happening very sporadically. Per year, maybe many surgeons trained in the West and came back to India, but we're not actually having an opportunity to practice liver transplantation, and therefore the outcome was very poor. But really, in the last 20 years, things have improved. Organ donation has improved. Even now, you see the majority of the organ donation is the shaded orange area. In central India and in the eastern part of India, there is still very poor organ donation rates. But if we relied only on cadaver organ donation, then our numbers was never going to improve. So Indian surgeons really went eastward, really to experience on the living donor liver transplantation, that was the only way it was possible to develop liver transplantation in India. Now, there was a difference between organizing a deceased donor and a living donor liver transplant. I mean, in a living deceased donor liver transplant, you needed really a structured organization where the government had to be involved, allocation of organs have to be accepted and agreed. And I have to say, we were probably not so organized in the early days, whereas a living donor liver transplantation required a very highly specialized hospital, a very small team of doctors who were able to do the operation and build a team. And that's why living donor really became more successful in India than deceased donor. And I think that holds good today also. The other advantage is, obviously, we saw the cost of drugs here are much lower. The generic products are much cheaper than in the Western world, and the cost of transplantation in India has also come down. I mean, even then, I don't think it is really affordable for most of the Indian population. If you compare the costs in the UK, it's about $250,000 to $350,000 in the US. To India, around $30,000 to $40,000. I think most centers now would do a liver transplant for 20 lakhs. Fortunately, in some states, especially Tamil Nadu, the government itself sponsors living donor and cadaver liver transplantation for a price of about 16 to 18 lakhs. So it is now available for most people. Now, where do I come from? I worked in the West for almost 25 years. I worked in King's College Hospital, which is where I trained in and was a professor of liver surgery and transplantation at King's College Hospital before moving to India almost 12 years ago. And I've had an interest in really organ donation, improving the number of organs available. So my expertise has been really in the field of split liver transplantation, where cadaver liver is split into two and transplanted for two people. And really, the outcome of our experience in King's College Hospital has been one of the best in the Western world for split liver transplantation. And I also had an interest in transplanting very small children. I took on, because the mortality of transplanting very small children, especially under 5 kilograms of weight, 5 kilograms of weight was very high when we started it in the early phases. But now that's picked up in a great amount. Now we can really transplant 1/8 of an adult liver into a child and improve their survival. And in the early publication, this is almost 25 years ago, this publication, where we have shown that the survival of infants after transplantation can be improved tremendously. And this is where the story, I don't know if many of you may have heard, 1997, this is again more than 25 years ago, I did a transplant on a 5-day-old child, which is still the youngest child ever to receive a liver transplant, using a 1/8 of an organ into this child. And this child has now grown up to be 25-year or 26-year-old lawyer now from Ireland. And you can see the growth of that child with this. And I felt after returning to India, it was very important for this girl to come to India, because pediatric transplantation in India in the beginning was very difficult to convince families to have these children have a transplant, because most of them felt, what is going to be the quality of life for a child like that? To bring a girl like that who was 24-year-old and present her to really the government, to the people, to the transplant community in a large meeting, to show how well she looked, was a huge boost really to the program of pediatric liver transplantation in India. I mean, we had it in our own meeting, and the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu wanted to meet her to publicize it, and Tamil Nadu very rightly actually funds almost 50% of the pediatric transplants in Tamil Nadu are funded. Now, why did I move to India really 10 years, 12 years ago, 13 years ago? I felt really stagnant in the West because most of the transplants were done really as a disease donor transplantation, and there was a limit to the number and limit to the technological innovations. And I went to the East really to see the work being done as a living donor liver transplantation. And there I found that the quality of work done really, especially in Korea, was extremely good. These are the pioneers in living donor liver transplantation. They're from Korea, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and now among them, really, Korea has been one of the biggest centers for developing living donor liver transplantation. And they were doing 5 operating rooms and doing many transplants in one day, where such a possibility did not exist in the West at all, especially the UK and the United States. So I wanted to come back to India and explore the possibility of increasing really the technical advancement in the field of liver transplantation. And I first came to Gleneagles Global Hospital, and then we have our own institution now with 350 beds. Now, in India now, I think it is possible to build excellent facilities. This is our liver transplant intensive care unit. I mean, this is better than any intensive care unit in any part of the world. Americans visiting us, people coming from Europe visiting us would say they would want to have a living intensive care unit like this. But funding is not an issue in India. There are many corporate hospitals who have got lots of money to build hospitals. But what is important is to build a team. And that is what we have achieved over the last 10 years. The liver unit, in our liver unit, there are more than 100 people working, with many of nurses and doctors who've all trained abroad who want to come and work with us to really take this forward. Since I've been in India for now 12 years, we have done over 3,000 liver transplants, and I've been fortunate to work in Tamil Nadu, where even disease donor liver transplantation number has been quite decent. In most of the rest of India, I think in Maharashtra and Telangana, the numbers of DDLP is also improving to an extent. And I've been able to replicate what I was able to do in London. Our pediatric liver, we do more than 100 pediatric liver transplants a year. The top is only up to September. Last year, we did more than 110 pediatric liver transplantation, and that is one of the largest centers in the world. I think in India now, I think we're only second to one of the Chinese center. We do more pediatric liver transplantation than any European or United States centers. So I'm quite proud that we have been able to develop things like that. And the transplant survival has been extremely good as well. People always ask, can you produce the same equivalent outcome to the Western world? And our survival has been consistently more than 90%. And any Western center produces only more than 90% survival with these patients. And I always say the problem that people often ask is, isn't there a higher incidence of infection rate in India? Most of the mortality in liver transplantation comes from technical aspects as well as infections after transplant. So you would have thought that we produce a 90% survival equivalent to the Western centers, and therefore our technical complication and infection complication are not increased. But during the COVID period, I observed that out of the 278 transplants done over 1.5 years period, we had a 97.8% survival. That means during the strict COVID regulations, we had a very strict infection control policy for visitors, for people coming into hospital wearing masks. We were able to improve survival tremendously. So our technical complication rate was much, much lower than even the West. So I think we need to work on this. And if we do, we'll have even better survival than the Western countries. And I just want to show how liver transplantation changes lives of these children. This is a child with very bad liver disease, biliary atresia. Only 3 months later, you can see how well she looks. And when we completed 500 liver transplants, we got our ministers to have a look at that. This is pediatric liver transplant. All of these are children who've had pediatric liver transplant. And if you look at the face of these children, you won't believe really that they've had a liver transplant. And what's happening in India, we've been supporting the government hospital as well. And I've been really, now, this is the numbers that is increasing in India, 3,700 liver transplant. And India now stands number 3 in the world in terms of number of liver transplants. And if you compare it to the UK, you can see how UK's numbers are stagnant. Compared to that, the Indian numbers are increasing in a big way. We are only number 3rd to United States and China. I don't think United States is going to stay there. China will overtake United States, and we will also overtake United States in a very few. Whether we can overtake China is a different matter. And the publications, even in terms of really the academic aspects of the transplant programs in India have improved tremendously. I mean, I have a personal a citation index of 16,000 and a H index of 72 now. And a lot of this has been possible from India. I mean, I've been invited to write chapters in Gray's Anatomy. You would have heard of Gray's Anatomy and Bailey and Love, Short Practice of Surgery. And all these have happened actually after coming to India rather than when I was working in the West. And I've been elected as the president of International Liver Transplant Society. I was the first Asian to be elected as the president of International Liver Transplant Society. And it's not just me. There are now many Indians who are involved in the international scene. Most of these are involved in the International Liver Transplant Society. And in terms of education as well, now India we conducted the consensus conference on living donor liver transplantation, and every specialist who was doing living donor liver transplant throughout the world came to India. And out of which we had 5 publications in the journal Transplantation this year. So academically also India is improving, and we are coming in full circle now. I told you the Koreans were the best for living donor liver transplantation. This year, the Koreans approached the Liver Transplant Society of India and wanted an MOU for research with the Indian Liver Transplant Society. And we signed that only last month with the Koreans. So we have been able to achieve a great deal in India in the field of living donor liver transplantation. Finally, there is one area where we are really excelling in the field, which is better than, as you can see, that technology, people who have been taking on technology much more than anywhere else. And this is the donor operation being done robotically, and India has now the largest numbers of robotic donor hepatectomies done from anywhere in the world. I mean, I don't know if I can show the very short video of half a minute. I think I'm running out of time or run out of time. Now, the reason for taking this on robotically is most of the donors are young people. It is 20, 25-year-old donating for their parents who are about 50, 55-year-old, or young mothers donating for their children. So scar is a big issue. I mean, if you're having cancer surgery, to accept a scar for a cure of cancer is not a huge problem for most people. But if you're donating, particularly an unmarried girl donating for a father, there has been problems that they have not been able to really get married, or people don't want to get married because the scar size is so large for these operations. So really, this sort of techniques have been developed in India, and you can see now the difference between a scar, the traditional scar that is given in most part of the world on the right-hand side, versus a scar that you can do. There are 4 dots in the center with a small incision below the underwear line. So this is a huge advance that India is leading compared to the rest of the world. And I think I end that to say that we have progressed hugely in the field of liver transplantation. And very soon, I think it's not difficult to overtake the United States. And if you're lucky, we can even overtake China, because Chinese transplants are mostly done as a disease donor. If we develop our disease donor liver transplant program with the expertise in living donor as well, the possibility, what we are doing now is about 3,000 liver transplants. If funding is also sorted out, we can go up to 20,000 liver transplants a year in India, which is a real possibility. And that will put us really on the top of the world in this field. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Elia. Another inspiring story. The student from Stanley American College going abroad, become the best liver surgeon in the globe, coming back to India and taking India to the top of the list. Thank you, Dr. Elia. That is very inspiring, following Maman's story. So we're looking forward to another amazing story and another amazing lecture from one of the pioneers in radiology and technology. Over to you, Harsh.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here, but a tough task to follow 2 stalwarts who've shown where India is today and where they envisage it to be in the future. Now, my topic is on diagnostics leading the way. We all know that without a proper diagnosis, it's impossible to treat, especially the specialized diseases that we just heard about. Today, what I'm going to take you through is what probably is the future, maybe even the present, in a disjointed form, integrating of diagnostics, which I think would interest the audience here, who comprises the top thinkers and administrators of hospitals in this country and from outside. Now, what is integrated diagnostics? It's combining pathology, lab medicine, radiology, nuclear medicine, genomics all together. We know that they have mutual interdependence, but the touch points are very limited. What we need is deeply integrated workflows. We need to communicate much more closely with each other. And we need to move beyond the radiological, pathological correlation to correlating everything together. If we look at the word integrated diagnostics, it is gaining popularity. As you can see, a search on PubMed for integrated diagnostics shows an increase in results over the past few years, and this now is an exponential increase. What is the current way that we work? We work in silos. There's the treating doctor on top, and he's sending work to lab medicine, to pathology, to radiology, nuclear medicine, and to genomics. And each of the department actually works in its own silo. What we need is, in the ideal state, in the future, all of these being brought together through a middle layer, which I, for want of a better word, call the integrated diagnostician, who would be between the treating doctor and these multiple departments. Ultimately, a treating doctor sitting in his OPD, getting reams and reams of paper, so much of data. Why should he need to spend so much time trying to put together all of them and trying to reach a conclusive diagnosis or multiple diagnoses or differential. There has to be in the future, as the technologies increase, as data becomes more and more, someone in the middle to be able to digest all of this and give it to the clinician to make sense of. Now, what are the challenges of this so-called integrated diagnostician? It is said, India, 1.4 billion population, we have too much of data, both in volume, variety across patients, diversity across modalities, across departments, too much data for human processing. But what is the reality when we actually go and try to find this data? We realize there's too little data. And you would look at that if you were to look internally in your own hospitals, you would realize that available data is unstructured. It can be in free text form with person-to-person variation. Doctors, as it is, have terrible handwriting by and large, and it's impossible to make sense. For some AI tool to be able to make sense of it, this seems pretty difficult. Then data within the same hospital itself is broken. Then we as doctors want to possess the data. We say we are very reluctant to share it. This is my data. How can I share it with someone else who will make sense of it? So within hospital systems, across geographies, and most importantly, there is lack of normative data, be it for a CT scan, be it for an MRI, be it for genomics, be it for lab medicine. We are following traditional landmarks, which of course do get updated time to time. Blood glucose level of this taken from some Western literature, and that is what we actually try to do within our own country. There is a tremendous lack of normative data. Now, COVID-19, I think, was a case for learning, for realizing the world went through its greatest crisis. And despite honest attempts at sharing data and experiences and learning from each other in the 2.5 years of COVID, yet the tools and regulations for sharing, analyzing, and decision making across the world were far from ideal. Could we have controlled or limited the impact of this pandemic if more robust methodologies or engines of rapid data sharing and disease response were in place? Possibly. The answer is yes. Across the world, thousands of groups created AI algorithms for chest X-rays, high-resolution CT, but did they really make a difference? The answer is still maybe. What can we learn from this and from this apparent failure when the intent of everyone across the world was right? I think the learning is we need to collaborate. Without that, we need to learn from each other's experiences and be able to become better. Does the solution lie in using artificial intelligence? Maybe. But there are too many algorithms, and since we at Margin Imaging and Labs and Caring, our research division, have worked in this field for the last 8 years, we know that there are too many algorithms and no easy way for clinicians to access all of them. Also, the algorithms are too narrow, they are too niche. There is varying anatomy for which there are different algorithms. There are different algorithms for different modalities, X-ray, ultrasound, CT, PET CT, for pathology, chest. Is it for looking at pneumothorax or for looking at pleural effusion or for looking at lung nodules? All of these are very different and would need to get integrated as we go forward. And at the current point of time, 2024, most algorithms ignore the clinical and the lab parameters. They are just in radiology based on the image. And similarly, in histopathology, current AI analyzes images, not patients. And that's the limitation. And that's the limitation we have to overcome, possibly with the new learning models that are coming in, ChatGPT and what have you. Also, there is no easy way to test AI. AI that works well in one hospital may not work as well in another hospital just across the road. We have limited real-world evidence, and clinical workflow integration remains a challenge. It is quite a nightmare for the administrators and the IT specialists. AI solutions need to overcome technical and integrative shortcomings to be clinically valid and acceptable across the board. Now, informatics tools that the clinician diagnostician will need is real-time data search and seamless integration, without which use of AI in hospitals, in clinics, in diagnostic centers is going to be very, very difficult. Now, I do believe as a radiologist that radiologists are ideally suited to play the role of this integrated diagnostician, because we've been dealing with data, digital data, for decades now. We are already trained in assimilating multimodal data. Radiology has been digital from get-go. We have been earliest adopters of informatics and AI. But we need to be clinical radiologists and not armchair radiologists. This is a problem with radiologists, especially the younger ones today who want to sit at home or sit in Goa and just report on scans. That's not the way the future is going to be. And then a new kind of turf war may start. Who becomes the integrated diagnostician? The pathologist wants to do it. Someone else may want to do it. We, however, whosoever it may be, we need to quickly learn skills across domains and technologies, including data science, informatics, and statistical decision-making. Where are we today? We already have integrated tumor boards, and this is something that's available from a company called Sectra, where images, radiology, pathology, and so on and so forth sit side by side, instantly resolve discordances. You do not need to be physically present if you cannot be there. And this improves quality, reduces risks, and this is being used across the board in oncology. We, on our own end, set up an advanced clinical NGS lab in an imaging facility, which was our attempt at integration. And we are still struggling to actually integrate them in a way that it can be given in a form which is easy for the clinician to accept. There are three possible ways of integration of imaging and genomics: techno-commercial. How does genomics drive imaging and vice versa? Viability of healthcare systems, sustainability of healthcare systems is very, very important. And for that, we need to be financially viable, or there has to be money coming from CSR, philanthropic institutions which come in, like it does at the Tata Memorial. They can do things in a much different way than in a hospital, which is completely private, driven by 12 rupees a unit electricity, land which is hundreds of crores, and what have you. Then there are clinical synergies, say genotype and phenotype correlation across a single viewer for oncologists, and then thought process. I think that is very, very important. What can one learn from the other to improve their own practice? I've been told I can go ahead, Alex, because the governor is late. There's single patient-centric window for clinicians, where a clinician is able to see everything on one window, including the past treatment history, the present one, the radiology, pathology, surgery, what have you. This enables radiogenomics analytics in the future, genomics data, detailed imaging data, and clinical follow-up data all seen together. And this ultimately will be used by machine learning systems, by the new genomics algorithms that are getting available to be able to have integration all across the board. Does the future of screening, predictive health, and preventive health lie in integrated diagnostics, where the genetic risk is by exome sequencing, acquired risk by detailed history taking, current status, do I have cancer, by a whole body MRI or some other form of imaging, and my risk of getting cancer in the future as compared to the average person given by genomics. The hospital of the future, I believe, will have an integrated diagnostics department, which will lie at the center of all other departments. And like I said, there would be this integrated diagnostician between the treating doctor and the diagnostics, various diagnostics departments. This is like the Integrated Diagnostics Institute and research, AI, development of newer and newer concepts will all fall within its domain. This is our attempt. We envisaged this about 5 years ago, and about 2.5 years ago, we had the Vice President of India come and inaugurate what we call our Center of Integrated Diagnostics, where under one roof, we do from hemoglobin to next-gen sequencing, and from X-ray to PET-CT, all under one roof. And out of this has also come an AI startup, which is now a full-fledged company called Carpal.ai, which is a platform-based approach to the testing and deployment of AI currently running in some of the best centers of the world: Harvard, Stanford, Thomas Jefferson, Emory, Yale, and now undergoing a commercial attempt. Now, what is the future for young radiologists and physicians as far as the use of AI and its impact is concerned? AI will work as a radiologist assistant, improving productivity and quality, will replace radiologists for certain areas of reporting, will help clinicians read scans and lead to turf erosion. I think the clinicians are very happy taking on the AI algorithms and using them. A neurologist for head CT or head MRI, spine MRI, getting a report given by an AI algorithm and knowing the patient inside out, it can really be useful. Will help in reading scans in underdeveloped parts of the world with limited number of radiologists. Will impact teleradiology providers, the remote reading providers, and improve accuracy, productivity, and lower costs. Of course, questions regarding liability of AI-generated reports still remain. Is it the supervising radiologist? Is it the physician? Is it the AI company which developed the algorithm? Is it the insurance company? Is it the hospital? Or is it someone else? But one thing is for certain: it is going to improve our turnaround times and reduce healthcare costs. In the end, I'd like to leave you with these words, and there are a lot of CXOs and administrators of healthcare sitting in this room. I quote Jack Welch, the legendary chairman of GE, who said, "Change before you have to, and also control your own destiny, or someone else will." Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Harsh, for another amazing presentation. Many of you may not know that Harsh Center was the first center to set up, one of the first centers to set up an MRI in the country, much before All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And apart from being a clinician and a pioneer in this field, he also works behind the scenes to help in policy. And we are looking forward to working together, coming up with a project recently to see how we can reduce maternal and child mortality, and we look forward to that. So I think it's been an extremely inspiring session. And on behalf of CAHO, on behalf of all of us, I want to say thank you to Dr. Elia, to Dr. Mamin, and to Harsh. Thank you very much on behalf of CAHO.
Thank you, sir. I thank our chairpersons and our speakers for the day, requesting you all to stay back as we have a couple of launch programs happening.
Now we invite Dr. Parag to take hold of the reins, please. Dr. Parag, the podium is yours.
Thank you very much, and a big round of applause for our fantastic panelists. Lots of learning. A quick photograph. Dr. Alex, can you please get a good photograph? Ladies and gentlemen, as we move towards the inaugural, we'd like to have a very, very important ceremony in between. We'd like to announce the Center for Quality Promotion. May I please have the chairman for the Center for Quality Promotion, Mr. Joy Chakrabarti, on stage, please. May I also have Mrs. Rama Rajshekhar on board, please, on the stage, who's the co-chair. Also, may I request the mentor from CAHO, Father Johnson, to please come up on the dais. And our very own respected Dr. Vijay Agarwal and Dr. Lalu Joseph to come up on stage, please. As you know, Center for Quality Promotion, these are institutions that allow quality to grow within themselves and get organizations from outside to come and train, to come and learn within their institutions. We have already launched 36 centers for quality promotion, and today we are all set to launch a few more. But before I proceed, for all the stellar work that this team has done, may I please request a small video on what Center for Quality Promotion is all about. Gentlemen, please put your hands together as we go forward. May I request Joy? Ramaji, please stay on stage. Please stay on stage. As we add 2 more centers for quality promotion to the family, may I please request, and please put your hands together, a great round of applause for Bethany Hospital Shillong, Dr. Peter Silo and team to please come up on stage and be acknowledged for the great contribution they're doing to the community. Ladies and gentlemen, for these centers, the applause should not stop. This is going beyond the call of duty. Centers for Quality Promotion embody the true spirit of CAHO. I can't hear the applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is Center for Quality Promotion number 37 in our country. Thank you, Dr. Peter. And to take things forward and announce Center for Quality Promotion number 38, may I invite from Ruby Hall Clinic, Pune, Sonia Bhagat and her team to come forward and get recognized for her contribution to the field of quality. Sonia Bhagat and team. Unfortunately, the CEO couldn't make it there today. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. May I request the dignitaries to kindly step off the dais. Yesterday. We move towards the inaugural function.
Take some time, we can finish up.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, as you're aware, CAHO gets into alliances with organizations to further the cause of quality, not only in India, but across the globe. We would like to launch 3 such alliances today. And to begin with, we'd like to launch the full alliance and get the MOU exchange done. May I please invite on stage Dr. Manish Kohli, past chairman, HIMSS Board of Directors, CEO Beyond Horizon Health, senior advisor, Albert Stonebridge Group, Dr. Vijay Agarwal and Dr. Lalu Joseph to please come on stage to initiate this fantastic alliance with PUL. Please put your hands together for Dr. Manish Kohli and PUL. Hello. Hello. Thank you very much, Dr. Kohli. Next, we'd like to invite on stage the launch of the association with the Indian Institute of Public Health, Gandhinagar. Dr. Soman Saha, Professor and Head Department of Public Health Science and Dean Research and Training, IIPHG. Dr. Medha Vadva, Assistant Professor. Dr. Apurva Kumar Pandya, Assistant Professor. Dr. Lalu Joseph, Dr. Vijay Agarwal, and Dr. Anil Chilimunta. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very important association because this encourages engagement with students and their faculty in the field of research, academia, case studies, white papers in not only healthcare quality, in also healthcare management and operations. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. And I'd like to now have the last, but a very, very important and international association, the launch of the Jakaya Kikwate Cardiac Institute. Okay. So we'll do it a little later. Dr. Kisinge, can you please just hold? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. May I request Mr. Rupak Barua and Dr. Vijay Agarwal to kindly escort our chief guest, the Honorable Governor of West Bengal, Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose.
National anthem, no introduction first. Please everybody stand up.
As we wait for His Excellency, the Honorable Governor of West Bengal, may I request the following dignitaries, Dr. Palin Gundongbam, Mr. Prashant Sharma, Dr. Shankar Sen Gupta, Dr. Vijay Agarwal, and Dr. Lalu Joseph to also come up on the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as you prepare to welcome His Excellency, I request you to kindly stand as His Excellency enters the auditorium and remain standing as we shall immediately commence with the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, the Honorable Governor of West Bengal, Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the national anthem. Thank you. May I request Mr. Rupak Barua, Organizing Chairman CAHOCON 2024, to kindly welcome His Excellency Honorable Governor, sir, with a bouquet of flowers. And may I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forth for the lamp lighting ceremony. The lamp is recognized as a sign of auspiciousness in our culture. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. May I now request Mr. Rupak Barua, Organizing Chairman CAHOCON 2024, to kindly give the welcome address as the Organizing Chairman. Over to you, Mr. Barua.
Good afternoon, esteemed guests, delegates, friends, faculties, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 8th edition of CAHOCON International Conference, and welcome to Kolkata, the city of joy. I take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to our chief guest, His Excellency Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose, the Honorable Governor of West Bengal. It's a matter of pride and honor for us to welcome you, sir, to CAHOCON 2024. Thank you, Your Excellency, for gracing the occasion. As we gather here today for the inaugural ceremony of CAHOCON 2024, it fills me with immense pride and gratitude to welcome each and every one of you to this prestigious international conclave organized by the Consortium of Accredited Healthcare Organization, in short, we call it CAHO, and endorsed by some of India's most esteemed institutions such as NABH, ISQA, ASQA, QCI. CAHOCON 2024 stands as a beacon of excellence in the realm of healthcare. Over the years, NABH has catered to hundreds of healthcare organizations across India. Such a focus on improving patient safety and healthcare, but our healthcare quality standards do not rest only on these laurels, since organizations like NABH and QCI always strive to do better in their fields of expertise. The quality sector and patient safety are currently riding on a wave of positive impact that is indicative on a significant turnaround in the healthcare industry. Organizations such as NABH have become synonymous with quality and for being a boon to hundreds of healthcare service providers who are aspiring to achieve high-level quality standards for the healthcare sector. It is extremely encouraging to see that such organizations have taken several initiatives that contribute in creating an ecosystem for quality in healthcare. As we continue in our journey to improve the quality of life for 1.4 billion Indians, I want you all to take the lead and be the torchbearers to change in this journey where we overcome multiple challenges what we are facing. I believe that we'll work together to uphold and further contributes to the legacy of NABH, QCI, and similar organizations, many of which are present here today, and create a connections with the grassroots to embed the idea of quality in the DNA of each and every citizen across our great nations. It is because of such organizations that we all witness a shift in more patient-centric care and improved clinical outcomes through an equilateral effect of credibility, transparency, and sensitivity within the healthcare sector. Our theme for this year's conference, Making Healthcare Efficient, Effective, Economical, and Equitable, summarizes our collective vision and commitment to enhancing healthcare outcomes for all. It is incumbent upon us to strive for excellence, efficiency, and equity in healthcare delivery system. Over the next 2 days, we will have the privilege of engaging with world-class healthcare leaders, healthcare professionals, researchers, and educators who will share their insights, experience, and expertise. The academic program at CAHOCON 2024 has been formulated in a manner that we can address crucial issues such as patient safety and quality in healthcare. At a time when it has become imperative to bridge the gap between healthcare sector providers and communities, we deliver our focused agenda will help in taking a deep dive and the major part is the trust deficit. Our endeavor is to empower the healthcare workforce with the necessary tools and knowledge to elevate patients' care standards and ensure safety through engaging discussions, workshops, and insightful presentations. I'm also happy to let you know that we have included Ayush as a part of this conference, establishing our commitment to recognize and integrate India's traditional and holistic healthcare practices into our broader healthcare system, to take a more inclusive approach to health and wellness. We look forward to invigorating discussions, groundbreaking research insights, practical solutions, and transformative plans aimed at revolutionizing healthcare and benefiting communities worldwide. As we convened in the vibrant city of Kolkata, with its rich cultural tapestry and robust healthcare ecosystem, let us not only focus on the exchange of knowledge and ideas, but also on forging meaningful partnership and collaborations. Kolkata, with its warmth and hospitality, provides the perfect backdrop for us to come together and chart the course for a healthier, more equitable future. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Department of Health and Family Welfare, Government of West Bengal, for their invaluable support in hosting CAHOCON 2024. Their commitment to advancing healthcare in the region is commendable, and we are honored to have them as our partners in the organizations. To our respective delegates, speakers, sponsors, and partners, I urge you to make the most of the opportunity to learn, connect, and collaborate. Let us leverage our collective wisdom and resources to drive positive change and elevate the standards of healthcare delivery, not just in Eastern India, but across the globe. This summit is more than just an event. It is an experience, a platform for learning, partnership, and personal solution. Let us evolve towards a future where healthcare is not just efficient and effective, but also economical and equitable for all. Together, let us embark on the journey of discovery, innovations, and transformation. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barua. May I now request the President CAHO, Dr. Vijay Agarwal, to kindly speak to us about CAHO and its journey. Over to you, Dr. Agarwal, sir.
So friends, on behalf of our patrons, governing committee, organizing committee, and my partner who has been serving this organization for the last so many years, Dr. Lalu Joseph, I welcome also our esteemed chief guest, Honorable Governor of West Bengal, to this 8th edition of CAHOCON, which is the annual gathering of the CAHO family, and that is endorsed by prestigious bodies like ISQA, ASQA, Quality Council of India, and this year, even by the government of West Bengal. We are extremely proud of such an association. CAHO is an organization of healthcare institutions, diagnostic centers, and quality professionals to help each one of us together by synergizing their own energy in capacity building to promote patient safety, quality, and accreditation. This is being done by pooling the expertise of the experts all over the country. There are no hired experts, there are no hired teachers. Each one of the people have come together to create this movement. We have also understood that if we want to create a movement of patient safety, then all the persons, all the stakeholders of healthcare delivery have to be reached out to. Everyone has to be addressed, be it clinicians and nurses, administrators, quality professionals, rehab professionals, pharmacists, dietitians, housekeeping people, each one of them. We are trying to, even the healthcare engineers. And now we are also, therefore, together, we can work on creating a sustainable healthcare environment. We can together see how to adopt technology, how can we make it more efficient and economical. The theme of our 8th annual conference, Making Healthcare Economical, Efficient, Effective, and Equitable, encapsulates a vision for transforming the healthcare landscape
This theme underlines the urgent need to address the comprehensive aspect of healthcare delivery to ensure that it is not only cost-effective, but also operates at the highest efficiency, achieves the best possible outcomes, and is accessible to every segment of the society without discrimination. This comprehensive theme guides us towards a healthcare system designed to meet the needs of the population efficiently and effectively with a focus on sustainability and fairness. I am sure, ladies and gentlemen, we will enjoy the deliberations over the next 2 days, and we look forward to your feedback because it is your feedback only which can help us to improve. There is no way we can make any event faultless or perfect. So when we hear only good things, that's not the thing that we are looking at. We want to know from you what is not good so that we can improve. So thank you very much. And thank you very much for devoting your time. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Agarwal. And now I request our co-organizing chairman, CAHOCON 2024, Dr. Palin Kundongbam, to kindly felicitate Honorable Governor, sir. Dr. Palin, sir, and Mr. Barua also can join, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause not stop, please. This is our very own Honorable Governor, sir. Thank you very much. We are today going to launch a slew of CAHO newer initiatives. And as we begin, we'd first like to have a special recognition award to the National Accreditation Board for Laboratories. This award is given for outstanding efforts to promote quality and patient safety in diagnostic laboratories. NABL, in conjunction with CAHO, conducted over 25 programs on training of laboratory personnel on ISO 15189, the transition from 2012 to 2022 version in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. This is a yeoman service to enhance the quality of laboratory services, one of the key pillars of healthcare. May I please invite Mr. N. Venkateswaran, CEO, National Accreditation Board for Laboratories, and Dr. Pankaj Johri, Director and Head Operations Medical, National Accreditation Board for Laboratories on the dais. And may I please request His Excellency, Honorable Governor, sir, to kindly recognize this superb effort, which will go a long way in enhancing the quality of healthcare in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause not stop, please. The laboratories deserve it. And one small thing that I forgot, and let's launch the CAHOCON 2024 souvenir release by His Excellency. May I please have the copies of the souvenir brought on board, please, on stage? Go. our very own CAHOCON 2024 souvenir. As I said, we've got a ton of new launches today. In these trying times where we are facing a lot of litigation against doctors, hospitals, and in general against healthcare, there is a need to ensure effective credentialing and privileging processes in organizations to enhance patient safety, to reduce medical errors, and enhance clinical outcomes. With this view in mind, a special team of people got together and put out a white paper on privileging in medical practice, a call for action, jointly authored by CAHO and the Institute of Medicine and Law. I would like to invite His Excellency Honorable Governor, sir, to kindly launch this white paper as well. I'd like to invite Advocate Mahendra Kumar Bajpai. I think he is not here today. Dr. Vijay Agarwal, Dr. Anil Chilimunta, Ms. Dhania Michael, Dr. Ranjit Emmanuel James, Dr. Latif Johnson, Advocate Ravindra Mangal, and Dr. Lalu Joseph to kindly inaugurate the white paper on privileging in medical practice, a call for action. This is something which will enable all of us to learn better and to deliver better healthcare outcomes. Hi. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The next white paper, which CAHO is proud to be associated with, is a white paper on patient-reported experience measures, a survey to evaluate the actual experience of patients who undertake our healthcare services. This survey, this PREM survey was undertaken in 17 clinical areas and piloted by 200 healthcare professionals across 450 hospitals before coming to a consensus. Today, we are ready to launch the patient-reported experience measures, and we are ready to hand over the white paper to the community. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly invite, I welcome Dr. Rahul Deshmukh, Dr. Nisha Nair, Dr. Pratish Ravindran, Dr. Malti M, Dr. Venkatesan, Dr. Ganesan, and Dr. Lalu Joseph to come up on stage for the unveiling of the white paper on PREM. This is the voice of your patient. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. As you know, it is extremely crucial to not only gather data about the errors of healthcare, but to also analyze the adverse events that we see in our practice. This essentially is done in order to enhance patient safety and improve the outcomes that we give to our patients. CAHO has been actively spreading awareness by having detailed compilation of these adverse events and healthcare errors. We have now come out with the second edition with a detailed analysis of adverse events and how we can prevent them. To release the second edition of Convert, I welcome on stage Dr. Vasundhara Atre, Dr. Babu Narayanan, Mr. Adil, Ms. Dania Michael, Dr. Anna George, Dr. Geeta Fulari, and Ms. Vaishnavi. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this stellar group of professionals.
The name of this Jakaya Kikwate Cardiac Institute का नाम मुझे प्रिंट करके मतलब इस Peter Kissing I know the full name of the institute and properties.
Convert second edition, available for all of us to go through and to learn from. Thank you very much. As you know, CAHO is an exciting body to work with and to be in. And we constantly look at ways and means of enhancing the outcomes of patient care. In this line, we've gone ahead and launched what is called the CAHO Amneal I Comply. This is focused on enhancing the practices of infection control and antimicrobial stewardship. CAHO partnered with Amneal to launch this much-needed program in the era of multi-drug resistant organisms. I Comply aims to handhold and bridge the gap between policies and practices of infection prevention and control and antimicrobial stewardship through a stepwise audit to ensure excellence. We are proud today to launch the CAHO Amneal I Comply, the Center of Excellence program. May I please request Dr. J. Jayalakshmi, Mr. Rahul Das, Mr. Apurva Rahulkar, Dr. Chaitra Parulekar, Dr. Malti M, along with our very own Dr. Lalu Joseph, to come up here on stage for the launch of the CAHO Amneal I Comply Infection Prevention and Control and Antimicrobial Stewardship Center of Excellence program. A big round of applause for this much needed initiative in this complex era of multi-drug resistant organisms. I'm sure that most of you will sign up for this program, and it helps us to narrow down the gap in the infection control practices that we have in our organization. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. One area that has always been complex has been the area of endoscopy. And CAHO has gone ahead and launched the Endoscopy Center of Excellence program in association with ASP, a first of its kind program to audit and mentor endoscopy facilities, endoscopy equipment management and technology, which has got excellent trained staff and standardized protocols in the area of reprocessing to promote evidence-based practices. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome on board Dr. Parivalan R, Banali Banek, Dr. Malti, Mr. Nikunj, and Veenu Joseph. We're all going to need the endoscopy, so a little bit more of applause would be more than welcome, ladies and gentlemen. As we just spoke about, antibiotic stewardship is probably the golden key to better antimicrobial management. And in this regard, CAHO has partnered with Biomiru to launch the Biomiru CAHO Certificate Program on Antimicrobial Stewardship. We are launching this program today, and I'd like to invite on stage, somebody is already here, a veteran of laboratory medicine and infection control practices, my good friend, Dr. Sankar Sen Gupta Da, Dr. Dev Kishore, Dr. Vijay Agarwal, Dr. Laju Joseph, and Dr. J. Jai Lakshmi. Please welcome them as we launch the Biomeru CAHO certificate program on antimicrobial stewardship. Thank you very much. And there is one part of CAHO International where we are getting into a memorandum of understanding exchange. I'd like to invite on stage the Executive Director of the Jakaya Kikwete Cardiac Institute, Tanzania, Dr. Peter Kisinge. Dr. Kisinge, can you please join us? Okay. I think Dr. Kisinge has got detained with some other urgent business. That's fine. We shall do that later. And it gives me great privilege and it's an honor to welcome to address this August gathering, His Excellency, the Honorable Governor, Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose. So we'd like to hear words of wisdom from you. Over to you.
Consortium of accredited healthcare organizations, President Dr. Vijay Agarwal, Secretary General Dr. Lalu Joseph, Organizing Chairman Mr. Rupak Barwa, Co-Chairman Dr. Palin, Co-Chairman Mr. Prashant Sharma, Organizing Secretary Dr. Shankar Sen Gupta. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, expert doctors and friends. First of all, I thank the organizers for giving me this valuable opportunity to take part in this momentous conference here. May I share a happy confidence with you. As governor in the last 1.5 years, I have had the opportunity to address many conferences in this very same auditorium. But this one, I find as the most dignified and most purposeful conference. We are all taught right from our younger days, Sharira Madhyam Khalu Karma Sadhanam. In Latin they say, mens rea in corpore, mens sana in corpore sana. In English, sound mind in a sound body. So the basic relation between the mind and the body, which constitutes the secret of health, has been known to all of us even from our childhood. But the quality of healthcare, that is something which is very important. The quality everywhere is important. I remember a fable which I heard in my younger days. In the forest, as you know, there are many animals. Some strong, some cold, some small. There is one mischievous animal, a small creature.
It is called Angula. Angula is very small in size, but his ego, his arrogance is very great. Angula will measure all the animals and say, elephant, you are 12 feet long and 8 feet tall. Similarly, when we came to the nightingale, very soon he said, you're only 2 millimeters long and 1 millimeter wide. And laughed at her. The nightingale got hurt. The nightingale started singing in full throatedness, as a poet would say. All the creatures stood still, mesmerized by the voice and the song of the nightingale. After the song was finished, the nightingale asked the Angula, can you measure the quality of my song? Can you measure the quality of my treatment? Can you measure the quality of my medicine? Can you measure the quality of my hospital? I think this is a very, very pertinent question, which you are asking yourself, that the way find answers to that will depend on the healthcare service of the nation. We saw during the COVID days how India rose to the occasion. Every health worker, the doctor, the nurse, the paramedical, everybody stand together. Every health worker was a one-man army. We stood together, we fought together, we won together. Look how what Churchill said about the Royal Air Force. We'll fight it out. He said, the nervous has been done by so few, to so many in so short a time. That is what the health workers need for the nation. When the whole world was laughing at India, and the prophets of God were predicting that his nation we survived. We faced the COVID. The medical warriors of India. They were good. That is the business. And India can do. Rather than stand and stare. Preaching to the medical fraternity was one of the main service for this nation. You are the health warriors. The nation is indebted to you. If you speak about Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat, it is mainly because the medical fraternity is there. Make this country healthy and wealthy. Well, and those two go together, as you know. Sound mind in a sound body. Yes, that is the basic principle of this. I have heard or learned as a student at school, life is nothing but froth and bubble. Life is nothing but froth and bubble. Two things stand like stone. Kindness in another's troubles and courage in your own. Life is nothing but froth and bubble, but two things stand like stone. Kindness in another's trouble and courage on your own. That is perhaps what the medical fraternity exceeds everywhere. Yes, that is very important. I remember, again, if I start expressing serious thoughts in light vein, I will again go back to the anecdotal mode. There was this young girl, poor girl. She has a cow. The mother milks the cow every day. One bottle of milk will be there. She sells the bottle, the nearest shop, gets the money, it's a provision for the day. Once, when she was going to sell the milk, the poor girl asked her, I would like to drink milk, I have no milk. Can I give it to you? She said, yes. How much does it cost? She said, 15 rupees. He said, I wish I could give 20 rupees, but I want to have the milk. Young girl gave him the milk without any money. But she was worried. When I got back home, my mother just asked me, you have no money to buy the provisions. How could you give money? But you know what the mother did? The mother hugged her daughter, complimented her, and said, you have done a great deed. This is scene number one. Scene number two, this young girl grows up. She's now 45 years old. She's a school teacher. She got cancer. She was admitted in one of the best cancer centers in the city. She was cured. But then the problem of how to pay the bill. She asked for the bill and said, I will try to pay it in installments somehow. The bill has already been settled by way of bottle of milk. Yes, life is nothing but you know, this young man owns the hospital. This young man gives milk without any a gift from the girl. She owns the hospital. That is why he said the milk has been paid for a bottle of milk. There is nothing but broken bottle. Life is nothing but broken bottle. Putting stands like stone. Kindness and unlimited troubles and courage in your own. We have no time to forget this. Now I understand it's not only the allopathic medicine. That's what I got that. Also, that was circulated to me. This integrated medicine, WHO says that even now, more than 70% of the world relies on nature medicine. The medicine has its own merit. The medicine, the medical science as a whole, is something which makes you distinct from others. When you speak of medical profession, of course, the thought which comes to our mind are those of the expert doctors. They have done a lot of human service to humanity, no doubt about that. But it's a team. It's a teamwork which makes healthcare successful. There is a nurse, there is a paramedical person, and one set of people who are more significant and sinning on the basis. I happen to be the association or a part of a committee to study the welfare of the nurses. From Kerala, I come from Kerala. And every worker gets about 1,000 rupees a day, whereas the nurse gets only 200 rupees a day. Even that is also not regular. There are welfare boards. I was chairman as the principal secretary labor. Some of the welfare boards, which belong to the workers, they have crores and crores of thousands and crores of rupees in them. When government goes bankrupt, when government has shortage, you take money from these labor organizations. But the nurses who spend the life running the profession, I was a part of the committee who says as to suggest ways and means to improve their life. Florence Nightingale. Florence Nightingale has come, the symbol of nursing. And you know, her notes on nursing is a Bible of nursing everywhere. Certainly, doctor to medical team, the doctors, the nurses, the paramedical personnel, the healthcare people, the medical warriors, the producers of medicine, the researchers, we have to read them all together and do whatever is required to see that their morale is kept high. You remember Dorothy Fielding, the legendary nurse who was a countess, the most beautiful, elegant young at that time. All the heirs and counts, they thought of her having their hand in marriage. Suddenly she decides to do and join the military as a nurse. That is a great message for everyone. Our medical service, along with medical service, makes the medical profession great. People want it. And everything is also very important. That is why I'm happy that you also included Ayush. I don't want to take more of your time. You know, healthcare is something which is very necessary for the nation. India is becoming the youngest nation in the world. Our democracy is something which is going on to nation building. We are a healthy nation. And that healthy nation requires not only medical profession, there is also medical awareness should be there. People should know how to live. I remember there was a very obese man in my village. Once he decided he should shed his obesity because it's retarding his daily performance. He went to an Ayurvedic there. The Ayurvedic asked him, what are his food habits? Early morning, sir, I have 4 liters of milk. Okay. And for breakfast, 20 idlis, 10 doshas, and 5 bananas of the Kerala type. Okay. Then for lunch, 2 kilograms of chicken, then fish, 3 or 4 measures of rice. And then for dinner, 20 chapatis, fish, and chicken curry. Then Ayurveda said, it's very easy to reduce your weight. How? Take 3 times just rice porridge. He is asking, yes, I will take it, but shouldn't be before or after food. So that is the way we try to take care of the health. We have to take care of the health ourselves. Others cannot do that. Whether it's a fat man or the young man, health is wealth. That is something which we cannot give go by. And again, it is for the patient himself. The patient has to be educated. Patient has to be made aware of the requirements of health. He cannot ignore your body, then blame the doctor that you are not unhealthy. I remember I studied in one of the school colleges run by the Christian missionaries. We had a principal, Father Papias, a very affectionate priest, very fond of children, but he had one problem. He is a stickler for cleanliness, a kind of, obsessive compulsive syndrome, whatever you call it. He cannot tolerate even a piece of paper lying neglected there. Very fussy about cleanliness. After his retirement, he was sent to a church in North India, Sagar. On the way to the church, he saw a donkey lying dead on the road. A stickler for cleanliness, this priest ran up the municipal commissioner, a young IAS officer, and told him a donkey is lying dead on the road. Please make arrangements to bury it. The arrogant IAS officer asked the priest, burial of the dead is the duty of the priest. You do the burial. Not to be outwitted by this arrogant officer. The father said very politely, yes, burial of the dead is the duty of the priest. I will certainly make arrangements to bury the dead donkey. But before that, I thought I should relatives, that is what we call it. So when it comes to social service, serving others, this is what is here around in society. The medical profession has outstood this. The medical profession is respected because they serve. They serve with total sincerity, total dedication. It is not only during pandemic because focus the best that is there in the medical fraternity of this nation. Now there is no looking back. The medical fraternity depends, the nation depends on them to make us into Viksit Bharat, especially in the medical field. Reach the 100th year of our independence. I do not want to take more of your time. Last time I remember, this very same way, I made a long speech, which put me in some difficulty. There I told them I had a very big discomfitures, which has come to me on account of speeches. See, I happen to be district collector of a district called Kollam in Kerala. Anybody from Kerala here? So many. Oh yeah, even in the moon they are there. Yes. Now, there was an international conclave of religions there. So many speakers came from all over the world. Graham Greene or so many big speakers were there. One day, it was a turn for Swami Chinmayananda. He's an exponent in the Bhagavad Gita. His discourse on the Bhagavad Gita attracts large crowds all over the world. I also went there, being the local district collector, district magistrate. I also went to meet him and also listened to his discourse. Then I heard an announcement over the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Chennai Ananda's flight has been delayed by 1 hour. Another announcement. In the meantime, our district collector Anand was speaking. My God. I asked him, what is the topic? What is the topic? Dialectical materialism and the essence of Indian philosophy. Have you understood anything? I did not understand a thing. But I started speaking dialectical materialism and the essence of Indian philosophy. 15 minutes passed. I got a chit. The chit, you know what was written? Normally when you get a chit during speech, it means please wind up. You know what was written? His Holiness flight has been delayed by 1 more hour. Please speak on. So 2 hours on the simple topic called dialectical materialism and the essence of Indian philosophy. That was scene number 2. I got an award by the United Nations. Global Best Practice Award for Cost Effective and Environment Friendly Housing. That is for the organization which I built up when I was district collector. I was invited to even, I was given 3 minutes to speak there after receiving the award. Happily received the award and I made the speech. I was resting in a mountain hotel. At midnight, I got a call. Then at that time, this mobile was not very popular. That is a long distance phone call, international call. It's a lady on the other side of the phone, it was very clear. Old lady. She asked me, are you talking to Dr. C.V. Anand Rose? Yes, ma'am. Doctor, I need your help. Please tell me, ma'am. Doctor, for the last 3 days, I am not able to sleep. I need your help. I thought maybe she mistook me for a medical doctor because there is a doctor within me. I said, ma'am, I'm not a medical doctor. I know everything about you. I know everything about you. I need your help. I need your help. I cannot sleep. Then I asked her, ma'am, do you have hypertension? Yes, I have hypertension. Are you in the habit of taking sleeping pills before you sleep? Yes, I am in the habit of taking phenobarbital. I've forgotten to take it. That's why we are not getting sleep in the last 3 days. No, Dr. Bose, I have taken all the medicine that is there. Only you can help me. You can help me. Tell me, in what way can I help you? You remember, when the district collector here, he gave a speech on dialectical materialism and the essence of Indian philosophy. 1 minute after he started speaking, I started sleeping. Please repeat the speech once again. So I did not want to continue long on this. And 2 more confidences which I have to share with you in brief. That is, these days, I'm the chancellor of the many universities here. So I'm very keen on holding the convocation so that degrees can be given to the students. For the last so many years, convocations have not been held and children are suffering. So almost every day I go for some convocation or the other. And being the chancellor, normally professors and vice chancellors and students will be respectful, they clap at your speech and all. So I gave a long speech. People clapped, encouraging me. At the end of it, I said, we need industrial reform, we need social reform, we need agricultural reform. Students said from the audience, but we need some chloroform. Before you say that, thank you very much. I wish you the best. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for honoring us with those words of wisdom. And may I invite Dr. Sankar Sengupta, Organizing Secretary, CAHOCON 2024, to kindly propose a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. It's indeed a proud privilege for me to give the Thanksgiving in this August occasion of 8th edition of annual conclave of Consortium of Accredited Healthcare Organization, which has been endorsed by esteemed institutions like ISCOA, ASCOA, QCI, NABH, NABL, JCI, an Australian accreditation body. We have been blessed by the presence of His Excellency, Honorable Governor of the State of West Bengal, Dr. C.V. Anand Bose, as a chief guest. Thank you, sir, for being over here as a chief guest to bless us. We are definitely thankful, at the same time grateful to the organizing chairperson of this conference, Mr. Rupak Borua, and the entire organizing committee of CAHOCON and CAHOLabCon. I would like to give thanks all of them. We are blessed and rather we are fortunate to get the blessings of our CAHO Governing Council. They entrusted us to organize such a mega event in right term. In today's time, it is the biggest event of the healthcare providers. And particularly, I'm thankful to our president of CAHO, Dr. Vijay Agarwal, sir. Thank you, sir, for deposing faith in us. And our Secretary General, Dr. Lalu Joseph. Thank you, ma'am. Without your inspiration and help, we wouldn't have come to up to this level. Incidentally, we are the last biggest city to conduct this conference. All other big cities have already done it. So at one point of time, nobody thought that it will happen in Kolkata. Only Dr. Lalu Joseph gave us the inspiration, told it is possible in Calcutta. I believe we have been able to keep up to your expectation. I'm thankful to all the delegates who have come from all over the country. In fact, across the country. I have met the people from Bangladesh, met the people from Tanzania, I have met the people from Sri Lanka. They are here because they know now Indian quality system in healthcare is also speak a lot. I'm thankful to all the hospitals who have helped us for conducting this conference successfully and smoothly. All healthcare institutions as well as organizations who are allied, all the speakers who have come over here from different parts of the country, and all the partners of this journey, and all the sponsors, without whom it would have been not possible to conduct this mega event. I would like to tell everybody knows that this year's theme, CAHOCON theme, was making healthcare efficient, effective, economical, and equitable. CAHOCON mirrors our goal to improve healthcare for everyone. The event is for people who care for creating a better world for the next generation and for the possibly the child who has arrived new. I would like to recite 3 lines from a poet who died of tuberculosis and who had an excellent and extraordinary talent, Shukanta Bhattacharya. I will do everything to clean this earth of all debris. I will make this world livable for this child. This is my solemn pledge to the newborn. CAHO has taken that pledge to make this healthcare system, to make this country a better livable place. Thank you. I pay my sincere respect to all the CAHO leaders, CAHO dignitaries, CAHO delegates, and all the colleagues, my friends, my office staff, the CAHO secretary staff. For them, without them, possibly I wouldn't have been made it possible to be over here on this podium, and that is truth for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sen Gupta. Request you to please rise for the national anthem.
तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जय जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय जय जय
Requested to kindly remain standing as His Excellency, the Governor of West Bengal, Dr. Bose, exits the auditorium. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That brings us to the culmination of the first half of day one of CAHOCON 2024. As you proceed for lunch, kindly note the number of the hall given at the bottom of the coupon. That's exactly where you'll be permitted to go for lunch. Enjoy your lunch and do get back for a scintillating debate on grading of accredited hospitals, boon or bane. Thank you very much. And let's get back at exactly 2:30. Thank you very much.
বিক্রম বলছি এর এর এই বিক্রম আমি তো পাঠিয়েছি বলছি তুই শুধু পোডিয়ামের ল্যাপটপের অডিওটা চেক কর না একটা অডিও এখান থেকে পাঠাচ্ছে বলিয়ে না
Welcome to the new world of innovation and possibilities. Welcome to Amneal. Founded in 2002, our journey began with a simple vision to make essential medicines more accessible and affordable to all.
Time has come to leverage the assets of Amneal outside of the bus. It will help us give access to patients who are in need.
Welcome to the new era in infectious diagnostics testing. Introducing Amneal Genomics. The growing threat of antimicrobial resistance has put a huge burden on hospitals and clinicians. There is a need for a next-generation diagnostic tool that offers cutting-edge technology with comprehensive pathogen coverage, enabling clinicians with a conclusive report. Introducing DXN1, the 3C approach to diagnosis. That's cutting-edge. Comprehensive with pan-genomic panels like BACFAST, which identifies more than 22,000 bacterial species. Digital ABST, which can identify associated drug resistance pattern. FurFast, which identifies over 9,000 DNA and RNA viruses. And FungiFast, which identifies over 6,000 fungal species, including the recently evolved one. Conclusive. Join us as we continue to evolve and make healthy possible for millions around the world. Visit Amneal Scientific booth for more information.
বলছি যে পিআই লাগানো আছে প্রাইভেট পিআই লাগানো পিআই কি ওখানে আছে সুইচে দাও
Caesar Hospitals and Research Institute, located at Yangon in Far West, Manipur, India, created the vision of becoming one of the premium and leading brands in healthcare services by 2026, recognized globally by our customers for our holistic approach, personal touch, and technological advancement. From a modern practice career attached to a pharmacy at Pauna Bazaar, Imphal in 1985 to the 350-bedded professionally managed specialty hospital at Yangon with more than 1,460 dedicated full-time caregivers, including 196 doctors, specialists, and super specialists. Guinness World Record holder for removal of the largest neck tumor in the world, the hospital also holds the record for many first medical revolution in the region. Caesar today stays as a preferred destination for kidney, critical and cardiac care, emergency and trauma, joint replacement, minimal access surgery, neurosurgery, stroke management, eye care, plastic surgery, fertility, gastroenterology, oncosurgery, etc. Committed towards continual improvement of its quality management system, Cedar is the first NABH accredited hospital in the state and NABL accredited laboratory. Cedar operates the state's only common biomedical waste treatment facility. Cedar is today a global institute. JC Programming of Sciences is the only top private medical college in India with 150 students in 10 program. With India's Address policy, Mountain's favorable location and strengths, the state can be
ভিডিও চলছে ভিডিও 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 অডিও তো হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ ভিডিও থেকে অডিও তোমার কিছু করতে হবে না শোনো 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 শোনো
We're forming a more powerful singular identity for enterprise organizations and individuals that, combined with MediSpan, covers the entire patient journey, from clinical decision support and drug reference to patient engagement and drug data solutions. The healthcare industry is facing staffing shortages, worker fatigue, financial pressures, and the growing complexities of patient care. Now, UpToDate and MediSpan more fully reflect their value with consistent content at the point of care and across care teams to reduce care variability. Confirming doctors' orders are clearly implemented, drug dosing is consistent, and patient education is aligned. Unifying our solutions under the UpToDate and MediSpan brands streamlines our value at the point of care and offers the promise of new technology so that you can focus on what matters most. Trusted, unified, UpToDate and MediSpan, only from Walters Kluwer.
Hello, I'm Akshat Mapani, the fourth generation of Bangalore Seniors, a 70-year-old laundry company with expertise in the healthcare sector. Welcome to our latest facility in Donju. This facility is a state-of-the-art, first of its kind, cloud-based laundry that will service private hospitals across Kolkata. Welcome to the reception area. The beauty of this facility lies in the fact that it's emerged out of the experience of passing 5 JCI audits with Apollo hospitals and 2 NEBH accreditations. It's ergonomically designed, keeping the workflow in mind. Welcome to the soil linen segregation zone. It's been designed in such a manner to have 3 different compartments to store blankets, bed sheets, and pillow covers respectively. We ensure that there's no interaction between the soil linen and the fresh linen that's already processed and packaged. This is a dedicated space for the storage of detergents and chemicals. The detergents that we're currently using are completely organic, both in terms of its effect on the linen as well as on the environment. These are the list of detergents that we are currently using. In fact, this entire area, that is the detergent room, is taken care of by divers. We move on to the spotting zone. As the name suggests, this is where the linen is treated for its stains before it enters its wash process. In fact, the wash process is written beside me here. It's been specially made in conjunction with Johnson Diversey, customized for our particular needs. Behind washing machine number 1, which is an absolute warehouse. The washing machine having the capacity of 200 kgs. So in about 1 round, you can turn around about 400 bed sheets. Behind me is the hydro extractor section. The 4 hydros are strategically next to the 2 warehouse machines so that the linen can be rinsed immediately after it's washed and comes out of these machines. As you can see, there's a significant chunk of linen being rinsed. If you look at all the 4 washing machines put together when they're working in unison, with labor output of about 14 to 15 hours, this particular Donju facility boasts having the capacity of doing anything between 22,000 to 25,000 pieces of linen per day. We're now moving towards our mechanized drying section that consists of 3 machines primarily, the 70 kg dryer, the 60 kg dryer, and the 50 kg dryer. This device, ladies and gentlemen, is something that we at Bangalore Seniors are extremely proud of. As you know, we invest heavily in R&D, research and development, and this is one such product that utilizes the principle of magnetism to supply heat energy to this particular device. So essentially, we're reducing our consumption of electricity by installing these devices. Very soon, all our dryers will be operated by this principle. The special steam generated press, which is usually synonymous to retail outlets, but we use it in this facility to service VIP along with staff uniform. The second floor of the premises, as you can see, consists of a conference room where we conduct monthly equality review meetings with our affiliated hospitals. We also interact virtually by means of video conferences with our partners in Ahmedabad, Bilaspur, Guwahati, and Bhubaneswar. This, as you can see, is the process of manual drying, which is currently taking place. It is highly recommended that we expose it to sun as it helps eliminate all the bacteria which could potentially be remained at the end of the wash process. The second floor of the premises is designed in a bespoke manner, keeping in mind our requirements for natural light, ventilation, as well as a lot of sunlight. So you can see over here, there's a special fiber used for the purpose of allowing light in, yet at the same time, it prevents overheating of the facility. Similarly, there are large windows here which allow for natural ventilation to come in, so we can create a convection current of natural light downstairs as well as upstairs. The last stage of the process involves packaging of the fresh linen into different bags. As you can see, this is a dark green and this is a dark blue. So these two are color coded, which essentially signifies the fact that they belong to two different hospitals. Thank you for joining me on this virtual tour of our Bangalore facility. We look forward to hosting you at this facility, which, be rest assured, is only the first project in the pipeline of many such projects where we continue to set benchmarks of excellence for the industry.
Upbeat's perfect for recognizing the P waves and classifying arrhythmias. It has 24-bit resolution sensing compared to 10 to 16 bits used in Holters and patches, 250 times higher levels than in 16-bit sensing. This is how Upbeat performs monitoring. Your user puts on the hex and flex patch and goes about doing regular activities. The patch keeps recording and transmitting data to Upbeat app on the phone via Bluetooth. The phone transmits the data to Upbeat Cloud via 3G, 4G, 5G, or Wi-Fi networks. We keep tab on the quality of data, contact the user remotely, and correct any issues to get the best traces. The computer algorithms keep generating the heartbeat annotations. Once the recording is over, Upbeat's comprehensive review process starts. Data is first sanitized for artifacts and noise. Next, false positives and incorrectly classified beats are corrected using proprietary tools. Templates are then generated so that they contain correct information. Thereafter, proper strips are placed with onset and termination of events in the room. We strive to achieve the best possible health outcome for every user. Every beat counts at Upbeat. Upbeat has monitored users from 24 hours to 72 days continuously till date. Upbeat is designed and made with love in India for our people and the world. For most accurate tracings and world-class reporting, switch to Upbeat now for Holter and ELR.
Get Upbeat now. For Holter, ELR, and continuous ECG monitoring.
Welcome to the new world of innovation and possibilities. Welcome to Amneal. Founded in 2002, our journey began with a simple vision to make essential medicines more accessible and affordable to all.
Time has come to leverage the assets of Amneal outside of the US. It will help us give access to patients who are in need.
Welcome to the new era in infectious diagnostics testing. Introducing Amneal Genomics. The growing threat of antimicrobial resistance has put a huge burden on hospitals and clinicians. There is a need for a next generation diagnostic tool that offers cutting edge technology with comprehensive pathogen coverage, enabling clinicians with a conclusive report. Introducing DXN1, the 3C approach to diagnosis. That's cutting edge. Comprehensive with pan-genomic panels like BACFAST, which identifies more than 22,000 bacterial species. Digital ADST, which can identify associated drug resistance pattern. VerFast, which identifies over 9,000 DNA and RNA viruses. And FungiFast, which identifies over 6,000 fungal species, including the recently evolved one. Conclusive. Join us as we continue to evolve and make healthy possible for millions around the world. Visit Amneal Scientific booth for more information.
Caesar Hospitals and Research Institute, located at Yangon in Far West Manipur, India, created the vision of becoming one of the premium and leading brands in healthcare services by 2026, recognized globally by our customers for our holistic approach, personal touch, and technological advancement. From a modern practice clinic attached to a pharmacy at Pauna Bazaar, Imphal in 1985 to the 350-bedded professionally managed super specialty hospital at Yangon with more than 1,460 dedicated full-time care givers, including 196 doctors, specialists, and super specialists. Guinness World Record holder for removal of the largest neck tumor in the world, the hospital also holds the record for many first medical revolution in the region. Caesar today stands as a preferred destination for kidney, critical and cardiac care, emergency and trauma, joint replacement, minimal access surgery, neurosurgery, stroke management, eye care, plastic surgery, fertility, gastroenterology, oncosurgery, etc. Committed towards continual improvement of its quality management system, Caesar is the first NABH accredited hospital in the state and NABL accredited laboratory. Caesar operates the state's only common biomedical waste treatment facility at Ramte. Caesar is today a teaching institute. Caesar Academy of Health Sciences is the only homegrown private medical college in India with 150 students in 10 program. With India's access policy, Manipur's favorable location and strengths, the state can be expected to become one of the healthcare destinations in the world. Future belongs to those who believe in the beauties of your dreams.
Wolters Kluwer impacts millions of clinical decisions each year with our trusted suite of evidence-based healthcare solutions. And now we're unifying our products under the industry-leading UpToDate and Medispan brands to provide consistent support across the care continuum. In unifying and renaming our solutions under the UpToDate brand, we're forming a more powerful singular identity for enterprise organizations and individuals that, combined with Medispan, covers the entire patient journey, from clinical decision support and drug reference to patient engagement and drug data solutions. The healthcare industry is facing staffing shortages, worker fatigue, financial pressures, and the growing complexities of patient care. Now, UpToDate and Medispan more fully reflect their value with consistent content at the point of care and across care teams to reduce care variability. Confirming doctors' orders are clearly implemented, drug dosing is consistent, and patient education is aligned. Unifying our solutions under the UpToDate and Medispan brands streamlines our value at the point of care and offers the promise of new technology so that you can focus on what matters most. Trusted, unified, UpToDate and Medispan, only from Wolters Kluwer.
Hello, I'm Akshat Motwani, the fourth generation of Bangalore Steamers, a 70-year-old laundry company with expertise in the healthcare sector. Welcome to our latest facility in Dunju. This facility is a state-of-the-art, first of its kind, cloud-based laundry that will service private hospitals across Kolkata. Welcome to the reception area. The beauty of this facility lies in the fact that it's emerged out of the experience of passing 5 JCI audits with Apollo hospitals and 2 NEBH accreditations. It's ergonomically designed, keeping the patient workflow in mind. Welcome to the soil linen segregation zone. It's been designed in such a manner that 3 different compartments to store blankets, bed sheets, and pillow covers respectively. We ensure that there's no interaction between the soil linen and the fresh linen that's already processed and packaged. This is a dedicated space for the storage of detergents and chemicals. The detergents that we're currently using are completely organic, both in terms of its effect on the linen as well as on the environment. These are the list of detergents that we are currently using. In fact, this entire area, that is the detergent room, is taken care of by Diversity. We move on to the spotting zone, as the name suggests. This is where the linen is treated for its stains before it enters its wash process. In fact, the wash process is written beside me here. It's been specially made in conjunction with Johnson Diversity, customized for our particular needs. Behind washing machine number 1, which is an absolute warehouse, the washing machine having the capacity of 200 kgs. So in about 1 round, you can turn around about 400 bed sheets. Behind me is the hydro extractor section. The 4 hydros are strategically next to the 2 warehouse machines so that the linen can be rinsed immediately after it's washed and comes out of these machines. As you can see, there's a significant chunk of linen being rinsed. If you look at all the 4 washing machines put together when they're working in unison, with labor output of about 14 to 15 hours, this particular Dunju facility boasts having the capacity of doing anything between 22,000 to 25,000 pieces of linen per day. We're now moving towards our mechanized drying section that consists of 3 machines primarily, the 70 kg dryer, the 60 kg dryer, and the 50 kg dryer. This device, ladies and gentlemen, is something that we at Bangalore Steamers are extremely proud of. As you know, we invest heavily in R&D, research and development, and this is one such product that utilizes the principle of magnetism to supply heat energy to this particular device. So essentially, we're reducing our consumption of electricity by installing these devices. Very soon, all our dryers will be operated by this principle. The special steam generated press, which is usually synonymous to retail outlets, but we use it in this facility to service VIP along with staff in a farm. The second floor of the premises, as you can see, consists of a conference room where we conduct monthly quality review meetings with our affiliated hospitals. We also interact virtually by means of video conferences with our partners in Ahmedabad, Bilaspur, Guwahati, and Bhubaneswar. This, as you can see, is the process of manual drying, which is currently taking place. It is highly recommended that we expose it to sun as it helps eliminate all the bacteria which could potentially be remained at the end of the wash process. The second floor of the premises is designed in a bespoke manner, keeping in mind our requirements for natural light, ventilation, as well as a lot of sunlight. So you can see over here, there's a special fiber used for the purpose of allowing light in, yet at the same time, it prevents overheating of the facility. Similarly, there are large windows here which allow for natural ventilation to come in, so we can create a convection current of natural light downstairs as well as upstairs. The last stage of the process involves packaging of the fresh linen into different bags. As you can see, this is a dark green and this is a dark blue. So these two are color coded, which essentially signifies the fact that they belong to two different hospitals. Thank you for joining me on this virtual tour of our Banjore facility. We look forward to hosting you at this facility, which, be rest assured, is only the first project in the pipeline of many such projects where we continue to set benchmarks of excellence for the industry.
Update's perfect for recognizing the P waves and classifying arrhythmias. It has 24-bit resolution sensing compared to 10 to 16 bits used in holters and patches, 250 times higher levels than in 16-bit sensing. This is how Upbeat performs monitoring. Your user puts on the hex and flex patch and goes about doing regular activities. The patch keeps recording and transmitting data to Upbeat app on the phone via Bluetooth. The phone transmits the data to Upbeat cloud via 3G, 4G, 5G, or Wi-Fi networks. We keep tab on the quality of data, contact the user remotely, and correct any issues to get the best traces. The computer algorithms keep generating the heartbeat annotations. Once the recording is over, Upbeat's comprehensive review process starts. Data is first sanitized, artifacts, and noise. Next, false positives and incorrectly classified beats are corrected using proprietary tools. Templates are then generated so that they contain correct information. Thereafter, proper strips are placed with onset and termination of events in the report. We strive to achieve the best possible health outcome for every user. Every beat counts at Upbeat. Upbeat has monitored users from 24 hours to 72 days continuously till date. Upbeat is designed and made with love in India for our people and the world. For most accurate tracings and world-class reporting, switch to Upbeat now for Holter and ELR.
Get Upbeat now. For Holter, ELR, and continuous ECG monitoring.
Hello, I'm Akshat Motwani, the fourth generation of Bangalore Stevens, a 70-year-old laundry company with expertise in the healthcare sector. Welcome to our latest facility.
Welcome to the new world of innovation and possibility. Welcome to Amneal. Founded in 2002, our journey began with a simple vision to make essential medicines more accessible and affordable to all.
Time has come to leverage the assets of Amneal outside of the US. It will help us give access to patients who are in need.
Welcome to the new era in infectious diagnostics testing. Introducing Amneal Genomics. The growing threat of antimicrobial resistance has put a huge burden on hospitals and clinicians. There is a need for a next generation diagnostic tool that offers cutting edge technology with comprehensive pathogen coverage, enabling clinicians with a conclusive report. Introducing DXN1, the 3C approach to diagnosis. That's cutting edge. Comprehensive with pan-genomic panels like BACFAST, which identifies more than 22,000 bacterial species. Digital ADST, which can identify associated drug resistance pattern. VirFast, which identifies over 9,000 DNA and RNA viruses. And FungiFast, which identifies over 6,000 fungal species, including the recently evolved one. Conclusive. Join us as we continue to evolve and make healthy possible for millions around the world. Visit Amneal Scientific booth for more information.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to start in 5 minutes, so please be seated.
Caesar Hospitals and Research Institute, located at Bangalore in Far West, Manipur, India, created the vision of becoming one of the premium and leading brands in healthcare services by 2026, recognized globally by our customers for our holistic approach, personal touch, and technological advancement. From a modern practice currently attached to a pharmacy at Pauna Bazaar, Imphal in 1985, to the 350-bedded professionally managed specialty hospital at Bangalore with more than 1,460 dedicated full-time caregivers, including 196 doctors, specialists, and super specialists. Guinness World Record holder for removal of the largest neck tumor in the world, the hospital also holds the record for many first medical revolution in the region. Caesar today stands as a preferred destination for kidney, critical and cardiac care, emergency and trauma, joint replacement, minimal access surgery, neurosurgery, stroke management, eye care, plastic surgery, fertility, gastroenterology, oncosurgery, etc. Committed towards continual improvement of its quality management system, Caesar is the first NABH accredited hospital in the state and NABL accredited laboratory. Caesar operates the state's only common biomedical waste treatment facility at Rampe. Caesar is today at PG University. Caesar Academy of Health Sciences is the only homegrown private medical college in India with 150 students in that program. With India's access policy, Manipur's favorable location and strengths, the state can be expected to become one of the healthcare destinations in the world. Future belongs to those who believe in the beauties of your dreams.
Wolters Kluwer impacts millions of clinical decisions each year with our trusted suite of evidence-based healthcare solutions. And now we're unifying our products under the industry-leading UpToDate and MediSpan brands to provide consistent support across the care continuum. In unifying and renaming our solutions under the UpToDate brand, we're forming a more powerful singular identity for enterprise organizations and individuals that, combined with MediSpan, covers the entire patient journey, from clinical decision support and drug reference to patient engagement and drug data solutions. The healthcare industry is facing staffing shortages, worker fatigue, financial pressures, and the growing complexities of patient care. Now, UpToDate and Medispan more fully reflect their value with consistent content at the point of care and across care teams to reduce care variability. Confirming doctor's orders are clearly implemented, drug dosing is consistent, and patient education is aligned. Unifying our solutions under the UpToDate and Medispan brands streamlines our value at the point of care and offers the promise of new technology so that you can focus on what matters most. Trusted, unified, UpToDate and Medispan, only from Walters Kluwer.
Hello.
I request the organizing team, Mr. Saurabh, to kindly come up on stage. Mr. Saurabh. I request Mr. Saurabh to come up on stage. Still louder.
A very good afternoon. I hope all of you had a great lunch. So we begin our post-lunch session.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back after a post-lunch. So the next session is on the grading of hospitals, boon or a bane. For this, I request as chairperson, Dr. Kunal Sarkar, Director and Head of Cardiac Surgery, Medica Super Specialty Hospital, Kolkata, West Bengal, to join us on the stage, please. I now request Devashri to introduce our panelists.
For this grand debate session, I would like to invite our panelists for the speakers who are going to speak for the boon. I would like to call upon Dr. Malati Ashanapallai, Group Chief Medical Officer and Quality Officer at Aster DM Healthcare, which has its presence in India and GCC countries. She's also a member of the Accreditation Board of Australia, ACHS, and Accreditation Canada. I would like to call upon Dr. Parag Randani to be on stage. He's a Group Chief Executive Officer, Wokhart Hospitals Limited. He's an MD microbiologist with 7 degrees in hospital administration and is a finance expert. I would also like to call upon Dr. Sanjeev Singh. Yes, sir. Dr. Sanjeev Singh, he's a Medical Director, AIMS, Delhi NCR, and the Chief Medical Superintendent, AIMS, Kochi. He is the Improvement Advisor at Institute of Healthcare Improvement, the United States, and Chairman of Technical Committee at HPI and the Health Sector Skill Council of India. He is also an international surveyor at ISQA and a practicing pediatrician. Well, now I would like to call upon the panelists who would speak for the Bains. I would like to call upon Dr. Captain Ajita Nair, Chief Executive Officer, KIMS Health Hospital, Kottayam, Kerala. He is the National President, Association of Nursing Executives of India. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Anil Mulpur, Joint Director, Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Medical Sciences, to join us on stage. I would like to call upon Dr. Krishnendu Mukherjee, Consultant Vascular and Endovascular Surgery, to be on stage. Now, I would like to hand over the session to Dr. Kunal Sarkar to take the debate forward.
Madam, thank you very much. Is Krishnendu here? Right. A very good afternoon to all of you. Generally, it is said that in conferences, post-lunch sessions are a competition between the blood supply to the stomach and the brain. But looking at the assiduousness and the attention that all of you have shown to the conference so far, I'm sure all of you would be in rapt attention for what promises to be a very engaging session. Healthcare in India is a very funny entity. For 20 years of the existence of this country, there wasn't a thread woven or a word mentioned about the healthcare policies of this nation post-independence. If healthcare was a child, then this child was conceived in confusion and delivered in chaos, and much of it persists even today. And one such aspect will be debated with a lot of insight, with a lot of passion, and with a lot of inputs with our friends who are with us with this afternoon. They have given a lot of thought, and I believe that contemporary events that I'm sure you will refer to as something that has provoked this current conversation, that grading of hospitals, is it a boon or is it a curse? As per the original timings, do I get a bit of assistance as far as timekeeping is concerned?
You've got something here.
Oh, I have. So that's not too bad. So we will be allotting roughly about 5 minutes plus 1 per speaker. A little bit of time trading has happened on the other side of mice, because on the opposition side, and the two of them has very generously donated a few more minutes to Dr. Anil Mulpur, who has a very comprehensive presentation to make. Right. Now, even though you are in Calcutta, even though we are in West Bengal, we are mostly incorruptible, not totally so. So in spite of a lot of hints that were broadly dropped right, left, and center, I remain steadfast that we will start and finish the session in time. And if we have a little bit of time in hand, depending upon the mood and depending upon the reciprocity of the House, we are welcome to taking your questions and points of view. So on that note, I think it is Dr. Malti. Will you be opening the deposition on the part of the Treasury benches that healthcare grading of hospitals, I believe that you will make your case, is a boon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Is everybody awake? Thank you. My worthy opponents have requested for extra time because they have to prove their point, and that's why they need more time. I'm going to be crisp and very clear.
Can I just interrupt for a moment? That hand mic has an awful lot of reverberation. Can you try the static mics, please? Your hand mic had a lot of reverberation. So please start.
Thank you. A very, very interesting talk today. And you can see that the topic is grading of hospitals, boon or bane. The picture in the center talks about evolution of mankind. So we are here and trying to look at it, and the point of discussion as far as I'm going to take is not the methodology. I'm just going to say, if we were to grade the hospitals, is it a boon? And that's what I'm going to talk about. So friends, anybody in the audience, can you quickly guess what this is? Quickly. What does this picture depict to you? Examinations. Is there anybody in this audience who has not appeared for an examination, who has never been graded in their life and have reached this place? Raise your hands. There you are. So all of us at some point of time have gone through an examination, and the end of the examination, what have you got? A result. You also have accomplishment. You have pride. You know the next progress. You're good or bad. You know you are compared. Have you done better than your fellow colleagues? Have you excelled? And that tells you, where do you want to grow? Where do you want to reach? I know where I want to reach because I know where I am today. And that, friends, is simple as grading. If I know what my grade is, that's how the schooling has been done, I would know where I have to go. And that's where I say, I'm happy about where I have to go. Let me tell you a simple story. How many of you know what this picture is all about? Anybody? Quickly. Alice in Wonderland. Alice is there in the crossroads and suddenly sees there are 4 ways that she can go through, and finds the rabbit scurrying along and says, which way do I go? And then the rabbit says, Miss Alice, where do you want to go? She says, it doesn't matter. I don't know where to go. And what does the rabbit have to say? It says that if you do not know where to reach, it matters very little which way you choose. So friends, if I know where I am now, and I know where I'm graded and I want to reach, automatically I know what to do next in healthcare. But before I take that up, what does this picture tell you all? Anybody? Quickly. What is this picture all about? What is this? Come on, somebody. It is when you go to a movie. And there you have your movies, one after another, a Kalank. You can see a Kesari there. You have a next RRR. And you look at your apps, and what do you see? The whole family says, which movie do we go? Come on, let me look at. Which is the movie? More than 8, more than 5, more than 6. The movies are graded. You take it, you accept this has been graded, but you choose based upon the grading of your hospital, the particular movie, and the parents can decide whether they need to close the eyes of the kids or not. That's about pictures. Now you have a Saravana, you have a KFC, you have a McDonald's. Family decides, weekend, let's go and have something. What do? Quickly Google through, which is the best restaurant? Which one do I go through? You tend to see what is the grading that has been given? Is it close by? Is it a chaiwala? Is it going to be? And you say, share your experience. So friends, why for hospital, you cannot choose based on a grading? For the sake of a movie, for the sake of some restaurant, every one of them you look at to see, find the grading, let's go to the best. Hospital, kaise select karenge? How would I give that action? And therefore, friends, you are perplexed today on every one of them, and you are standing there to say, how do I choose? And that's where the dilemma begins. One of a very important, biggest healthcare challenge. How do I identify a good hospital? Wish it were to be Google. Find out what is correct. How are they rated? How are they graded for someone near and dear to me? I have a right as a patient, as a citizen, to choose what is best for me. And therefore, friends, it is imperative an objective view of the quality of care they expect to receive is the need of the hour. And friends, therefore, every one of us, when we take the family, ought to know what is the hospital grading. And therefore, it's very, very important that patient's perception matters. Is it safe? The provider's perception matters. And look at what the provider has to say. This is a survey where the doctor says, oh, great, I heard the other hospital has a better score. I'd like to improve mine. So it's very, very positive to look at from a perception. Hospital says safety grade is going to be a better incentive to me, and let's make it safe. So friends, I'm going to look at the last point of mine and look at if we have a system, which I'm sure my own colleagues will take up to tell and talk about it, is if I have an efficient system, which I'm sure my colleagues will tell you about.
We've got to wind up, Malti.
And then it's going to be my next people who will take it up. So thank you, everybody. And I move on.
Thank you ever so much. I think that was a very passionate plea for the rationality of choice and rationality of grading. And in doing so, Malti referred to Alice in Wonderland, even though he is best remembered for his conceptual fantasies. Do remember that Lewis Carroll was one of the greatest mathematicians of his era. So all those funny tales came from the brightest of mathematical minds of the 19th century. So from Lewis Carroll, we move on to one of the most energetic speakers on healthcare topics from Kolkata, my dear friend, who is taking a contra position from the opposition benches, Dr. Krishnendu Mukherjee. Krishnendu.
I'm extremely sorry, ladies and gentlemen. That tells you a lot about grading, because my previous speaker gave examples of examinations, restaurants, and movies. Anyway, I have to leave because I'm in a hurry because I have to fly to Bangkok to attend a meeting. I have two options waiting in the airport. One is in Air India, which is charging me 20,000 rupees. And one is a cheaper option, Air Asia, which is costing me 7,000 rupees. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, the mic is too powerful. I'm fine with it. I have, well, just for 5 minutes. We are talking about a certain benchmark of quality and safety when we are talking of services or industries which have high stakes, high risk management situations. Examinations, restaurants, and movies do not fall into this category. Of course, healthcare industry does fall into a category. Similarly, aviation, commercial aviation falls into this category. And please don't laugh at this because I don't mean it as a joke. Sex industry also falls into this category. From Bangkok, if I want to enjoy a nightlife, I will not stay in Bangkok, I will fly to New Zealand. Because in countries like New Zealand, countries like Switzerland, I know the sex industry is safe with almost negligible exploitation of sex workers and crime. Similarly, while choosing between Air Asia and Air India, I'll care least about grading and accreditation because I know both these two aircrafts would be adequately safe. Both these two airlines would be adequately safe. So what makes me think this? Accreditation system and grading systems are at best intermittent processes. We don't have time. I'll give you only one example. I know of an NABH accredited hospital where there was a tiny room in the emergency area
which was used as a minor roti and for dressings. The room was so small that if you have an emergency, you don't have space to bring in an emergency trolley. Come NABH accreditation team, overnight, the bed is removed and 2 sofas are brought in, and it is shown as a counseling room. The accreditation goes through, and 2 days later, it again becomes a dressing room. These kind of intermittent processes where a due diligence is actually an illusion of due diligence, ladies and gentlemen, does not guarantee quality and safety. Quality and safety can only be come through primarily and mandatorily through a robust regulatory service. Do we have that in healthcare? No, we don't. There is a regulatory body for doctors, for nurses, for physiotherapists. Do we have a regulatory body for healthcare administrators? We don't. We have draconian laws for clinical establishment in the private sector. They are either never implemented or they're implemented with a lot of dramatization and publicity where it makes you wonder, is it populism or is it justice? So what I'm trying to drive at is that unless you have a robust regulatory mechanism, which is a continuous and continual process, the right laws, the right type of implementation of those laws, you never get to reach the degree of quality and safety that is essential for a high-stakes service like healthcare service. Do not compare it with KFC and movies like Star Wars. Along with that, we need certain other parameters around a regulatory service. We need a proper grievance redressal system, which we do not have. I have served in the Penal and Ethical Committee of a State Medical Council. We know how we work. We are not that effective. You need protection for whistleblowers. How many of you, ladies and gentlemen, are aware that there is a Whistleblower Protection Act in India, which was passed in the parliament in 2011, and it was ratified again in 2015. Very, very strangely, the Whistleblower Protection Act in India excludes the private sector. So when we talk of grievance redressal, it is not only grievance redressal of the consumer or the patient, it is also the grievance of the staff working in the healthcare industry, government in private in particular, but also in government sectors. Where do they go if they have a grievance? Unless these regulatory mechanisms are in place, adding accreditation and grading is not going to give you much. Once you get that accreditation and grading, you would tend to sleep on it, use it for promotional activities. It will not be really used to improve your performance. And then you wake up again when the next time for accreditation comes. That is the real life story. So who is it a boon for? It is a boon for investors who are investing money in healthcare, private healthcare industry to make more money. Fair enough. Who is it a bane for? My previous speaker showed you a slide that is about patient satisfaction. It is completely contrary, ladies and gentlemen. If you search the literature, there is a plethora of studies, published work, which has consistently shown that the negative aspect of accreditation and grading system is increasing job stress and burnout rate amongst healthcare professionals, particularly nurses. So it's a bane for them. And what about patients? Again, contrary to what my previous speaker has told you, there are numerous studies which have showed it has very little to do with patient satisfaction or patient's perception. It may work in movies, it may work in restaurants. It doesn't really work to that extent in healthcare. I have only 50 seconds left. I came across a publication, Hospital Accreditation and Umbrella Review, published in International Journal for Quality in Healthcare exactly 1 year ago in 2023. I'll read to you the first part of the conclusion. Hospital accreditation and grading seems likely to remain as a policy, appearing to develop under external influences, economics, politics, and culture. more than an evidence base. It remains that there is insufficient evidence that hospital accreditation improves hospital quality, and positive impacts should be interpreted with caution, considered only as an association. I'm not here to say that hospital grading systems or accreditation systems should be erased from the face of the earth. My other speakers would do it. I had only 5 minutes time, but I think I could drive home the point that the primary and mandatory aspect in a high-stake, high-risk environment is a continuous process of regulatory system. Thank you.
Krishnendu, thank you very much. I'm a little bit afraid the 3 minutes trade-off between you and your other speaking partners, that concept is under threat because we haven't had the 3 minutes to spare. But never mind, you made extremely, you have to leave now? Okay, fair enough. Sorry, I have to leave. Right. But Krishnendu made very strong points for accreditation vis-a-vis regulation. It does put a little bit of fear of God in us if you think that there will be yet another regulator breathing down your neck. But having said that, probably we ask ourselves the question that in the era of Google and the various animals in the social media and advertorial grading, which is happening all the time, is subconsciously, subliminally, is the practice of grading already quite in place, we like it or not. So here we invite the views of Parag, who is the next speaker for the proposition.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate the fact that, as always, like the grand old party of India, my opponents are going to reflect all sorts of histrionics, changes of clothes, multicolored costumes, and they're going to try and mislead you, as always. I've had to deal with this opponent multiple times. Though, in fact, he himself is a teacher of my own teacher for quality. I had the privilege of going with him when I went for my first observership with Colonel Kapoor, Dr. Mulpur, Dr. Natkarni, all stalwarts in the field of quality. Actually, if you look at it fundamentally per se, there is a problem with the problem statement. As a fundamental process, there are at least 50 assessors sitting here. All of us grade hospitals. We do give a score. We do give a score. And based on that score, accreditation committees either grant accreditation or do not grant accreditation. So fundamentally, it is a given within the system itself. However, let's understand one thing. The expectation which most assessors have of organizations that go in for any sort of accreditation, and I'm not going to restrict myself to national accreditation of any sort, let's talk all accreditations here, is fundamentally quality improvement, that there should be a process improvement which leads to betterment of outcomes, which leads to betterment of turnaround times, betterment of patient care. You know, we have to improve. It has to be a contiguous process, you know. All chapters on quality improvement talk about this. And fundamentally, the only way you're going to improve, and I'm on a major weight loss program right now, ladies and gentlemen, and the only reason I'm improving because I get incentivized every month when I weigh myself. Oh, I've lost 2 more kilos. The only way CEOs are going to get excited about accreditation is if it is graded and they're going to get paid more for a higher grading. And I do believe that accreditation agencies across the globe are actually running pilots in various parts of the globe on grading. Now, as Dr. Malti rightly put it, my opponents will talk about the fact that per se accredited hospitals are not great, that the process of accreditation is flawed, that the people do it only for wo 5 din. We are not discussing the methodology. We have the accrediting agencies to deal with the methodology. We are CAHO. Our job is to ensure how we can enhance the quality of care. And through the august, bodies like NABH, ISQA, ACHS and Joint Commission and all of these, if we are able to get a grading and if we are able to ensure that people respect this grading and move forward with us and pay us more, we will slowly but surely move into quality, moving from a cost center into a profit center. Point number 1. Point number 2, we don't really discuss our numbers openly. 10 years ago, Apollo Hospitals put up its ACE indicators online. Nobody's really followed suit. Okay. So transparency to our patients, because we will be forced at some stage through this grading process to declare what are our outcomes, what is our Euro score, what is our door to needle time, door to balloon time, what is the NPS that we are having on inpatients and outpatients. So numberization or putting everything in a quantified fashion. Similarly, accreditation is going to provide to be a boon. I think my worthy opponent already exceeded the point when he said it's going to be a boon for investors. We are also investors in the process of healthcare, ladies and gentlemen. How can you say that we are not going to benefit from grading of hospitals? I think most important is incentivizing excellence. And we are not again talking about the process of accreditation. You do not incentivize a hospital to move from level A to level B year on year. Every 3 years, you will actually see that we've seen this in the national accreditation body. We find some of the non-conformances repeating year on year. Once you incentivize people, once IRDA also says we are going to pay more if you move from level so-and-so to so-and-so, you reduce your mortalities, you reduce your medication error rates. Today, there is a plethora of organizations that actually monitor what you are able to do. You know, you've got these various IT specialists who talk about all of this. I think there's a huge opportunity to incentivize quality as a movement. And I'm aghast to see that two of my most senior assessor friends are on the other side. But I guess que sera sera, we will convert them, and this side will win this debate. So let's just ensure that you vote for it as a boon. We all benchmark. Sometimes we don't manage to benchmark against ourselves in the previous months. Imagine if you were that we come out with an anonymized system of benchmarking, because you've got to be graded. You've got to be paid extra for that. You've got to be incentivized for lower mortalities. This is where we will actually strike the nail on the head, and we will be able to ensure that quality becomes a priority of the C-suite also, not just of this little person called the quality manager or the nursing manager or the medical superintendent. The reason why C-suite today is not involved in quality, they do not see the money. And you grade accreditation, you grade hospitals within accreditation. I'm sure we will see a mass movement of enhanced quality throughout hospitals across the country. And while my worthy opponents may give you a lot of yarn about how it's going to be complex and how it is going to be difficult, that's not their problem. The problem to discuss today is it a boon or is it a bane? I strongly believe that it is a boon, not just because I was asked to speak by CAHO on this side, but because I choose to grant the comfort to hospitals as a CEO myself. I want that comfort, and I know I'll be able to win it. Recognition is very important. All of us crave recognition. And let me once again warn you against the perils of having such a not so great opposition group debating with you. You will see changes of clothes. You will see all sorts of aspersions cast on the methodology of quality. But we would not be here in CAHOCON in its 10th year were accreditation not to be a success in this country. We would not be here if we are not enhancing year by year. And for that, I solicit your vote for accreditation grading as a boon. Thank you.
Thank you, Parag. And I'm always very much amused whenever anybody quotes the song Ke Sara Sara, because remember, the third line of the Doris Day song is, the future is not ours, you see, right? So people generally stick to the first two lines and do not get to the third line, which is a little bit ominous as far as healthcare is concerned. But, you know, I'm very confused by the point. Applying to central schemes and reducing out-of-pocket payments. So I think we are missing the wood for the trees over here, because the lens, the optics, the glasses through which Niti Aayog was making and pressing its case for hospital grading probably is a little bit different from the quality evangelism that we seem to be following this afternoon. I think this debate will continue. And on that note, we invite Captain Ajita, please, the floor is yours. Sorry? Pardon? Oh, Dr. Anil. He's just landed from space, has he? Yes. Dr. Anil just landed from the Gaganyaan, and we welcome him in this avatar of the stage. Please.
Hi, Ram. And good afternoon, everyone. George Lucas is going to be here for the next edition of CAHOCON because the moment we started to have grading of hospitals and Star Wars is going to begin. Now, initially, it was Neil Armstrong who set his foot on the moon. He is Neil, I am Anil. Only one of his dominant arms was strong. He was called Armstrong, and I am all strong. He bought this inline. I got this uniform online. I have been a member of NASA for a long time. I am presently with ISRO. I have been getting NABH Lifetime Achievement Awards year after year after year. And I am ISO 2024 6x6 certified. Let me clarify. NASA stands for National Association of Surgeons of All Specialties. ISRO stands for Indian Society of Regular Office Goers. NABH stands for National Association of Builders of Hospitals. And ISO stands for Indian Society of Ophthalmologists. They said my vision is 6x6 in 2024. What comes to my mind when you talk about grading of hospitals, star ratings of hospitals, all the efforts that involve rating of hospitals and a 360-degree perspective? I have decided that I'm going to speak that it is actually a boon. I can see Vijay Agarwal pulling out his reading glasses and turning to Lalu and saying, "Ye Mulpur ko kya bataya aapne? Boon ya bain?" And Lalu says, "Sir, you know Mulpur, actually I sent him that it is bain. But I think it is boon for insurance companies because now they can have variable premiums and discount of many things because you say you're a 1 star, then they will cut off everything, whatever you're supposed to go. It is also a boon for CGHS, tariff, ECHS, and so on, because they will quote the star ratings and they can further cut down whatever you are supposed to get till there is nothing further to cut down. And the greatest boon of star ratings is for our accreditation process consultants. They think it is plumbum aurum because it is gold mine. I've got plumbum metallicum sitting in front of me, our lead man. So 1 star, 10 lakhs, of course, GST is added. 2 stars, 12 lakhs, GST added, and so on. 7 stars, 50 lakhs and GST per year. So we have started basically with grading of hospitals and star ratings, Star Wars. Now, there is a 7-step process. So let us actually quickly look at an American system which is using the so-called star ratings now and see whether it is worth pursuing at all. This will actually wake up all of you from your hyperglycemic slumber. First step, selection and standardization of measures before you grade a hospital. Then you assignment of measures to groups. Third step is calculation and standardization of measure group scores. Fourthly, calculation of hospital summary scores as weighted average of available group scores. Application of minimum thresholds for receiving an overall star rating. Sixth will be an assignment of hospitals to peer groups based on their number of measure groups 3, 4, or 5. Application of clustering algorithm to categorize summary scores into star ratings. Even after breakfast, it is difficult to pronounce some of those words. After lunch, to pronounce and spell algorithm is not easy. Now they have taken 5. Mortality, 22% weightage. This is an ongoing grading system of hospitals. Safety, 22%. Readmissions to hospitals, 22%. Patient experience, 22%. Timely and effective care which is given in a hospital, 12%. If a hospital has no measures in a certain measure group, that is taken and added to the remaining 4, and there is no exclusion of mortality. So one hospital may say, we don't actually talk about mortality because we don't have any either way. But then that 22% will go on to anything else. And all those 5 parameters are very eminently suitable to cook data on, which of course our NABH has taught us so well. Then let us just examine measure 1, mortality. They are going to look at CABG death rate. So they have collected the rates between 2018 and 2021. And so on for chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, number of patients who die because of heart failure in your patient, pneumonia in your hospital, and stroke patients who die in your hospital, and deaths among patients with serious treatable complications after surgery. Again, every single parameter is very easy to manipulate, and you can write whatever you want and get 7 stars. If you go through, of course, our accreditation consultant bodies, your life is easier, they will do it for you. Safety of care. I am beyond time, my dear friend. Our moderator has announced that well in advance. Safety of care, you are looking at catheter-associated infection, SI size, hysterectomy after an abdominal hysterectomy, and so on. Again, this is all data which you can fudge very comfortably. And at present, as we are talking in 2024, you find that 34% of American hospitals, there is no category which they can assign to. What a shame. 10% of them are in 5 stars, and the rest you can see. So if at all your quality teams can understand a bit of astrophysics and the basics of black holes, light can be built and bent, why not assessors? This is the artist's depiction of black hole. And for a few who have some fundamentals where M is mass of moon, you're talking of 10 to power 2, that is 10 squared to 10 to power 5. And now hospitals have to understand what is micro black hole and ultramassive black hole, because your star system is going to be sucked into this. Now, what orientation class are you going to give to your quality department? Very simple. You understand the second bullet point, Q square upon 4 pi epsilon naught plus C square J square upon 4 GM square. If it is less than or equal to GM square, that is all you need. Your hospital is 7 stars. Now, assessors, of course, we conduct conclaves and we'll be teaching the fundamentals of nuclear physics to them and also astrophysics in one conclave. And in fact, some of them can be taught on Zoom meetings as well. NABH thus can save money as well as effort on transport and accommodation. Video on is not mandatory when you're attending these conclaves, and assessors are allowed to doze off because they are from different planets. So if at all, NABH had a dream project of having star rating of assessors, and now you're talking about star ratings of hospitals, that will be a perfect storm, a lethal combination. By the way, dream project of NABH means a project what you see in your dream, you wake up, dismiss as a bad dream due to eating cheese and get on with life. We want Atma Nirbhar Bharat and not Atma Durbhar Bharat. If you have got grading of hospitals, that is where we are heading to. Hospitals now have difficulty in finding physicians. Now you'll have to find physicists as well, because only they can tell you about stars and black holes. This is a list of other resources because my time is short, despite my borrowing of time. The 2 important books for your quality team from today, Textbook of Astronomy and Astrophysics by Mohit Kumar Sharma, Journal of Astrophysics and Astronomy. Finally, is it a boon or bane? It is a bone of contention. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Anil, as brilliant as ever, in a very unmitigated, unconcealed kind of way. You've made your point, and your black holes have bent enough light rays. And to put the light rays back on the track, we ask Dr. Sanjeev, please. Well done.
Thank you, Chairperson. While I was sitting there, I was feeling very dizzy. And I was looking at what could have been the etiology. When our opponents talk such bullshit, you ought to feel dizzy because he was given a topic of boon and bane. This gentleman is talking about Q square, GM square, Star Wars, Neil Armstrong. When can they be slightly more targeted? And now he has also worn the goggles, so he won't be able to see at all. So there was this wife who came back home and she went straight to the bedroom and she saw 4 naked legs lying there. And she got very upset. She went to the closet, took out a baseball bat and started beating so much that there was no noise from the bed. And then she went to the kitchen and she saw her husband having a drink. And husband said, "Hi, honey, good to have you back. Your parents had come over and I thought it would be good to share the bedroom." It is the same philosophy which my opponents have. They are full of assumptions, full of myths, no substance at all. And you can just come here and talk about Neil Armstrong and some Bain theory and some black holes. We have already won. Parag, Dr. Malti, and us have already won because there are 2 cardiovascular thoracic surgeons in my opponent's side. And if you know, there is a grading. There are cardiovascular thoracic surgeons, there are transplant surgeons, there is God in the hospital, and then there are other people. So it is going to be very, very difficult. But then I'm not sure what you're talking about and what was the date. So they were so wild that they changed. I was the moderator of the session. And they changed the whole format. They were so, they don't want to lose, and so be it. So the grading is already done. I'm not sure what they're talking about. Dr. Isha is here. Dr. Alex led the whole program. Dr. Lalu coordinated. We worked with Dr. Pawan Kapoor. It's already done, my dear Dr. Anil Kapoor. Anil Mulpur. I am so dizzy with this 6 minutes of talk that it is already done.
From moderator, you become a speaker.
Right.
I have no idea what you want to speak.
We'll do that. So US already has it, not Neil Armstrong, but the grading. UK has it. India is on the move. Other hospital, other industries have it. The point which the ministry and the Quality Council of India was asking, when magazines like Week and Times of India can do it, which has no basis, why can't it be done properly? And so don't please talk about method. There is already, it is in place. And from the next week onwards, there is an accreditation system is going to start. This grading system is going to start. So you are very, very late. I don't know when we are going to catch up the bus, but cardiovascular thoracic surgeons are like this. And this gentleman also talked about some infection. The cardiovascular thoracic surgeons feel that they secrete chlorhexidine from their hands, that there would be no infection. There would be infection, and please have it. His hospital can only have a mortality of 22%, which he showed. I'm not sure where he's working, but he's working in a good institute. Sorry, boss. So accreditation is all done. There were focus areas, and 6th edition, Dr. Atul is here. That would be launched. There's a lot of work which is happening in medical college grading system, not looking at quantity, but quality. So this is the grading which is already launched. And my hospital will be having its pilot on 19th and 20th, and Dr. Pawan Kapoor, sir, would be there. It is beyond NABH. So it's the structure and processes are less. And what it's talking about is more of outcome, patient experience, innovation, adoption, best practices, and things like that. Use of technology and staff experience in academics and research. And the next phase, so forget about grading, Dr. Anil Mulpur and Captain Ajita Nair. There is already a Center of Excellence program is already also in place. So you're very, very late. You have to really do a lot of catch up. But how do they catch up when their mortality is 22%? So this is the system which has already been done. there is a point, the marking system, which has already been done. There are these processes. I'll go fast because that's not, because since I was a moderator, I was supposed to sort of get started with this. There are lots of, now you don't have a diabetes management across all 300, 400 people working. So there would be a lot of standardization, there's a lot of prevention, a lot of hypertensive management or stroke management being done. So outcome would be measured, which will be much more intense. They are measuring, in fact, the outcomes for compliance and clinical pathways. So your cardiovascular, thoracic, and whole of nursing has to really do a lot of catch up to be done. There is a lot of clinical governance work. Everybody claims, and Dr. Mulpur does claim that he's unfortunately talking about starboard. So how does he know about clinical governance? But then there is a lot of full chapter there, a lot of technology adoption. Ajita yesterday participated in a nursing program where they said that technology can only work when you take care of nurses. But then we take care of nurses and we also adopt technology. There is a lot of innovation and best practices, which was left, and that is all getting done. And sustainability, academics, and research with staff and patient experience. So in a nutshell, what is important is there is a lot of catching up, Dr. Anil Mulpur. So if my mother falls ill, what do? I immediately take her to the hospital and get a good consultant to see her and get her a good cup of coffee, immediately go back to the hospital because my boss doesn't give me leave. But what does happen when my mother-in-law falls ill? The whole hell breaks loose. I immediately look, I know he's going to be an irritant, but so be it. I'm going to look for a graded hospital. I'm going to take her to the best of the hospital because her son-in-law should ensure that she gets to the bed hospital. And can we all ensure that there are more and more good hospitals built, graded, where we can take our mother-in-laws? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev. And a personal note of thank you because of your genetic dislike for the cardiovascular and thoracic surgeon. And on that note, we also acknowledge probably the accidental substance that you injected into the proceedings of the debate. On that note, Captain Ajita, it's yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. My worthy opponents have already decided the fate of it, right? They had been too very judgmental, I would say, that it is all been decided and closed. Then why do we have this debate, I wonder? And Dr. Sanjeev was gracious enough to be truthful that grading is done for special class people whom you are interested, otherwise not, for the mother-in-laws and not for the ordinary ones. Jokes apart, I think we are in India little obsessed with this class differentiation. There is super class, you mention anything. There is upper class, there is middle class, and there is low class. How many of you sitting here would like to work in a low class hospital? Keep your hand here and tell me this. In this country, the mass of healthcare is not even been accredited. The common man goes there. I would have appreciated this attempt if we had accreditation in majority of the hospitals. Most of the hospitals have not even heard about quality till date. I'm not judging whether it is failure or success, but this is the reality of the day. And we are here going to talk about grading of hospitals. Yes, we have been having grading of education, grading of cinema halls, grading of hotels, and public is aware of this. And they have gracefully accepted the fact that a common man cannot go to a 7-star hotel because it is just not possible. They don't have money for it. Grading probably would be better if only the common man in this country can go to a 7-star hospital. Then it makes sense. But it is going to create this class differentiation among hospitals. So far, we had only 2 classes. Somebody who would have had accreditation, which I think the public of this country understood, and the ones who did not have it. Majority do not have it yet. Still, they have to go there because they have only that to go. And here we are talking about class differentiation going to be created. The sense of feeling in the people who are going to work there, you imagine. All of us are going to be there. And as a patient, if you have to get into a low-class hospital, imagine yourself. And all of you are on the move. You may be traveling all the time. The elite class sitting in this hall may not be able to get into an elite class hospital. It is going to create confusion and pandemonium in public, if I may say the least. As Dr. Sanjeev said, probably it is all been defined and decided like fate. You don't know it, right? It is decided already. We have little to do it. But it all depends on your belief, I wonder. You know, if I believe I can create my fate. But I don't know about the same about hospitals. So enough of class differentiation we have already created. We have accreditation movement in this country, but not quality movement. We have mastered the art of faking. All those people who sit here who have done the assessments knows this. So any equipment or tool is not the problem. How are we going to use it? And any of these, whether it is accreditation or grading, minus honesty is going to fail. If something has failed us is this faking of quality in this country. That we pretend it is there. We pretend to produce it in front of people who cannot defend it that this is a wrong document. You have created it yesterday night. All of us have gone through it. Some of us got really fed up with it. Others still keep seeing it and adjusted that this is our fate. And we still have to go to hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not cinema hall or hotel where you can choose not to go. It is not grading of movies either. There you have the choice. But do you as a human being have choice not to go to a hospital? Not, unfortunately. So we have to think about the larger scene, the larger picture when we talk about, going to put out grading out there in front of a hospital's name. And think about those ones who have been, denied a higher grade. And imagine the impact it is going to create for those who are delivering care to the patient. Whatever said and done, accreditation, you get few non-compliances, you can close it for most of the people. You can, unless you have a problem with your legal complaints. But not in this case. Already stressed out private healthcare system, what is going to happen by introducing this new thing? The second thing is it the government hospital going to be exempted? I'm not too sure. Or the medical colleges where free treatment is available and only those who don't have payment or money in their hand go there. How do they get into, which grade are they going to be? For me, the best grade would be the one who treat ordinary people in this country because there are so many of them. So this grading is going to create a lot of confusion and hence it is not going to be a good idea. Yes, well, I agree with Dr. Sanjeev. Many of the things, even if it is decided, time only will tell. So let the time tell, then we deciding its fate today. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. And we owe you a large debt of credit for this debate, having again in the last few minutes been grounded on Mother Earth. We have heard from the proposition. They have made very erudite, very well-researched points about the benefits of grading, about the methodology of grading, about the association of grading with quality. And from the opposition, we have heard that how intermittent exercises are not beneficial in the long term. We've heard from them that how these knee-jerk responses have these inherent black hole fallacies which will bend and create optics which are not merely real. And last but not the least, we had Captain Ajita, who has brought the debate to the ground and related to a country where the healthcare infrastructure expansion is pathetic, less than 5% per year, where we cannot spend more than 4,500 rupees per capita on healthcare. She has brought us back to the Mother Earth when she says that 45% of healthcare is delivered out of government hospitals. So what happens to them? And we have to ask ourselves the question that for all the glitz and glamour that happens around us, we wear the crown of thorns when our people carry the crippling burden of 50% out-of-pocket expenditure on healthcare, which is crippling for an economy of our dimension. And last but not the least, the branded, the visible, the large, the corporate healthcare that we boast of today is less than 9% in the total top line of Indian healthcare turnover, where it is the MSME sector, which is completely invisible, probably from the elitism that we indulge in more frequently than not. They are in conjunction with the government hospitals. They are the workhorses of Indian healthcare and not the 9 to 10% of the branded investor-ridden healthcare that we conceive of today. So there has been extremely poignant arguments on both sides, and it is your turn now to decide. No debate ever ends without the House letting us know which way the coin has fallen. So all of you who at this stage agree with the opposition that the healthcare, that the grading of hospitals is more of a bane than a boon, put your hands up. We don't have, can anybody help us to count? Anybody from the organizers? We probably carry a visual impression. And now all of you who agree with the proposition that the grading will ultimately be, no, not you, you have spoken, and only one hand. Probably, I think this House is still in the nota mode. It is still in the, I think both of you have been very successful in confusing the audience, and they will go back home. They will go back home thinking. And I think a success for the debate is in as much as creating the confusion than giving more clarity. You have been a fantastic audience, and all of you have been great speakers. And I, for one, have learned a lot this afternoon. Thank you all. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would request all of you to come forward for the group photograph, please. A big round of applause for this wonderful debate that we had and left us all confused as ever. The debate continues. So for the next session that we are going to have, the sixth session of the day, Leaders in Accreditation, a review on the impact. There would be no words to introduce the moderators whom we already know so well about. I would call upon Dr. Atul Mohan Kochar, Chief Executive Officer, NABH India, and Dr. Girdhar Gyani, Patron CAHO and Director General of HPI. The Quality Man of India, Dr. Gyani, has been instrumental in the formulation and operating of NABH on stage as moderators. Over to Sonia to introduce our panelists.
I request our panelists to join us on stage. Ms. Abanti Gopan, Nursing Consultant and a Principal Assessor, NABH. Dr. Aarti Verma, Senior Vice President, Medical Quality, Max Healthcare, Delhi. Dr. M.I. Sadullah, Founder Chairman and Managing Director of KIMS Healthcare Group. Mr. Joy Chakrabarti, Chief Operating Officer, PD Hinduja Hospital, Mumbai. He is also a Chairman of Healthcare Initiative of CII Western Region, Member of National Healthcare Committee of CII and Sport Committee of CII. And Dr. Murali Srinivasan, Chief of Medical Services, Manipal Health Enterprises Private Limited, Bengaluru. I request our moderators to take the session ahead. Thank you.
There is one here without name. Dr. Sadullah. अरे एक लोग उठा ही नहीं सकता।
Yeah, good afternoon. After, I think, very fighting debate, we had now similar session almost, because this is almost extension of what we discussed in the previous session. And I think very important per se, because NABH came into being in 2006. And now is that time to really know what impact it has made. And actually, when I'm looking at the people sitting on my left and right, my memory goes back to 2004, 5, and 6. Many people, talk to me that this is a story of how NABH started, that in 2005, there was a discussion in the parliament, and then the Ministry of Health called us. What happened before? They used to ask, somebody asked me, in fact, yesterday only in the hotel, that why Healthcare Ministry invited Quality Council of India, which was not under the Ministry of Health. So I thought, let me narrate that point also today. In fact, in 2004, the CGHS empanelment was done normally, but not normally, by the Ministry of Health directly by the Director General Health. They used to evaluate. So there were few complaints that there is a subjectivity, favorism. So the government, that time the secretary decided to invite organization through a tender process that who will evaluate the hospital for the empanelment of CGHS. Anyway, that process happened, and finally they selected IIHMR Jaipur. Now, file was signed. It went to the financial advisor, and financial advisor put an objection that IHMR is a private organization. It cannot be assigned the task of assessing for CGHS. Then Mr. Hota was the secretary. And in his department, there was one pathologist who was trained under me at Jaipur on NABL, he told him, sir, there is a body called QCI, and I know gentleman who is heading the QCI, and this is a government body. I think that started the point. And Hota called me and he says, what can you do? I told him simple. We have ISO 9000 certification body under our accreditation. We'll pick up those who have scope on health and I will assign those to you. You can choose them and use them for assessing for CGTS. And let me tell you, this happened fantastically, 2004, 2005. And when 2005, this question came to Parliament, he remembered only me again, that this man can again, work on the NABL. So this is the story, how it came to Quality Council of India. Now the moderator is here. I think he is going to really get the evaluation done by the panelists. I can only tell you one small thing. When I'm looking at Max on my left and Dr. Sahadullah on my right and Murli on my extreme right, there is one commonality that, when we started accreditation launch was in 2006, we got hardly 37 applications. 37. And that in 1 year, only 5 could get qualified. And 2 are belonging to Max, 1 belonging to my good friend Sahadullah, KIMS, and of course, MIMS Calicut, our good friend Malati sitting down. And BM Birla, also I think somebody was sitting here. So BM Birla, there were the 5 hospitals only which got qualified. So I think the question today is, if you want to ask Dr. Sahadullah or Dr. Aarti, that what has been the impact? I tell you, sometimes they may say, nahin, theek chal raha hai, because over the years now, the quality has gone into the subconscious mind of the people working in these hospitals, which are accredited for past 12 years. And that is the ultimate, actually, purpose of accreditation, that you keep on practicing first consciously, and at a point of time, it becomes subconscious. And that's the beauty of it. I'm sure, Dr. Aarti, you are going on leave sometime for 2 weeks, quality survives. Sadullah, same thing. And of course, Murli, I don't want to say, he is the champion along with initial team. He was the co-chair of the technical committee. So I think this is a fantastic panel, and Joy, of course, Maharashtra, they're the first 2 hospitals, Hiranandani and Hinduja, which I've already championed. So I think what I'm going to give it to my good friend Atul, the panel, which will really be able to bring out what has been the impact of accreditation. Over to Atul.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm so grateful. It's a feeling of immense gratitude, immense privilege that I've been given this onerous task of moderating a very, very stellar panel of leaders in accreditation and where exactly we are, what is the impact. So with your due permission, I have few slides. I'll just quickly bring them up. That's just data I'm trying to throw to confuse. Yeah. Dr. Murli has a flight to catch also.
And let me tell you, Avanti Gopan is our senior most assessor of our time. Avanti Gopan.
The debate, by the way, was stellar actually. And 2 of the best quotes of Charwas come to my mind. First is that change, you can't change, you cannot stop change any more than you can stop a sun from setting. It is from Star Wars. And the second very important quote from Star Wars is, fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, and hate leads to suffering. So one must let go of the suffering. This is for the Bain team actually. So please learn to adapt to change. Don't be a bad loser. Don't be cynical. Quality movement is synonymous. Quality has to come. You cannot have a bullet train just because there's no bus on a road in a small town. Both exist simultaneously. Accreditation, quality, it's a movement, it's a mission, and all of you attending here are stellar testimony to that. So that was just by the way. But leaders in accreditation, a review of the impact, I'm very grateful that some of the best, some of the oldest, and you have collective experience of more than 300 years on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. So what exactly we do? Very quickly over the next few slides, I'm going to take you through what we are, where we are exactly today. We do lots of training. We do lots of education, training, quality movement. We do quality promotions. We take up policy projects on behalf of government, Ministry of Ayush, Ministry of various ministries. We do a rating, ranking of medical colleges. We do IEC activities. We reach out to the last in the line. For example, recently for Ministry of Ayush, we took up the assessment, capacity building and certification of 2,000 health and wellness centers, which are known as Ayushman Arogya Mandirs. And we've also bid for working the same thing for health and wellness centers, which are going to come up about 150,000. We also do accreditation and certification. These are the core activities. We operate in 3 verticals: accreditation, certification, empanelment, various projects. Very soon we are about to launch a new scheme you will be very excited about. And probably in a month's time, we'll show you what we can do. This is the breakup, sirs and ma'am, of the current data as of 31st March. Today, we feel very proud to announce that we are partnering today with 20,799 and counting organization, not counting the projects where thousands of other smaller setups, PHCs, CHC, we have already assessed and bringing up. Someone brought up the issue of public funded facilities enrolling in accreditation. So again, it's a very proud privilege for me to announce that 18 of the 22 AIMS today are applicant with us. 5 are already certified. 14 of the biggest hospitals in Delhi are following the path of quality. More than 150 hospitals under the full accreditation schemes. So health has always been a state subject in our federal structure. Some states do very well, some not so, but that's not the point. Point is they're increasing accountability because they follow their own quality system, which is known as NQAS by NHSRC. More than 40,000 facilities under the NHSRC NQAS system today are following their guidelines. So quality is a movement, it's a mission, and whether it's NABH or not, it is immaterial. The point being that quality is here to stay, and all of you are the torch bearers for that. So this is a very brief thing, which are the spark which was ignited by Dr. Gyani sir and all the leaders on the stage. It has reached here today. There is, barring few Northeast states, we have presence in all. These are the accredited hospitals, facilities in the country where we have some. Again, some states are doing very well, some are not so, but it's a movement. This is the place, this is the requirement for certified distribution. So there are 19,100 odd PIN codes in the country. We serve majority of the codes, more than 18,000 PIN codes we suffer. If you were to map them on a map, you would find that there is a NABH accredited, certified or empaneled facility there. This is the breakup over the years. We started with just 2 hospitals, as Dr. Gyani sir has highlighted. And last year, we touched 768 hospitals counting the renewals. This is the trend of the NABH accredited HCOs and small healthcare. So small healthcare was a unique program, less than 15 bedded. Again, very promising. Again, the 3rd edition has come up, slowly tightening, slowly raising the bar. So it's just like an iPhone where the features are being added. So that continuous quality improvement is what NABH is all about. This is the same data for certification programs. So already there's a grading and insistence. I'm not making a case or a boon or a bane, but Grading started when we started the HOPE platform, the HOPE scheme, the hospital online platform for entry-level certification. We wanted the smaller hospitals to join the quality movement. And today, again, it's a pleasure to announce that more than 12,500 hospitals are already certified under the scheme. And every month we are adding 250, at least 250. Last month we added 323 new hospitals, not counting the renewals. So again, it's a huge mission which is taking place. 250 hospitals every month we are adding to the thing. Again, 23, this is the data, again throwing. We have reactivated our NABH international scheme. We today partner with about 12 hospitals in 8 countries. We have lots of interest from our colleagues abroad in far and wide countries like Philippines, Somalia, Uzbekistan, and these are very low-cost programs. Ultimately, all of you will realize that NABH is just a tool. It's a quality tool. It's a self-assessment tool. It's a peer review, which gives you and your organizations a solid ground to maintain your processes driving quality. We worked with government collaborations. We were part of G20 groups, Ayush Ministry. We have unique Ayush programs. We touch smaller hospitals. All the bigger hospitals are already there. We work very actively with professional organizations like 40,000 people of Foxy. We work with Smile Train. We are the Southeast Asia collaborator for assessment for Smile Train, the cleft lip, cleft palate surgery thing. We work with a whole lot of other organizations, Nat Health, FICCI, CII, etc. In fact, the Honorable Prime Minister also took notice to congratulate AIMS Nagpur from his official handle. That means a lot. All our standards are free of charge, and we are totally committed to SDG 2030. All this would not have been possible without our value system, credibility, responsiveness, transparency, innovation, but very importantly, not only values. It would not have been possible without all of you. So thank you so much. It's been a great journey. And with that brief introduction, let me very quickly come to the topic of today. What has let's ask from the leaders, starting from Dr. Murli. I wanted to start from the ladies, but Dr. Murli, you'll have to do the honors. What has changed after NABH? You can remain there. I'll come.
Thank you. Before I begin, thanks to CAHOCON and NABH as an organization for getting me this platform. I just wanted to say, when I review back, Gyani sir had pointed out, when we went first for NABH sensitization workshop, it was free. Lunch was given free. People could come, but still we were not getting people. We had to go request, can you please come? And when Bangalore was there, sir said, I want 100 people. So that was where we started. And today, thanks to, as he said, all of you and the entire NABH, it is really mind-boggling. It has grown to a mind-boggling level. 3 aspects I would like to say when we look back. One is, as an organization, as we all see, it has grown significantly. We saw from one accreditation program way back in 2005, June 27th, 2005 was the first ever meeting which happened in India Habitat Center. From that day to 19 years, I think we have grown a long way. Second, as an assessor, recently, I had the opportunity of assessing a hospital for digital standards. And I think one thing fantastic, I have to congratulate Dr. Atul especially, because he drove it passionately, is, bringing it in the app. It's a fantastic move. And I think, everybody, because now we talk in digital that more time should be spent with care and, less time with, documentation. I think that is truly you could see with the app. So I think a lot of transformation has happened. Now coming to the hospital. 3, one is, if you look at NABH the last 20 years, you can divide as 3 eras. First 6 years, next 6, next 6. The seriousness, what was there in the first 6, with spirit and intent, every standard was implemented. People were scared, that they would get an NC. From the senior most leader of the organization to the junior most staff, everyone was, breathing, talking quality. And most of the, the standards were also, the NCs were closed with a good spirit and intent. But as the next second year came, I somehow feel there was a little, sort of complacency, because we all learned the art of also closing. We all know how to address it. Somewhere, I felt that the seriousness or the spirit with which we implemented, it's not all standards are getting implemented everywhere, but we didn't go to the next levels. Although the standards went, the assessment part of it went, somewhere at the hospital level, somewhere I felt many of us may not have taken it so much seriously. So the only, learning which I would like to, give to all of you is, please go back and see what more better we could have done. Let us also compare ourselves, how we were 20 years back in terms of our own spirit. Maybe many things have got better. Hand washing has got better. So many antibiotic policies have got better, because by way of implementation, NCs and other things has got better. But I think somewhere we could, and that depends on all of you, to take the spirit to the next level. So how do we do this? Always the question, sir, it's easy. Documentation you do. So how, I have only two suggestions for this. Dr. Atul showed a lot of data. So that makes us sort of feel, oh, this is how it is growing, and we get more towards it. So share the data with the relevant stakeholders. Don't share the negative data, share the positive data. Sir, this department, hand hygiene has been at 90%. Because of that, we see the infection levels in your patients at 5%, make that viral, or it's come down significantly. So that would, sort of churn something. So only thing is share data and also keep the momentum up. So I would only suggest that, yes, we are doing a lot of things, but somewhere I'm just feeling, beginning to feel whether we are becoming a little complacent. So I think it's time, sir, that we all get up and, do the next level, go to the next level. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Murli. For all those who are not aware, Dr. Murli is the first assessor, along with Dr. Kapoor, sir, there. So, and he's a very sound singer, not only a bathroom singer, but he's a wonderful singer. Probably some other day we'll have that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I may have to leave. Thank you very much.
Abanti madam, you've been associated with NABH since Dr. B.M. Birla, the first hospital to got accredited, and very fortunately from Kolkata itself. So that was the first one, right? So what, you have been a nursing leader. So what difference, if you feel, has something changed for the nursing profession after NABH?
Thank you, Dr. Atul, for the question, and thank you, Kaho, for inviting me to be on this panel. Yes, we were one of the first hospitals, as you have put up two numbers in 2006. B.M. Birla Heart Research Center happened to be one of those. And at that time, it was really, as Dr. Murali said, and as the previous debate said, the Star Wars had already begun, because there was a push from our top management that we should be the first hospital to get the accreditation. So the competition and that awareness was already there. What we got from NABH was that there was a complete collaboration among all the departments. You see, when we worked before NABH, each department was functioning, though we had cooperation and collaboration, but we started appreciating the amount of depth of work that each department had to really put in. For example, a nurse would never go to the rooftop or to the backyard of the hospital or realize how much junk was being collected. So that was an eye-opener for all of us. Secondly, a lot of everyone realized that the largest manpower being nurses in a hospital, they had to be the champions who would take the banner of quality ahead. So that was very important. And a lot of new empowerment positions came up. We had champions, we had team leaders. Of course, in B.M. Birla, we had these positions, but across all hospitals, when we went, we found that shift in charges or new positions, infection control champions, all these were created in most of the hospitals that were going in. And we even had within our hospital, we had nurses who were given the empowerment of training everyone, including doctors, mock drills, multidisciplinary concept where nurses were involved in board meetings. All these things happened, and even we as nurses would go to the operation theater and conduct mock drills along with cardiac surgeons. So Bembedla being a heart research center, so we had to do these kind of things. So there was a lot of appreciation among other departments. And apart from that, as Dr. Murali said, what changed is a little bit of complacency came away as everyone realized that it's doable. Initially, there was a phobia, even assessors, assessees, everyone was a bit of a confusion how to go about it. But when the phobia died, a little bit of, it's doable, we can manage, we can do it. So definitely some amount of complacency came in. And along with the accreditation, I want to mention that the nursing excellence also came up, which was a big boost for the nursing fraternity all across the country. And as I see, there are about more than 200 hospitals with nursing excellence. So that was also a very important milestone achieved through NABH. And what needs to change further is that...
We'll come to that, ma'am. So I think I can unhesitatingly mention that the foundation of accreditation, at least in India, is on a very solid footing of contributions by nursing officers. I think we can have a round of applause to that. There's no contention about that. Coming to you, sir, you have been a trendsetter. You have been a staunch supporter of quality movement in the country, and it's not been easy, I'm sure. So what in your perspective is one thing has changed after NABH, specifically in your wide experience? Sure.
Thank you. Wouldn't change you what you mentioned, right? Manu, what has changed after NABH?
Dr. Gayani and Atul, thank you. I think it's interesting session. Only thing is, fortunately, it's not a boon or bane, so that we are all on one side. There is absolutely no doubt that the accreditation, we were fortunate to have our hospital accredited in 2006, one of the first hospitals. And that's when the day I met Dr. Gayani. And so after that, the journey had been tremendous for the, NABH. And, he asked me to say one change our hospital has made. And in fact, there are very difficult to choose one change, but as a whole, only if I have to mention only one change, I will say that the entire image and brand of the hospital has improved tremendously. And that impacts on the patients, on the employees, and the stakeholders, and everyone. In fact, I remember in 2006, we spent the money, whatever fees or something we had to pay for the quality NABH accreditation. And then I traveled to Delhi along with my quality officer, who was a very young girl. And she is doing a CEO post in Kuwait at the moment, Jessie. And when I explained to my board that so much money had to be spent, and my board members were questioning me, and oh, so much money, and what is this quality about? And why should we spend money? We have not even started giving dividend for the stakeholders and all. Over the years, let me just come back to 10 years later. And every board meeting, every quarter, I used to present about quality in my board. And many people did not understand what I'm talking about, adverse patient occurrence, incident report, SSIs and all that. And people did not understand, but slowly and steadily they learned. And later on of 10 years, and when new accreditations came, all the accreditations, Dr. Atul have brought in, and this team has brought in, we have it, and about 11 accreditation. So every accreditation, when I spend money, and when I bring it to the board, I definitely was applauded. And all the board members said that, yes, that is the way to go. And if you ask me, one change, actually, the entire perception of my board members and stakeholders could change with accreditation. By the way, I think Venkat is here, Venkatesh, and who was the first, and Ritu Murali, who came first time to our hospital for accreditation. I remember with good memories. Thank you.
I thought I'll quickly come here. So the reason why these five stellar leaders are here is because each of them represent a hospital in North, East, West, and South. News concept, that was Dr. Gyani's brief. So, Madam, coming to you, Dr. Aarti Verma, Madam, she's known to everyone. She's held the flag high of NABH at various levels. So, Madam, not only you could comment on what has changed, you could also tell us what has not changed. If they could bring up the slides there. What has changed after NABH? What has not changed, if you feel so, and what needs to change? These are the three big questions. And if there's one most soft-spoken person in the room, that is Mr. Joy Mukherjee, before I come back to the seat. One of the nicest person to know, one of the most solid proponent of quality. And after Madam, sir, you can also deliberate on the three questions.
Thank you, Dr. Atul. And very, very gratefully acknowledge our pioneer, Dr. Girdhar Gyani. Without his initiative, we wouldn't be here today. So a big round of applause for him. I still remember, when we say impact of accreditation, the transformation that I personally went through in my professional journey and the professional journey of my organization. And I see the stalwarts here, Dr. Pavan, Dr. Vijay, we were all together in our first experience of accreditation. It was truly a revolution for us and for the country. So I come from an organization which had a very strong visionary leadership when they began, when they got commissioned. And we had a benchmark with international organizations. They thought that they could guide us to, reach that level. So we had a lot of reference materials from America, but believe me, it is only NABH that gave us the roadmap of what to do and how to change and how to practice good things in your organization. The concept of patient safety, the concept of doing safety incidents, the concept of doing mortality audits, it is NABH which motivated us to do this on the ground and bring the change in our culture, in our organization, the way we did things. When we started and introduced mortality audits, believe me, to our clinicians, the doctors walked out of the room and they said, how dare you question? I've been practicing for 20 years. How can you question what I'm doing? So we have gone through all those barriers, but believe me, it was the incentive and the motivation from NABH that we have to get this accreditation and filled us with such a sense of pride. And the journey has been continuous. Today also, I say the impact of NABH is so much that we are a learning organization. Each time I read the NABH standard, I learn something new. I feel why didn't I know this before? So the learning, we become a learning organization and it's a journey of continuous improvement. The impact, what hasn't changed, I think, is that the cart is leading the horse. we still get people from the medical colleges and nursing colleges who have absolutely very, very basic knowledge of quality accreditation. They don't get the correct tools when they are learning. For instance, the nurses might tell us that when we are in a nursing college, we don't get hand wash solutions, or in a medical college. So how can you? So the curriculum has lagged behind, and the infrastructure in teaching institutions has lagged behind. So that part, I think, should change drastically. That has not changed. Physician engagement, especially the ones who are very, very reputed and are very high volume workers, for them to engage and take on the burden of extra documentation becomes a little inefficient for the system. Also, their engagement into a systems thinking has lagged behind. And I think a lot has to do with curriculum, though we don't say that they don't align. So those are the few thoughts that I feel should change drastically. If we have to reach from 20,000 to 100,000 hospitals, somewhere the curriculum has to align with NABH. The staffing that comes out of teaching institutions has to be aligned, and therefore the faculty of teaching institutions have to build their competence in quality to be able to teach the students and make them industry and patient-friendly ready and NABH ready. So that's a very big challenge that we are not able to deal with in even today. So thank you. In the interest of time, I can go on for hours, but I'll stop here.
Thank you, Ganiji. Thank you, Dr. Kocher, for inviting, and thanks to Kaho for asking me to speak on this very important subject. But before that, thanks, Dr. Kocher. You have perceived me as a very soft-spoken person. I wish my colleagues also believe that in the organization. So having said that, when we talk about this, what has changed? I'll go not only for my organization, but as an individual professional. In 1999, I started my career and I came across Dr. Gyani, and I underwent a session on ISO especially for healthcare organizations. It gave a lot of knowledge perspective that how we should look at it. And in 2001, I remember distinctly JCI came into this healthcare in India. We have looked at it for many organizations. It was a dream because it was perceived, it was conceived as one of the toughest accreditation system what you can undergo, and it was thought it will remain dream for few. And over a period of last 22, 23 years, we could see the numbers have not gone up significantly. But when it came in 2005-06, the discussion on NABH, and I happen to see again Dr. Gyani is steering and going to take this engine forward. It was really a joy. And at that time, we started working in 2007, the current organization where I work, the journey for this NABH. On the initial days, I can tell you what has changed first. The change is in 2007, when we got the first edition, even the second edition, there was not much clarity that how I am going to be assessed. Probably the same problem was there with the assessors. When they came to assess, they also didn't know, and there used to be a lot of ambiguity and conflict in decision, conflict in terms of giving the NCs. We used to feel that these are all subjective decisions. However, over a period of time, I see one of the major change what has taken place. It has become very, objective oriented. Things have become very crystal clear. The other thing what has changed, according to me, in organization in 2007, 8, 9, 10, not only in my organization, I'm talking about the overall Indian healthcare, where there is to be two set of people who are working for NABH and who are not working for NABH. They have to look at it against each other. I think that has changed today, and everybody feels that this is something we have to accept it. It's a matter of time, it is a matter of energy, it is a matter of resource, what we are going to spend for it. I can tell you what has not changed partly. We may not have changed the complete system in terms of certain quality processes, whether it is clinical outcome, medical audits, and some of the audits, the way NABH or any matured accreditation system they want to see, that may not have happened. And probably for that, we need a lot of training and all what CAHO is already doing. And, I'm sure that maybe after a couple of sessions of this CAHOCON, we can say that the things have changed towards a very positive, upwards direction. And what we want to see as a change, probably we want to see that hospitals, not only today, many hospitals, they look for this accreditation as a, tool for getting a higher reimbursement. They want to use this in their billboards to promote them. But instead of taking that, I think we should take it as a hallmark for your quality, what you want to practice in your organization, what you want to give back to your patient who is coming to your hospital with a lot of hope and expectations. You need to give them reassurance. You need to give them the level of care. Whether you go for grading or not, that is secondary. But the quality, what you are promised to give them, you are able to give them. So these are the 3 dimensions. So like this is the IPL age. I'm like the tail ender. I have come last minute and tried to bat fast in the slog over. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think we are almost in time. Just let me tell one small thing that people sometimes keep telling me that NABH has touched only 4%. Somebody says 5% of the hospitals in the country. Please understand, there are 5,000 hospitals with 100 bed and above. There are 25,000 around from 30 to 100. And 40,000 nursing homes are below 30. It becomes around total 65,000. And today NABH has already touched 20,000. You have covered 1/3 of hospitals under accreditation or certification. It is a big number. That is one, Secondly, somebody was asking me that there is a standard ISO 7101. In fact, it is like ISO 9000. But they have come out now with the ISO 9000, you can say applied into the healthcare. But it remains a quality management standard. I don't know whether that is going to compete with NABH. Let me listen from Atul Mohan Kochar.
So that's a googly, sir. But can I quote a couplet? कि सामने जो हैं उन्हें बुरा कहते हैं जिससे देखा ही नहीं वो खुदा हो गए. तो for all those who are aware about this ISO or ISO as they call it, 7101, it is a pamphlet. It is a 37-page pamphlet. Nothing here before, nothing after that. Open to interpretation, no ecosystem. It was launched in October. And frankly speaking, for an advanced country like India, I have lots of respect for ISO standards. Probably they're very suitable in remote parts of the continents, Africa, where probably, or rest of the world where there is no quality at all. You will be surprised to know that of all about 200 odd countries in the world, only 37 countries have their own standards. And India occupies a place of pride. And we are not at a base level. We are not at a checklist level. We are talking about cutting edge technology here. We have some of the best of the best hospitals who are currently JCI. I mean, my friend Shin is here. We have Joel Roos here. So we have comparable cutting edge standards. So this ISO is not for us, sir. It's a retro thing, and people who are calling themselves experts for that, just for a 6-month-old pamphlet. I mean, it's a matter of next debate. Let's have it at the next CAHOCON. I'm grateful. The 9th CAHOCON.
Yeah.
It's a boon or a bane.
Okay. Yeah, just because somebody asked. Now, so I think with that happy note, we end this session, and I will invite our all friends to come for the group photo.
So actually, there's a study, somebody did a meta-analysis of 1,700 studies on identifying the impact of accreditation. And most of the studies showed that it changed a huge culture, and this is a global study, of process orientation, staff education, staff pride, but they could not find adequate correlation between clinical outcomes and accreditation, the impact. And I believe that this grading exercise, if you saw a snapshot of how they are going to measure clinical outcomes, I think India will be one of the first countries to be able to show evidence of this.
Please give a big round of applause to our esteemed moderators and panelists. I request you all to please come forward for a group photograph, sir. Moderators and the panelists of this session. A quick announcement before we start the next session. ACE programs qualifier hospitals, please collect your certificate from the CAHO stall, which is on level 0. I repeat, ACE certificate program certificate qualifiers, please collect your certificate from the CAHO stall on the level 0. Moving toward the next session, which is on empowering patient by patient engagement. I request our chairperson for this session, Mr. Som Mittal, Chairperson, Patient for Patient Safety Foundation India, former President and Chairman NASCOM, and Dr. Vasundhara Atre, Associate Director, Medical Services, Manipal Hospital, Bengaluru, to join us on the stage. Over to you, Devashri.
Well, the speakers and the panelists for this discussion, for them, I would like to request Mr. Manvir Victor, Board Member, Global Advisory Group for World Health Organization and Executive Editor and Special Projects, The Vibes Malaysia, to come on stage. I would like to invite Ms. Nadira Chaturvedi, Chairperson, Patients for Patient Safety Foundation India. She's also the management consultant, academician, and a social entrepreneur. Dr. Gaurav Kakkar, lead and senior consultant, neuro anesthesia and neurocritical care, AIMS, Faridabad, Haryana. Dr. Rajiv Vasudevan, MD and CEO, Ayurved Hospitals, to please join on stage as the panelist.
Thank you.
Well, I would request Mr. Manvir Victor to highlight upon his topic, listen to patient's voice.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session. This session is different. It's about us, patients, right? So up till now, you've been hearing all the healthcare providers debating, talking about what should they do, and I think a great job has been done. But I think today we are very grateful to CAHO and all of you that finally, I think you have patients really involved and engaged and have provided us a whole forum here, which is only focused at patients and their viewpoint. This is, I think, the third CAHOTech where we actually started introducing patients to come up and speak. And I think over time, both in CAHOCON and CAHOTech, I think we have found a place. Empowering patients. And then you would wonder, we've always been patient. I think we all exist because there are patients. I think the very existence of healthcare is because there are patients around. The healthcare providers have done a lot to improve quality and safety, innovation. CAHO has been spending time in doing this. Errors will happen. The question that we have and which we should be addressing today is, can patients, if empowered, can help you in reducing and preventing the errors? You take a lot of decisions on our behalf, right? And I think we let you do that. The effectiveness of these decisions could be much, much better if patients were actually truly engaged and empowered to be participating in that decision. We may not know medicine, but we know what's going on with our bodies. As is often said, this is about us, and hence, nothing about us without us. And that is, I think, what the empowering should be. We spoke about grading and certificates and so on. But today, mind you, while all the changes have happened since NABH came into fold, one big change has come that suddenly social media and so on has empowered people to share their experiences. So there is a lot of discussion that happens in the patient forums where they are actually saying what a great experience they had in a particular hospital. And by the way, today, when somebody decides to go to a hospital, it is not only because of ratings and so on, it is also because somebody put in a good word. So if we are empowered to be talking about it outside, why not talk about empowering us inside the hospital? Personally, I don't think why the job should be difficult because everyone, is there anyone in the room who's not a patient or a caregiver? So if you have two roles, both as a patient and as a caregiver and as a healthcare provider, then you know where the shoe pinches. So I think you can play that role yourself. And in times you will find that we actually become partners. We have amazing speakers here. I'm not going to spend time introducing them. Manveer comes from Malaysia. This is his first visit to India. He's a patient champion. He represents WHO in patient safety. He's been running this, and I think, Manveer, you got engaged with us a couple of years back, and hence have been actually encouraging us. Rajiv Vasudevan there, right? He is the MD and CEO of Apollo Ayurveda, right? An integrated healthcare provider. We have Dr. Vasundhara Atre. She actually has done a phenomenal job of co-authoring this book, Convert, and I think her copies are available, where she's actually captured real stories of patients. And then my colleague, Nadra Chaturvedi, who is the co-chair of Patient for Patient Safety. Incidentally, both I and Nadra are running this foundation on Patient for Patient Safety. And the reason we are so engaged and committed to this is we and many of us around our friends and families actually had avoidable harm. And we didn't play the role that we should have in avoiding that. And hence, I think we think we have a skin in the game in this. So with this, I'll start. We have limited time, but all of us should cover this. And Manveer, shall I start with you?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone is okay. I'm going to be walking up and down here because I've been sitting for too long. Before I introduce myself and tell you a little bit about my own story, I want to find out more about you who are sitting here. So who are we talking to? Who are you? Right? How many of you are doctors? Please put up your hands. Okay. Pretty decent. Sure, no problem. How many of you are nurses? Okay, there's more nurses here. Okay. How many of you work in hospital administration? All right. How many of you in allied health? Okay, few. How many of you patients? Ah, great. So a lot of the women put up their hands. Those are the women who gave birth. At some point, they went to a hospital, a midwife, whatever, and they are the patients. The rest of the other women have not given birth yet, right? So I know I'm joking, but it's a mindset. You're a patient, you're a caregiver. I'm assuming that, when I was a kid already, I was a patient because I fell down and broke my hands. So I had to go to a hospital, right? So we all have that patient journey. I tell you what, this is a little bit, all right. Okay, I'll sit here. Since you're all sitting, let me sit, get comfortable. I'm gonna be telling you a little bit of the story. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. So back in the year 2000, I was fine. I was at about 34 years of age. And what happened was I fell ill. When I say I was fine, I was playing football twice a week. I was going to the gym. I was doing anything everyone who's 34 does, right? So I fell ill. I was not feeling so well. I went to a hospital and so the doctor told me, you need to do a blood test. So I did my blood test. Then the doctor who saw me, he said, listen, your blood test is not looking very good. You need to go and see a nephrologist. So I didn't know what a nephrologist was at that time, right? So I go upstairs, wait.
The nurse tells me the doctor is ready to see you. I walk into the room. Now I walk into the room and this is how the doctor reacted to me. Okay? I'm sitting right across me. Now I'm the doctor. I'm going to play the part of the doctor, right? He looks at my blood test report. He says, Manvir, your blood test report is not good. Your creatinine is very high. You have to go on dialysis. You see that machine over there? You have to be on that machine next Monday. That is how I got the bad news that my kidneys were failing. The doctor didn't even look at me. He just said it. And then he said, okay, I'm going to leave you with my nurse. And he got up and he left. I got up when the nurse came and said, why don't you sit down outside? I will get you a prescription. I will fill up some stuff for you. Something in my head snapped at that point, and I left the clinic. I went downstairs. I called another friend of mine who was a doctor. I'm Indian from Malaysia, so every other Indian is a doctor, right? So I know somebody who's a doctor, and I called him and I said, this doctor just told me that my creatinine is high and I have to be on dialysis. And the guy says, where are you? So I told him where I was in this hospital. He said, wait, so you sit down, I'll call you in 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, he called me and he told me, listen, I need to send you to another hospital. I'm sorry, but we need to do that. So I said, okay, no problem. So I went to another hospital, made an appointment, saw another nephrologist. And this nephrologist, Dr. Prasad Menon, he was so kind. He looked at me, he looked at my results and he said, listen, I am very sorry, but I need to send you for more tests. I need to do a scan of your kidney. But by later today, I will tell you what is going to happen. So I said, okay, doctor. So I went over and I did those other tests. I came back to the clinic. The nurse said, why don't you go and wait? We are waiting for the blood test results to come back. Your scan results are already here. And I told her, I can't eat. I have no appetite. I don't know what's going on, right? So she says, yes, I know. Okay, never mind. You sit down here. If there's any questions, you ask me. But once the doctor is ready, the results come, I'll get you in there pronto. So she gets me in and I sit down there and Dr. Prasad Menon proceeds to explain to me, looking at me, explaining step by step of what has happened to my kidneys, whether it's reversible, whether it's not reversible. Like he's telling me all this and he says, listen, you don't need to be on dialysis next Monday. We have some kind of treatment. We will try to do this. I can't promise you whether it will work, but we will try, right? So I said, okay, fine, doc. Now, which one of those two docs connected with me? Which one of those two doctors do you want to be? Now, my overarching statement is I believe that every single person who is in healthcare wants to do good. Whether their facilities, their job, their stresses allows them to do this is beside the point. But I believe my overarching statement is they want to do good. Now, maybe they're too stressed. They can't do good every day, every time. So in the end of the day, I had to start dialysis, but it started 6 months later because the interventions that we worked on didn't work, right? 6 months later, I'm doing dialysis back with Dr. Prasad Menon's clinic. And for 10 years, I was on dialysis. So 3 times a week, I sat down for 4 hours and watched my life go away. But he would come back and tell me, you can do this, you can do that. So obviously, when you start dialysis, you drop. Your entire body drops, right? At that time, when I started dialysis, I was about 80 kilos. Now I'm 80 kilos. I dropped down to 62 kilos. I'm giving you data so you can imagine this. 62 kilos are half the size of what I was. I couldn't walk 100 meters, all right? During dialysis, one fine day, I almost died. My blood pressure went down to 60/40 and I passed out. My nurses were slapping me to wake me up. Maybe they wanted to slap me. So they took that opportunity. Anyway, I went through that entire process with my cardiologist, with my nephrologist, and 10 years later, in 2012, I had a transplant. I met someone, we got married, my wife said, I want to give you a kidney, right? So I had that transplant in 2012, June 26th, in Hospital Kuala Lumpur. The facility in Hospital Kuala Lumpur was built post Independence Day in Malaysia. It was one of the oldest buildings in the town. But when I went in there and I walked into that hospital, I was like, oh my God, can they actually help me? Because the walls are falling down over here, right? But then I met the healthcare professionals. Dr. Ghazali, his entire team, they built in me the confidence that they will take care of me, right? Right after I did my transplant, a couple of weeks later, after I did my transplant, I have to come back on a daily basis, early in the morning, take blood, wait for it, get my results, and then doctor told me, reduce the medicine, you increase the medicine. So I'm sitting down in the hospital for about 4 to 6 hours every day. That's when I spoke to Dr. Ghazali, and I said, Doc, I'm here. Can I help you? Can I talk to the other patients who are undergoing a transplant? He says, yes, sure, no problem. Then I asked him, what should I tell them? And what more importantly, should I not tell them? So he used me to do that. And then a few months later, maybe about 6 months later, Professor Kada over here, who's sitting down in the front row, he was the CEO of MSQH. He called up the hospital and he said, we are looking for patients to be trained by WHO to be patient advocates. And Dr. Ghazali, I think, wanted to get rid of me. He said, take this fella. Please take him. So I was enrolled in this program with a whole bunch of other seasoned healthcare professionals, doctors, nurses, people who have been in healthcare who have retired. Right? We all sat down, went through 2 days of training before we became patient advocates. But I am a product of doctors, nurses, healthcare professionals who believed in me. They believe that this patient can make a change to the system that we are looking at. Today, it is now 2024. So I've been in this frame for 24 years doing this journey of talking to people about healthcare professionalism. I believe in what you guys need to do. My time is up. Right. I believe in what you guys need to do. The key element here that I want you to take away from today is there's only 65 million of you healthcare professionals in a world of 8 billion people. In India, local context, 5.49 million healthcare professionals for 1.4 billion, 1.5 billion people. Do the math. It will never work. There are more waiters in this country than healthcare professionals. You need the help. The help you have is the patient in your hospital. I am not the only person in the world. There are other Manvirs who are your patients. There are other Manvirs who are better patients, who are better than me, who are more intelligent than me, because in the past couple of days that I've been here and I met Dr. Som, Mr. Som, Dr. Vijay, Samir, all you guys have got the passion to move the needle. Work together and get that done. This is the country that has forgotten that it sent a rocket up to the dark side of the moon last year. You did it with very little money, but ingenuity. The entire world outside of India was in total awe of what you guys did. You are the country that has done that. Celebrate the wins that your patients go through. Because when they walk out of the hospital, that was your design. That was what you designed the patient to do, is walk out of the hospital. Celebrate that, and then we are on our way to get something done. Thank you.
Thank you. So you heard Manvi talk about every moment of truth that a patient goes through. And I think the last one was there, yeah, we will get sick with all your help. we will get better, but celebrate it so that the whole environment looks better. Rajiv, on that note, over to you.
Today is a momentous day. It's a historic day, I would say, because after many years, Ayush finds a voice at CAHO and CAHOCON. So I would like to express my gratitude to the leadership and Dr. Vijay Agarwal in particular, Dr. Lalu, Joseph, and all the myriad stakeholders who have built CAHO over the decades. I'm privileged to be here today amongst Mr. Sommittal and Manveer, Dr. Vasundhara, and Ms. Nadira, because we speak on the patient side of the entire healthcare experience, right? So I'm sticking to the context in which I'm speaking today, which is how do we identify the latent health needs which are unmet, and what is the role, what is the way in which we can serve the expectations of the patients. It is important, so in the time available, I'm going to zip through pretty fast. A study of 20,000 patients just taken, right, shows that let's leave disease and let's look at the well-being. And we took 6 parameters which constitute quality of life: sleep, appetite. Then if you look at the metabolic health, we call it Agni, bowel movement, overall vitality, energy, and then state of mind, 2 parameters, depression and anxiety, proxies for that. And what did we find? 2 out of 3 people had at least 3 issues, and 82% had 2 issues or more. So when you look at the latent needs, what we have to understand is that there's a huge deficit of well-being today in the system, right? And we need to go beyond just the disease parameters. Similarly, when we look at the healthcare continuum, we need to understand that 1/3 of healthcare demand today is constituted by tertiary quaternary care. Everything before and that succeeds is what really is where the healthcare demand lies today. And do we look at quality of healthcare there? Starting from primal and primary prevention to secondary prevention to tertiary prevention. In between, you have tertiary quaternary care. So unless we look at this continuum of healthcare and see what is the role, and very interestingly, both in secondary prevention and tertiary prevention, and as well as primal prevention, there is a clear adjuvant role and there is a integrative role, which can be played by systems of medicine, time-tested systems of medicine like Ayurveda. It's also important to understand that when we talk about latent needs, we don't keep just an urban-centric definition of a healthcare consumer. We're talking about a continuum of healthcare starting from the PHC in a village, going on to a taluk hospital, going to a tertiary center of excellence, or quaternary center of excellence. Along this pathway, what I want to say, a seamless continuum of care, which is technology-enabled, will emerge. Right? Today, already you see the ABDM coming in, and slowly that's going to gather momentum. Just as CAHO came in and grew, the same way you would see an Ayush sector has grown in this country. It's pretty clear this is going to happen. And it's very important to ensure that good quality healthcare reaches the last man in the village. Ayush has got a huge role to play in that healthcare continuum. And the fact, the elephant in the room, literally, is the fact that people today have multi-morbidities. 76% of the US healthcare bill is paid for people with 5 or more chronic diseases, right? So it's not an acute care. So beyond the NCD fear, we're talking about people with multiple NCDs, right? And if you look at the research for papers on multi-morbidity, you'll be quite surprised to note very little research done on that. Ayurveda, with its whole person approach, can do a lot, complementing modern medicine, in addition to looking at the quality of life. So we have to understand Ayurveda, which the intelligentsia of the people of this part of the world, 3,000 years back and more, conceived, which is time-tested, looks at health as systems thinking, the relationship between man and the health environment that he's occupying. So it's not a single cause, single effect model of healthcare. It is a many cause, many effect model, which is very systematically laid down, but quite contrary to the stereotypical information which is there. So completely amenable to protocols. So how do patients decide? Coming to a junction where patients have multiple choices. Today, we have to understand there's not one Indian. There are many Indias. There are many Indians with totally different health experiences, biases, and there is a lived experience from childhood, how Ayurveda and yoga, etc., form part of their lives. So the way they react to it is very spontaneous, provided there is a high quality supply of that service available. There's a lot of propaganda both for and against these systems. I think ultimately the patient is choosing, so much so that we say that during the COVID epidemic and pandemic, most of the households in one form or the other were using something which was part of Ayush in their lives, right? So awareness levels have gone up. The very important thing, supply drives demand, and supply is going to increase dramatically because large number of doctors passing out, 40,000 doctors every year. But importantly, payer support. Effective 1st of April, IRDA has come out and announced that Ayush systems would be treated on par with all modern systems of hospitals, so that there's no differentiation either in cashless coverage or the amount of coverage, etc. Right? And Ayushman Bharat should be there sooner than later. So I think it's going to really disperse into the fabric of the country. Micro-specific characters, as I mentioned, is that when you look at the individual, how does he choose? Acute on chronic conditions. When the chronic condition reaches a point where he is not able to get a solution, he then comes often today as a treatment of last resort. Forget the primary care part. Electives where there are strong refractory conditions, elective surgeries where there is a fear factor, they come and they seek conservative treatment. So there is a clear need for people who are not able to go through surgeries or strong medicine, and also where you're talking about integrative care, which we do in 3 or 4 of the hospitals in the country, leading hospitals, where you're talking about adjuvant care for cancer patients undergoing chemotherapy, radiation. We have 2 clinical trials which have been initiated for radiation-induced mucositis and radiation-induced allergic dermatitis. So there is a path where we can complement. Also for cancer, we have 5 minutes. I think it'll take 2 minutes more. So if you take this, the integrative care piece is something that is going to be transformational from the Indian healthcare sector. And I will talk about it as I conclude. Whole person care, a lot of people are coming with multiple problems. They seek one doctor who looks at me as a whole person, not as the sum of the parts is not quite the whole. We must understand that. And therefore, we also look at well-being, which is physical, mental, spiritual well-being, not just a unidimensional or limited reductionist approach to well-being, but true health, which Ayurveda 600 BC, much before WHO 1976, defined health as the presence of certain positive factors and not just the absence of disease. So this whole thing, and the fact that we talk about care pathways, so I would strongly urge Dr. Vijay that amongst the healthcare providers who are members of CAHO, we could do a study which for the next CAHOCon, we are able to present what are the pathways to care, how are today patients coming to different hospitals, whether it is a SHCO, a large HCO or an Ayush hospital, what are the factors which determine, and we should do this. So therefore, in the interest of patient care itself, our entire core purpose is to look at whole person health by empowering and upholding trust. And this has been crafted 14 years back, before we went into our NABH process. So just to tell you that. And the fact that in Ayurveda, it is very much possible. I would, in the interest of time, I'll just be very quick. A typical consultation is about 1 hour and 15 minutes. We listen to patients. The business model is viable, profitable, where the doctor is able to spend time with the patient. There is a etiopathogenesis established connecting the etiologies to the presenting signs and symptoms. All of this is in a highly structured, heuristic, algorithmic approach. And the fact that personalized health plans are drawn up between doctor and patient and signed off. PROMs, which is patient-reported outcomes, measures at the beginning of treatment and along the life cycle, control charts, outcome scales, and real-time customer satisfaction forms. So let me just say that there is a clarity of treatment objectives which are very much possible in a system like Ayush. And the fact that informed care, and this is across hospitals, across a period of months, you can see is at a very, very high level. For consultation patients, treatments, when you look at informed care, which is the thrust of what we're trying to do here, customer awareness of all aspects of care is ensured. And the fact that even for treatment patients, collectively over a long period, you can just see that very high levels of informed care apart from satisfaction with service. So let me just say, all of this leads to NPS of 84%, a CSAT level of 91%. So to sum up, there are 220 NABH accredited Ayush SCOs in the country. 235 was a number Dr. Kochhar mentioned. There are also QAI accredited integrative transition care centers which are coming up. IRDA updates, I told you, WHO's global center for traditional medicine for the world and integrative medicine has opened in Jamnagar, right? So India can be at the forefront of that. WHO ICD-11 TM2 codes are there, so standardized diagnosis. And Ayush completes and enhances the healthcare value chain. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajiv. I just hope that, while you were talking about empowering patients, I hope we don't get into a hospital which is giving integrated care and we are confused where we are being asked to select, right, between Ayurveda and others. So please come to a conclusion between all of yourself as to who comes in where, right? We do see the advantages of what you said, and I think it's important for all of us. But I think you mentioned about the time that you spend with patient. I think in a sense it's empowering, but the decision-making in this whole process, I think we need guidance as we go forward, right? On that note, Nadra.
Is it here? Can you see? Good afternoon again. I'm going to keep this short. I'm going to talk as a patient, as Som said. Why is this so loud? When I step into a hospital, we're talking about empowering patients, we're talking about engaging patients. I think almost 50% of the job is already done by all the previous sessions who emphasized whether it was grading, whether it was accreditation, whether it was nursing, whatever forums, there was a clause of patient engagement everywhere, or patient experience rather. There was no clause of patient engagement, sorry. There was a clause of patient experience, including a percentage for that grading. How do you get patient's experience to improve? What is the meaning of patient experience? I'm going to talk just as a patient. When I enter a hospital facility, I'm confused. Either me or my patient is bleeding, high fever, vomiting, nausea, all kinds of problems. I don't even know what to do. I don't know which department to go. I don't know where the front desk is. I don't know what's the meaning of triage. And I'm just guided to some doctor, some inpatient, or some admission. So when I go there and I know they ask me for tests, I don't know whether I should do it. I don't have the trust. I think patient engagement is about trust. I don't know whether I should tell them everything. I do not know whether I should talk about my earlier history. I don't know whether I should follow the medication. I know that it is beneficial if I follow what they tell me. I don't even know whether I should follow it. So when you talk about patient engagement, to me as a patient, it means tell me what I should do, why I should do it, not just what to do. If I know the why, then I will do the rest. Engage with me, answer my doubts, answer my questions. There are some charters called patient R and R, rights, responsibility. I don't even know the meaning of that. I don't know what to ask. People do not engage and errors happen on both sides. We're talking about safety, quality all day long. That translates into adverse events. That translates to me as a problem that I had. So why don't I engage? Why don't I ask questions? Why am I afraid? Who's afraid of me? I'm going to ask, I'm stressed out. I'm confused. I'm not a doctor. I don't pretend to be one. So I don't know what to ask. Fair enough. Why is the doctor not telling me what I'm asking? Why is the nurse not coming forth and explaining to me what's happening? Why is the lab technician not telling me why this test is being taken? You take a consent form, I don't know what that means. I just sign it because I'm in a hurry. Why don't you explain to me the consequences of that consent form? And I think there is an option there for a second opinion and the alternative treatments available as options to me. Help me to decide. That is what I'm asking. I don't engage because I don't know, but why don't you engage? I'm going to ask a very bad question to this audience, and I don't mean it in a negative way. I'm going to end it in a positive way. Are you scared of me? Are you afraid of answering me? Please don't be. Please don't be. I'm very scared. You're still God to me. In most part of the country, you're still God to me. Captain Ajita mentioned the masses. Yes, we'll always be the masses. We'll always be afraid of you. All we want, all we expect is quick attention, safe, clean treatment, explanation of what you're doing, transparency about billings, transparency about how much it will cost me. If I don't do it, what happens, which is in a way second opinions or an alternative treatment, like maybe Ayurveda. I mean, recently there was somebody who found her husband had last stage of renal cancer, and she came back with a question, should I go for Ayurveda or should I go for chemotherapy? They say surgery is no longer possible because it's traveled to the liver. I had no answer for that. Explain to me. These are the questions that come to our mind. We all need that. We have problems all the time. Heart specialist. I have fluid in my feet. My legs are swollen. I can't walk. My heart is in trouble. My sodium levels are going for a toss, but I need that diuretic so that my feet don't hurt. So stupid things like that. We need explanations on that. So explain, teach us, engage us. Many strategies to engage. Patient centricity. Yesterday was a lovely word. Not patient-centric life, but patient-driven. Beautiful, beautifully said in one nutshell. The care in future is not going to be patient-centric any longer. We thought that we'd come up with a lovely word. No. The next word, as in the yesterday's pre-con we had, was patient-driven care. Patient experiences, whether it's outcomes or experiences, I think that is the future. And that is what we need you all to help. But point remains, you know the benefits. We all know the benefits. We will be better patients. We will follow your advice. We will believe you. In one word, we will trust you. Patients are just like children. We open our hearts. We bare our bodies, pun intended. We open our minds. Don't misuse that. Take advantage. Just imagine a ward with 3-4 patients. One is cranky. One is acute care. One doesn't have a caregiver, but one is clued in. Even while the nurse is doing her job, if she teaches that clued in patient's person or caregiver, that person will help the other 3 beds. There's lots of time when we're waiting in the IP and we're admitted. Lots of time to hear each other's stories and families and bitch about daughters-in-law and mothers-in-law. So there's also time to care for each other. So the nurse will benefit. So it's not an added burden like an added, there's no documentation here. Just help us, be with us and teach us. The advantages, you will get loyal patients, lesser readmissions, I've been hearing that a lot, lesser costs of redoing infections or whatever, and a better branding. Automatically, you get better benefits in the bottom line. We, as Patient Safety Foundation, are here to help. We offer our help. We seek your help. We have designed many strategies. One of them is patient education in a simple, non-technical, but easily understandable, actionable as to what is my role. We say, my health is also my responsibility, not only the healthcare. We are here to help ourselves. We want you to help us with your best practices. We want you to help us. It's not blaming, it's not claiming, it's not a liability, it's not a medical legal forum, not at all. So we are making it simple. We've got, these are just some samples. I won't go into the detail, but we prepared how you meet the doctor, how you can prevent errors, simple things like even how you take your blood pressure. Or you tell us to monitor and come back with a track. We do it, but did we do it right? Our readings may go all wrong. Help us to do it right. There are several things. We explain the why, we give them the 5 watts, and both of us can attend it. We're doing it in all languages. It's available free. It's available on our website. We seek your assistance to reach the same population. Share it on your screens, on your OPDs, in your footfalls. I'm done. So share it every way. We can both benefit. That to me is the power of engagement, and that is the beauty and the benefit to both of us. Thank you.
Thanks, Nadra. On that note, Dr. Vasundhara, we're running out of time, but we'd like to hear your concluding remarks.
Today, the whole day, we've been having a lot of lovely sessions. And the one thing that has been at the fore of all of this, finally, is the voice of the patient. Whether you're talking about the boon or bane, it is a conversation about giving choices, letting people know what is available out there. What we heard today is a different ask. This is the voice of what our patients want. They want to have a good experience. They want good patient outcomes. It reminds me of a story where the surgeon would say, I had a fantastic day today. The surgery has gone perfectly. Ask the patient. He's in the morgue. Good surgery, patient dead. Today, experience is not just about the satisfaction. Experience is about how did I feel when I visited your hospital. Please understand that the experience can be a comparison even with a 5-star hotel next door. He's expecting clean sheets. He's expecting clean water. So I think what really came out in today's conversation was the importance of communication. Ask and answer. And more importantly, talk to the patient, understand the requirements, and make an effort to engage with the patient and offer what he needs. So thank you to a wonderful panel.
So much. So I hope all of you take away that we are stakeholders who want to participate with you, work with you, so that we can not only get a good experience, but reduce errors, have safe health, which is the objective that all of you have been working so hard, whether through accreditation, training, etc., that we do. I'm just going to do this 10-second spiel. Many of the hospitals have agreed to put up the material that is relevant for your patients in the language that they understand, right? So while you have a number of things that you do, but please try and use resources that are coming from other places, which are experienced, which is what patients want to hear. And we know that you're short of time, but there are other ways of communicating it, sending it to them, not only spending time one-on-one, which is required, but we understand the value of your time. So please, this is a movement that CAHO had started. They have done many other things, but this is where the buck stops, where the patient for whom you work, right, get focused. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope there will be some takeaways for you. Thank you so much.
So please come forward for a group photograph. Our speakers, moderators, and panelists. Thank you for such a wonderful session. So going ahead to the next session, the 8th session of the day, Popuri. I would like to invite the chairpersons for this session, Dr. Vijay Agarwal, President CAHO, and Dr. Shankar Sengupta, Medical Superintendent, CNCI Kolkata, to please come on stage.
I request our panelists also to join us on stage. Dr. Probir Das, Chairman and Managing Director, Terumo Asia Pacific India, Vice Chair Board, Asia Pacific Medical Technology Association, Mr. Gaurav Parchani, CTO and co-founder DOZI, and Advocate Avik Ghatak, Advocate High Court of Calcutta, Legal Advisor, InnoLead.
Over to the chairpersons to take the session forward.
I'll just come for the introduction of the speaker. First speaker, Probir Das, whom I know more than 25 years. He's the man who is a person from global medical technology. And over the 3 decades, he is working with the global medical technology. India has been blessed with, particularly the lab medicine people, the microbiologists have been blessed with the automation in microbiology by his generous involvement with Becton Dickinson company in 2000 and from 2000 to 2005. During that time, all the Bactec and Bactialert, TB Bactec, and then other system came up. Presently, he is working with Terumo Corporation, a century-old medical technology multinational, and is currently responsible for overseeing all the Terumo operations across Asia Pacific and India regions as chairman and managing director. So, Probir, I would not waste much time. I would request you that to talk on your topic. That's one second. Oh, yeah, you can.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So thank you very much. It's a little late in the day. I hope what we talk about, I will be able to make it a little bit exciting. First things first, it is not easy to preach to the choir because I represent medical technology, but we don't have a single patient. You have the patients, you use technology all the time, and there is perhaps no need for me to underscore, therefore, the value of medical technology partnership with the healthcare professionals. It's a very natural partnership, but the way technology is evolving, I'll try to talk about that and hence talk about how our kind of collaboration this far could go a little bit differently. So essentially, I was asked to speak about medical technology support to quality of healthcare delivery. Now, when I look at quality of healthcare delivery, I would say that outcome of quality of medical healthcare delivery would be sort of 3 areas, right? So if you look at 3 things driving it: patient's profile, physician skill set, and hospitals' technology and infrastructure. And medical technology perhaps has variable degrees of touch points in these 3 areas. With regard to patient profile, MedTech today can help you, healthcare professionals, to diagnose disease a lot earlier And through that, perhaps bring the burden down on your systems or your infrastructure. Physician skill set. There has been a very intricate relationship of medical technology and physician education, largely because medical technology, unlike pharmaceutical, evolves very, very quickly. Our evolution time oftentimes is less than 6 months, 8 months, and technology becomes redundant very quickly. And in that, the medical technology corporations, the inventors, and the healthcare providers, they have a very, very strong educational relationship, which is now moving to what I call simulation-based training. If I look at, there was some reference to aviation this morning, and in aviation, even if you have flown 10,000 hours as a pilot, you would still not be able to take the next set of flights if you're not trained on a simulator. And similarly, in medical education, we are moving to some sort, I'll give you some examples, very quick examples. And lastly, hospital infrastructure and hospitals infrastructure is all medical technology, almost. Outside of the financing element, it's all medical technology. So I don't need to underscore that. But that said, to make the hospitals win, not that you have already adopted technology, you have, but we together need to look at technology evolution that is very different from the last 100 years. I dare say that the next 5 to 20 years of healthcare is going to look drastically different from how healthcare has been delivered over the last 100 years. Whether it is high-speed image processing. How many of you have NVIDIA stocks? Just kidding. I mean, if you didn't have, buy, right? So high-speed image processing, intelligent processes, telemedicine, robotics, AI, generative AI, all of that is now coming together to form the technology that we bring to make your hospitals better. Now, what I will do is give you now a very simplistic architecture, very, very simplistic. I came here because Shankar, Rupa, they asked me to come. But it is an extremely difficult task to fit medical technology in 10 minutes or 15 and present it with any sort of, plausible way. So I'll try to make it oversimplistic. Pardon me if it looks oversimplistic. But the whole idea where medical technology cuts across with your practice is largely around these four. Number one, I said technology solution. Technology solution was mostly engineered device solution, but now more increasingly becoming what we call SAMD, software as medical device solution. The second area, as I said, was training and education of physicians, nurses, technologists, their skills to leverage the latest innovative tools. The third is in the area of productivity enhancement tools that add speed to your day-to-day operations, such as either workflow or documentation or error prevention. And lastly, number four, in the area of productivity, in the area of pricing, because the world over, and I thankfully, I get an overview of how the world of healthcare is adopting medical technology through different pricing models in several other markets outside of India. And when I look at that, pricing today is not necessarily price for a device. Price today is oftentimes pricing for several other things, such as a procedure-based pricing or outcome-based pricing more and more. And in some countries, what we call through HTA, health technology assessment, the value-based pricing. Now, I would give you a very few quick examples. Now, again, my caveat is that I can't fit all of technology solutions into a 10-minute conversation, but I'll give you some quick examples as to how this previous slide actually works. So how many of you use or intend to use Ognito? It's a product from India. Anybody here? Well, it's a AI-driven transcription tool, which which is getting tried, I'm told, in several hospitals like Rich Kennedy, Just Log, Apollo, so on and so forth. They are an AI-driven transcription tool integrated with your HIS and EMR, right? So very comfortable to use, very easy to use. It's still it's still in a test case. The verdict will be out, whether it works good or not, but it's a great tool where your transcription errors are far minimized and you are not required to spend a lot of time in documentation. One example. The second example, you know, as a medical technology person, and I've never done anything but medical technology 33 years. When I look at the future, exoskeletons are going to completely change the way, they're already almost changing the way how patients are discharged post-procedure. And these rehabilitative exoskeletons will result in very fast discharge, faster recovery, and that would allow you to use your hospital infrastructure a lot more productively. I'll not take specific names. There are many companies, many hospitals which are working with them, but this is future. The other thing, again, I don't know if you have used this. Many of you may have. It's actually a Medtronic solution. It's called GI Genius. It's AI-driven endoscopy solution, which very quickly will be able to identify pathological changes during endoscopy. Now, those lesions are very early stage. They're often very easy to be missed, but because this is backed by millions and millions of data points and, you know, how do you say, the power of artificial intelligence, this would not be missed in this solution. Now, I'm taking the liberty of talking to you about non-Teramo solutions because my job here is not to talk about Teramo only. I'm representing medical technology, and therefore I'm talking about some solutions outside of Teramo. Here is something which many of you would have used. It's there in India, quite aggressively used these days, the Philips stent boost system, wherein through the power of imaging, and when we talk about imaging, it's all boiling down to that microchip, you know, a very high image processing microprocessor. You are able to see a much better image of how a stent is actually placed within the vessel. How is your apposition in the vessel in a cath lab? So these are some examples. I'll give you a couple of Teramo examples. You know, I mean, here is an example that is from India. What you see on your screen is a beating heart simulator. I'm a big proponent of simulator-based training. This simulator, actually, it's a beating heart simulator, is in our training center in North India, in Gurgaon. You're welcome to come and visit it, see it, use it, learn on it. And what it does is that it helps cardiologists train on bailout procedures in a beating heart format. So we really don't need to make young cardiologists learn on a patient. They can learn on this simulator. Such is technology. Here is another example. And this is where the world of medical technology is coming and becoming more and more supportive to your practice. This is an example where through the power of data, we are creating a physician decision support algorithm. This is an AI-powered physician decision support algorithm. And as you can see, we call it the ePrism. We apply this in US. You can see some data from Kettering Health. By using this, the cardiology practice in Kettering Health reduced AKI and major bleeds by 50% on global US average. So these are some of the tools that I came here to talk about for you to see again, this is another small little experiment that we are doing in India. There's this company called V-Engage that we are working with. Now, when a patient comes in for angioplasty, oftentimes in a country like India, the patient comes from another city. And when they come in, they're having to stay back a week, 10 days, 2 weeks for them to get follow-up with the cardiologist. And oftentimes the outcome of that, they go in and they say you're okay, they go back, they can't go back to their town, their livelihoods and expenses mount, livelihoods are in difficulty. Here is a AI-powered tool which takes your discharge summary and uses WhatsApp to support the patient through recovery, right? And lastly, I'll give you another last example. And, there are many examples. I don't want to belabor my conversation. But if I look at this solution, right? All of your hospitals will have these innumerable pumps, syringe pumps, infusion pumps, so on and so forth. If you're talking about a 500-bedded hospitals, you often have 2,000-3,000 pumps. Now, there are all these pumps, they're on the bedside, whether in the ICU or in the ward setting or in a high dependence unit setting, and they're all beeping, nurses have to rush there, the fluid is over, there is backflow of blood, and there's a whole lot of incidence management going on, right? Which is not very productive for the nurse, which is also not very convenient for the patient. I'm very happy that in the previous session, we talked about patient comfort or patient participation. So here is a system by which all the pumps in the hospital can either through LAN or through Wi-Fi be connected to a central monitoring system, including the smartphones of the users. And what they would do is that they will make all these pumps absolutely alarm-free. The alarm would be going on, but in a central monitoring site. And if you are, imagine running a hospital across several centers, or several cities, you can still create a central monitoring unit. So these are things, this is not Star Wars, as was shown in the morning. This is real, practical, pragmatic, in-use solutions. So I wanted to give you these examples of saying how medical technology comes together with your practice and sort of makes the practice more productive. In summary, between the healthcare professionals here and the medical technologists like me, there is a very symbiotic relationship, undeniable, ever strengthening. Healthcare delivery is getting revolutionized by new technology, and the only way forward is to perhaps work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prabir, for excellent deliberation.
Thank you, Dr. Prabir. I request my friend Gaurav Parchani, a brilliant IIT Mumbai graduate, who is the co-founder of our famous dozy beds. They call it that, her bed to be dozy bed. That's their tagline. So, Gaurav, to please help us concluding it in time and to talk about the early warning system that you have created. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vijay, sir. It is really humbling to be in presence of the audience of our esteemed nurses, clinicians, and hospital administrators who on a daily basis deliver real impact to patients in need. And our job as technologists is to help you as much as we can, essentially to scale this up and to make sure quality healthcare reaches every individual. Taking from that particular theme, my job today is also essentially to also give you a glimpse of how the future of early warning systems will look like. We are in the 21st century today, and we have accurate algorithms that could predict what a person is going to buy on Amazon at what time, or where a cyclone is going to hit at what coast, at what speed, and when. But we really don't have much information on when a person is going to crash next 2 hours, next week, next month, next year. We really don't know that. We really haven't progressed much in the last 2 decades when it comes to risk forecasting on a regular, continuous, real-time basis. And how do we do that? But before that, why do we even need that? With all the advances in medical sciences, all the advances in protocols, with the amazing impact of quality that we've seen across the board, in fact, even today with the presentations, unfortunately, we still have some amount of code blues and adverse events. We all are aware these are sometimes fatal. These often lead to a lot of pain as well as a lot of cost to the patients at the end of the day. And a lot of them are actually avoidable. And we are working very hard to make our protocols, processes better in order to make sure that it doesn't happen. But the reality is it does. Here, the solution essentially is yes towards patient education, yes towards making sure that we have the best protocols and processes and following the best quality standards, but it is also to look towards technology, because technology is a huge force multiplier. If I'm able to do one job properly and I take n number of, let's say, n time for it, can I do that much faster? Can I do that at a much higher scale? Can I do that barring the distance when I'm not even in the hospital, for example? Technology has the power to get us there. But when we talk about early warning systems, let's quickly look at a criteria if we could put up, right? And these are the top 5 points I could come across. It needs to have a very high sensitivity. It should not miss any single patient. So a very high positive predictive value. It should be actionable in nature. It should be explainable, which is what our current scoring systems lack. The scoring systems that we essentially have outside the ICU today, they don't have explainability. They are designed to boil everything to one single number and then take action basis that. It should be implementable at scale, and it should be customizable because every patient is different. So we should be able to, our clinician should be able to judge and on that basis, customize the system, play with the machine and ensure that it is personalizing basis their particular care delivery to that particular patient. The current standard of care in terms of early morning system involves manual spot checks at multiple places. These are very good because they ensure a certain amount of traction between the nurses and patients, but it leaves a large amount of window between 4 to 6 hours where the patient is unmonitored in terms of their vitals. Multiple European studies have shown that this can be detrimental. In fact, a big number, 42% of events occurred 2 hours after a particular spot check, right? In a particular European hospital, 73% people who passed away outside the ICU post a surgery were never admitted to critical care because spot checks failed to identify them. The basis of an early warning system is to have data. We couldn't have built cyclone predicting systems if we did not have satellites capturing images on a real-time basis. So that is the basis. What is capturing information on the patient? Do I have minute by minute, second by second information on a particular patient in order to be able to make a prediction? And if so, it needs to be accurate, high compliance, and minimal operational overhead. And it needs to be affordable as well. We have such a system which gets slightly closer to this, where without contact, we could get data from a patient with very, very high compliance. So without having to do anything, we could get heart rate, respiration rate, blood pressure, and other vitals with wireless mechanisms without bothering the patient, without putting additional load or burden on healthcare professionals, and still get that data across. And we do generate a lot of data. For example, on an average, it's more than 8,000 data points per vital data points per patient per 24 hours. This is humanly not consumable. That's why we have to plot averages of half an hour on a chart paper. Even if you look at an ICU monitor, you would see a graph, but you wouldn't see 24 hours worth of data in one single plot because it's too much data to consume. And why is that so? Because our human ability limits us to interpret large data on a real-time basis. We're very good at absorbing trends when we look at smaller information, but when we look at millions and millions of data points or even thousands, we are not really very capable of doing that. But machines are. And this is exactly where it may seem like Star Wars to a lot of you today, but this is a solid marriage of mathematics and physiology, where if you look at this particular example, what you would see in a particular dimension, which is the vibration data of an individual, which represents heartbeats and cardiopulmonary activity, what AI could do is not just look at these insane number of data points, but it could look in multiple dimensions. So the graph below that represents the spectral features of that particular graph. Now imagine that's a three-dimensional graph with millions of data points in that frame. And this is a real graph of a patient in a clinical study that we've been doing who passed away, unfortunately, at some point of time. Do you see patterns in the last 3 hours, or do you see patterns in the last 8 hours that you could differentiate from the last 12 hours? I'm sure anybody could. But the machine was able to generate this and put it across. So it's not just 5 vitals, and it's not just boiling them into a particular score and saying that this patient is at that particular level, but it's looking at n dimensions and it's looking at the history of the patient for multiple hours and multiple days and making a personalized model based on that. It can be applied outside the ICU. Why should monitoring, why should early warning systems, or why should these triaging systems only be limited to ICU, where 5% of our population are? 95% of the beds are outside the ICU. It can be at home where there's no monitoring. It's a black window completely. And essentially, AI-powered early warning systems could, in principle, be used for large screening on a long-term basis. In fact, one such example is that we've very recently worked on a fall prevention algorithm as well. We recently released that, and it's right now in pilots across multiple hospitals, started generating impact by preventing a few falls already. And in my opinion, and this may get a little technical, but in my opinion, I don't believe that there is a single large model that could become autonomous and identify this person at risk and this person is not. We essentially need to work on very small, minute level, specialized algorithms and models that specifically work on one particular thing. So what I essentially mean is, take the example of a model particularly specializing in analyzing the respiratory patterns of an individual, right? And analyzing it over time, not just the rate, but how is the volume going up and down? How is the breathing, inhalation and exhalation pattern going up or not? Is it too sharp? Is it too shallow? And it just specializes and raises a risk for if there is a change in that particular thing or not. And assume aggregating all of that, because finally we need to get it consumed through a healthcare professional and we need to get it across. And imagine an early warning system where picture a future where an AI-based EWS transforms healthcare by predicting, preventing, and ensuring timely interventions for better patient outcomes. It is high clinical correlation. It has a very high clinical correlation. Most importantly, it's explainable. That's why it's actionable, and it leads to an early intervention. But if that needs to happen, we have a very big opportunity in front of us. Early warning system is just one example. We have several other cases where AI is coming up and creating a lot of difference and impact, be it as we've discussed in the previous few sessions as well. But we stand at a cusp, and I want to leave all of you all with a message that if we want to get Bharat as a leader in health AI, we have a lot of data. We have a lot of expertise when it comes to our clinicians, when it comes to our engineers and data scientists. All we need is the last bit, which is the most difficult bit, but which is the easiest to say, because all of us are in a room together, is the collaboration between clinicians and AI experts. And when we do that, we can unlock finally our potential and actually build for the world. Thank you all.
Thank you.
The last speaker of the session is again a very interesting topic, safeguarding patient information digital age. It will be delivered by a person, I would like to introduce a very, very young dynamic lawyer of Calcutta High Court. And moreover, he deals with mostly constitutional law and criminal, but moreover, he's associated with famous, or some people might tell infamous, State Council of, West Bengal Clinical Establishment Regulatory Commission, the so-called Health Commission, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
But one interesting information also about him, when from CAHO, we are trying to do something about the alternate medicine. He is the state representative of the State Council of Unanimity. So thank you. It's your time.
Thank you. Today, I am supposed to be speaking on the safeguarding of patient information in digital age. But before I start off with that, I would like to wish a very good evening to the audience present over here, to the honorable moderators, and to my distinguished co-panelists. The session that we are in
is named potpourri. Ideally, the topics that are being covered by each of the speakers are not supposed to be related. But thankfully and coincidentally, my previous distinguished co-panelists have talked about artificial intelligence and how it can come to the aid of patient care in the healthcare system of the country. And the other speaker spoke on the use of technology and how it can support the healthcare system of the country. Safeguarding patient information in the digital age, if we are to talk on that, we would have to talk on data, information and data. The topics on which my esteemed co-panelists spoke on would ultimately lead to the creation of data, patient data, lots and lots of it. The legal aspects of that is what I'm supposed to be talking on. Now, the very first thing is, as can be seen from the slide, these are basically the laws of various foreign countries as well as the European Union that cover data protection. Germany was the first to start on this. In fact, as way back in the 1980s, they had come up with their first data protection law. Thereafter, the African Union has come up with its own. The United Kingdom got its Data Protection Act in 1998. The European Union started off in 95 with a directive and thereafter replaced it with a regulation. Now coming to India, we have been a very late entrant in the data protection arena. It was only in 2008 when we made an amendment in our Information Technology Act, which itself came only in 2000, that we introduced two sections, being section 43A and 72A, by which we sought to penalize any breach of data. Thereafter, we came up with the rules in 2011. The 2011 rules, however, by and large dealt with biometrics and as well as personal information. But the flip side being that it being mere rules, it did not carry any penalization provision. No one could be penalized per se for violating these rules per se. However, these rules were created in accordance with section 43A, which itself carried certain penalty-related provisions. It is only last year that we have come up with the Digital Personal Data Protection Act of 2023, which has in fact done away with section 43A of the Information Technology Act. This is the first comprehensive law in India that covers the issue of data protection. This provides for penalties in case of breach of personal data. This act, in fact, a harbinger of this act was the judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court of India in K. Puttaswamy versus Union of India, where the right to privacy was held to be one of the fundamental rights of the people of this country. As far as the Data Protection Act is concerned, how does the healthcare sector fit in? The hospitals, the clinics, as we refer to in the clinical establishment law as the clinical establishments, these clinical establishments would fall under the category of data fiduciary. Data fiduciary is referred to in this new law as the organizations, as the body corporates, which create and which determine how the data pertaining to the patients, in this case the patients, it covers any other body corporate as well. So the creator of the data, the organization which determines how to deal with this data is referred to as the data fiduciary under the Personal Data Protection Act rather. So in case of any breach of this data belonging to the data principal being the patients, it is the data fiduciary which shall have to bear the penalties that can be imposed in accordance with the schedule to this act, which is why it is very important for the clinical establishments to know and understand their roles as data fiduciaries. Some of these clinical establishments having a lot of branches throughout India would be referred to or can be demarcated by the central government as special data fiduciary. In case of significant data fiduciaries, they would have the additional responsibility of appointing data protection officers. In case of the normal data fiduciaries, a standalone hospital, for example, which handles less amount of patient data, they would still have to appoint, not mandatorily, but data processors and consent managers who would act as the bridge between patients and the hospitals or the clinics or any other clinical establishments. This act has created the Data Protection Board of India, which is supposed to look into any complaints of breach of personal data. And in case of any order going against any clinical establishment, there is also an appellate tribunal to deal with such situations. The penalties are provided for in this law, possibly for the first time. India has come up with any such law, as I stated, and they may go up to anything between 50 crores, 200 crores. So that's a lot of money that the clinical establishments stand to lose out on in case of non-observation of the provisions of this act. All the data that is to be created by the machines referred to by previous co-panelists is to be controlled, is to be protected in accordance with the provisions of this law. Having said that, I would move on to the next slide. I would not only thank CAHO for organizing this today, it has been a very enriching experience of having got the opportunity to listen to so many various speakers speaking on different topics. I referred to the hospitals and other clinics as clinical establishments. This is basically because clinical establishment is a technical term which is used, for example, in the West Bengal Clinical Establishments Act. So when the hospitals are functioning as of today, they will be required not only to keep in mind and comply with the provisions of the Data Protection Act, but also with several other laws, for example, being the Clinical Establishment Act of West Bengal. The central law is also there of 2010. West Bengal enacted its own in 2017. At InnoLead, we provide, it started off in 2018. And from thereafter, specifically from 2020 onwards, we have been providing a 360-degree coverage of consultancy in connection with various multifarious issues that hospitals may face. Specifically, law-related consultancy. And this is something that is unique, as I can say from my experience in the legal field, in connection with any medical or the healthcare related sector. There is very little legal consultancy coming the way of the health sector. At InnoLead, we cover not only the trademarks, which is required for every hospital. This is an old issue. Trademarks related issues have been coming up for a long time, for decades. But most importantly, compliance with the Data Protection Act, consultancy regarding compliance with the provisions of the Clinical Establishment Act, on medical negligence, which is another separate issue, on issues pertaining to deficiency in patient service. And with that, I would be ending my talk today, because there's a very short period of time that has been allocated. However, before leaving, I would like to play out a very short video with the permission of the honorable moderators. Play the video. Come to the sir.
Thank you, our moderators and the panelists. We request you all to come forward for the group photograph. A quick announcement. NABH has organized free gift for all the delegates who visit NABH stall on level 0. Only 500 gifts are there, so please be quick. Moving toward the next session, that is session number 9. It's the best practices in healthcare initiative by CAHO. I would like to call upon our chairperson for this session on the stage, Professor Satish Chandra. He is a senior specialist and director medical services, medical research, John Hopkins Medicine, Tawam Hospital, and Mrs. Rama Rajashekaran, director, Ganga Medical Centers and Hospitals, Coimbatore.
The speaker for this particular session would be Dr. Rahul Deshmukh, Medical Director and HOD Anesthesia, Medcare Orthopedic and Spine Hospital, Dubai, UAE. Request Dr. Rahul to please come on stage. Thereafter, we would be calling upon the award winners for their respective presentations. They are requested to be available at the earliest. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. This is the last session, and I think all the next graduation for session, everybody is really getting ready. So we'll make it, it's going to be a pretty short session only. And now it's a very, as you all know, so much of CAHO keeps all the initiatives of CAHOs and all the best practices. You heard it from yesterday with all the pre-conference and today, and it's going to continue tomorrow. But now we have with us Dr. Rahul Deshmukh. I think he's going to talk about Prem, and he's from Dubai. He's an anesthetist and working in Medcare Orthopedic and Spine Hospital, Dubai. Over to you, sir.
Good evening. I know we are running late and we are short of time, so I won't be taking much of your time. I'll be as quick as possible. But this is something that is really important and an initiative that was taken up by CAHO last year. So it was about the patient-reported experience measures. Before we get on that journey, what are the top 4 reasons why people attend conferences? First is networking opportunity, learning. This is something interesting. Entertainment. You can see the Park Street of Kolkata. Some of us think it's a good time off from the hospitals. When it comes to CAHO, it's slightly different. Remember this, last year we all met, 2023 CAHOCON. That's where we discussed about the patient-reported experience measures and the importance of patient-reported experience measures. CAHOCON is serious business. It's about people filled with passion for patient safety and quality. And that's when, during this presentation last year, we established the fact that the concept of patient-centered care is something like this. A fancy car which has a lot of benefits and a lot of safety features, like maybe millions of airbags and anti-lock braking system and whatnot. The issue is with the approach of patient-centered care, the driver is still somebody else. It is you and me, the healthcare providers, who are driving this. So we have a lot of safety features in the form of processes and protocols. Effectively, who is implementing it is you and me. That's the problem. That's why we should be shifting from patient-centered care to patient-driven care. And when we talk of patient-driven care, it is about prems and prompts. And that's why we decided to take up this particular exercise with the help of CAHO. So what were the aims of this project? First and foremost was creating awareness about prems, which was very important. Usually people were looking at satisfaction surveys with what was the food quality. Of course, that is important, but we created the awareness about clinical prems. Prems can be used for clinical purposes also. That also empowers the patients and families in co-assessing the quality of care. Another major role or major aim was to create a repository of prems at national level by developing clinical prems, not only service excellence. We really didn't have any Indian context specific prems. There are some prems which are available, but nothing specific to India. What are our needs? So that was the purpose of CAHO taking up this project. And obviously we wanted validated tools, not only tools which are scientific and validated tools. This was the journey that we took on. So what was the rationale behind it? First and foremost, engaging patients. As we all know, that is the theme for the World Patient Safety Day. And this project really suits the engaging patients. If you visit CAHO website, there are very interesting objectives of CAHO. To create a resource center, to create consensus and white papers. That's what we released in the afternoon, a white paper on prems, and to assist developing patients for patient safety initiative. We had a very good session in the afternoon about the same. What's the opportunity like? When we talk of Indian healthcare culture, Indian healthcare, one thing that stands out is there is a lack of standardization. Be it accredited versus non-accredited organizations, urban versus rural, resourceful versus resource poor organizations, we really don't have any standardization. And of course, there was lack of awareness about prems. What was the methodology? Methodology can be explained very easily by answering these questions. Why did we do this? Who did this? What did we do? How did we do? And when did we do it? Let's go one by one. First, of course, why we did it: to ensure patient safety, engage patients and families to improve the quality of care, standardize critical steps of the patient safety particularly, and create a national snapshot of what exactly is happening. We have a lot of policies and protocols. Are they really being implemented on the ground? And the best person to answer that is not you and me, it's the patient. That's why we took up this. Now, who does this? Who takes up the challenge? And for taking challenges like this, you need an army. We needed a core group which identified the opportunities and focus areas. We then created study groups which identified various safety issues and created groups for that. Subject matter experts, and of course, the stakeholders, including patients and their families. Core group, of course, was very ably led by Vijay sir and Lalu ma'am. And we had fantastic co-leads in the form of Dr. Nisha, Dr. Pratish, Dr. Malti, and very two important people. I don't know whether they are here right now, Professor Venkateswaran and Ganesan sir. Both of them created or helped us in creating the validated tools. Both of them are fantastic statisticians. What we did do, we identified topics which are critical for patient safety, totally 17 topics. These are the topics that were created, and we studied those topics. Then a study group was created. Each study group, for example, let's say surgical safety, had a principal investigator, a principal co-investigator, and of course, members. Members, as you can see, included all stakeholders. Innumerable meetings were conducted, which studied these, which went through all the SOPs, creation of SOPs. We had a lot of focus group discussions, wherein we did the literature review, identification of SOPs. We identified person responsible for each step and created a questionnaire. Again, a lot of meetings, particularly on Teams, a lot of meetings were conducted to come to conclusion. This is the IPL season. We all know the importance of experts. And that's why we also went through our experts across India, including the patients, families, clinicians, nurses, doctors, everyone. And we verified our steps that we were implementing. And once that was implemented, once they gave the feedback, then the questionnaires have been released. This was the project timeline. I'm rushing through because I don't know, I'm running short of time, but this is how the entire project was conducted over a period of maybe around 3 to 4 months. Our strength is numbers. Yesterday, there was a good discussion about India and the strength of India. Our strength is numbers. This is a pan-India project. There are something like 12,700 patients being questioned for these projects. So I think this is just an initiative. This is just a beginning. We have a long way to go. Implications, we are empowering patients' voice, of course. We have created and we will continue to create the repository. We created a snapshot of current practice and standardizing the policies. There are some limitations. All forms currently are English. We haven't really gone to multilingual forms, but that's the next step. We will be going there. And still, it's a very small percentage of patients that even if it is 12,000 patients, when we look at the bigger picture, it's still a small percentage of patients that we have contacted. We still have a long way to go for this. So what's the way forward? Obviously, we will be conducting this at multiple hospitals. We are also looking at research publications. The academic wing of CAHO is really strong. We are looking at that, multilingual forms, and more tools to be developed. In short, I'm running short of time again. We have a long battle, but we are in Kolkata. We all know the tagline of KKR, Porbo Lodbo Jeet Pore. That's what we are here for. We will win this battle. Thank you. I'd just like to tell one thing, Vijay sir and Lalu ma'am. CAHO is blessed with people with passion for patient safety and quality. That's why you have at least half full auditorium of this size at 6 p.m. And let's cash in on it. We won't get such people again. So thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rahul. It was really nice. And now we are going to announce two of the prize winners for award winners presentation. Devashri. Okay, I have the.
Well, for the award winner presentations, I would like to call upon Mr. Ronald Simon, who's the Institutional Safety Officer of CMC Vellore, for the Fire and Life Safety Excellence. Mr. Ronald Simon, a big round of applause for him, please.
Good evening, everyone. Christian Medical College, Vellore is a 124-year-old teaching quaternary hospital, which has about 4,500 beds, which are spread across 5 campuses. We are going to today see about our fire systems in our new campus, which is our Ranipet campus. The total infrastructure what we have in Ranipet campus is 170,000 square meters of built-up area with 1,200 total inpatient beds, 29 BMTU beds, 169 ICU beds, and 43 operation theaters and 43 lifts with 7 fire lifts. Fire department in Christian Ranipet campus is manned by the chief fire officer and the fire officer. Quality manager and the safety officer supports them with protocols, mock drills, and evaluation. These are the categories of fire personnel posted in Ranipet campus. In an average, we have 35 people posted. The fire detection and prevention measures are fire detection system, alarm systems, PA systems, smoke detectors, sprinklers, smoke exhaust, fire extinguishers, fire compartments, along with building management system. Our organization has prioritized fire safety with robust infrastructure in place. These are few of our inventories which we have in the campus. This is a fire pump house. And we also have invested in a new technology on mini fire mist tenders. We have currently 3 fire tenders in Christian Medical College, one at Ranipet campus. We have developed a very comprehensive emergency evacuation plan that accounts for various scenarios, including fire, natural disasters, and medical emergencies. We have implemented alternate gas site for each ward and ORs. Monthly, we conduct about 4 fire mock drills, including ORs and ICU. Uniqueness of our emergency protocol are comprehensive protocol for each area and department. We have alternate care site for each designated area, and we have a defined, along with defined escape route. And we also make necessary arrangements, announcements through PA system, and emergency responders have defined roles and responsibility. And also clinical teams have also defined roles. Mock drills are conducted on real-time spot. This is our emergency protocol algorithm for fire activation, and few of our pictures for our mock drill, which was conducted recently. And we also have a very good fire safety committee. We meet every quarterly. We have conducted so far 131 committee meetings, and it is all with a multidisciplinary team, and all those meeting minutes are all discussed. And this is how we present our minutes with all the action taken report and the person responsible, and along with the timeline. Apart from our committee, we also have our fire safety round, which happens monthly in respective campuses. Since Ranipet campus is a new campus, we have conducted 9 fire rounds in Ranipet campus. Another very important initiative, what we have done is training on firefighting management and safety, which is first in the country. It focuses on supporting the economically weak candidates who are unable to pursue further studies due to economic and familial challenges. Lastly, 6 candidates were trained and awarded by the Health Sector Skill Council, and we also give a stipend of ₹6,000 for all these candidates. The technology adoption, what we have taken up in Ranipet campus is our electronic fire panel control with automatic logic system and shunt tripping system. AHUs are automated, automatic smoke exhaust, smoke dampers for all AHUs, addressable sensors during fire, PA system, evacuation equipments, issuance of hot work permit, mini mist fire tender, and all these systems are controlled by building management system. We also have all these technologies are tested periodically during monthly fire rounds, and also based on the maintenance schedule. We also have a very good emergency communication method through Central Command Center, which actually activates all emergency codes, including fire, through PA system and duty mobile and walkie-talkie to fire team and security team to address all emergency. And we also had put on emergency phone numbers added to our ID cards, and fire alarm indicators include CCC enhancing fast activation. This is our Central Command Center looks in Ranipet campus with CCTVs and all telephone communication systems. CMC fire team. And I want to thank our CMC administration for all the support extended, and a special thanks to our fire safety convener, Dr. Lalu Joseph. And I want to thank everyone. And it was not raining when Noah built the ark. So always be prepared. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Simon, for an excellent presentation, ranging all the from your preparedness to tackling the fire, which is an important component of our hospital safety. Quite impressive. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Simon, for the wonderful presentation, and no wonder you won this. The next I would like to call upon Ms. Soma Das, Head Quality, Apollo Kolkata, Apollo Multi-Speciality Hospital Limited, and Mr. Krishnendu Bose, Head of Engineering, for their presentation on hospital environmental sustainability. Over to Ms. Soma and Mr. Krishnendu.
Thank you so much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a proud honor to be here on the stage and receive this prestigious award on behalf of Apollo Multi-Speciality Hospitals, Kolkata. Ashankam prakate prate jivanam. Prakriti ke bina jivan nahi hai. And we at Apollo Hospitals, Kolkata, truly believe in that. And hence we try every bit to save and sustain our environment. It's a 744-bedded huge hospital, which is spread across 5,97,000 square feet. We have 14 operation theaters, 200 critical care beds. Not only this, 32-bedded dialysis unit, 3 cath labs, endoscopy, ERCP, and also all our labs are NABL accredited, and our blood bank is NABH accredited. We also have radiotherapy, BMT, and various other units. So this only means adding more and more pressure on the entire environment. And that's how here I have my engineering head, Mr. Bose, who is going to tell about the Green Hub project, which we have adopted in order to save the environment.
Thank you, Shoma. What we have done actually, what's the difference between the Apollo Multispecialty Kolkata other hospitals? Our motion, today you know the temperature outside is 39 degrees centigrade plus minus 1, and the temperature is increasing in day-to-day basis. Our motto was how to reduce the energy consumption as it can be converted to the reduce the carbon emission in the world. So what we have done, we have installed the 335 kWp solar plant inside the hospital premises, which actually annually 3,500 to 28 metric ton reduce the carbon emission equivalent to 30 lakhs of electricity unit per annum, which cost is more or less 2.63 crore. That was the first motto, and we have installed successfully, and it runs like 3 years continuously. Not only that, we have reduced the electricity cost in respect of the energy savings materials. We have used a lot of energy efficient air conditioned plant as well as the VFD based plant. We have the LED light, BLDC ceiling fan, as well as the so many equipment, biomedical equipment especially, which can consume the less electricity, ultimately reduce the carbon emission. Not only that, we have installed the composter. That's food waste. The huge food waste, each and every hospital is a headache. And what we are doing, we have the 2 composter machine, 750 kVA and the 500 kVA ton. The 750 tonnage and the 500 tonnage composter machine, it's compost, organic compost from the food waste to the fertilizer. And what we are doing, that fertilizer we are just distributing among the staffs as well as the nursery, free of cost, and also we are using in the hospitals. The rain harvesting systems we have done here, and the catchment area is more than 12,250 meter cube in year. Except that also, what we have done, more than the 5,300 trees plantation we have planted in around the Apollo Hospital, Kolkata. Everybody knows, as per the Pollution Control Board, above the 2 lakh square feet area, you have to have maintained all these things. And we are maintaining like that. Thank you very much.
This also includes the entire green supply chain. So each and every member of the system is contributing towards it. And each department, including biomedical waste management, also plays a major role in terms of decreasing the entire load of biomedical waste and the annual collections. There are some innovative technologies also which the team has adapted, like the entire BMS system. Mr. Bose has the entire system captured in his office itself, where he can keep a direct watch on every area round the clock.
This is the solar plant at Carport area, and 40,000 unit I am getting in month. And ultimately, I have told you the equivalent to the carbon emission. The equation is the 1 kilowatt hour. 1 unit equal to 1 kg of CO2. Calculation ultimately comes accordingly, and we have saved a lot.
And the greenery, and we have tried to use as much as open space and ventilation across the hospital. And the plantation, Mr. Bose has already informed. That's all from our end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Nas and the team. The Hospital Environmental Sustainability Award is well deserved. I think it takes a major closer to the net zero initiative that we're talking about.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I would like to ask the chairperson and the speakers to come ahead for the group photograph. And for the next session, which is all about the awards, I would like to call upon my hosts for the day. Over to Dr. Suvin and Dr. Rana.
Good evening, everyone. We'll be proceeding with the graduation ceremony. For this ceremony, we'll be inviting dignitaries on the dais. I'd like to invite the chief guest, for the graduation ceremony, Dr. Peter Kisinge. Is Dr. Peter Kisinge, sir, around? Yeah. I'd like to invite the guests of honor, Professor Satish Chandra, sir. Let me introduce Dr. Peter Kisinge, who is the chief guest. He is a distinguished consultant intervention cardiologist and the executive director of the renowned Jakaya Kikwete Cardiac Institute in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Can I request Professor Satish Chandra, sir, to come onto the dais? I'll also request Dr. Shin Ushiro to join us on the dais as the guest of honor. Dr. Shin is the executive board member, Japan Council for Quality Healthcare. Welcome, sir. Welcome, Dr. Peter. I'll also like other dignitaries to be on the stage. Dr. Vijay Agarwal, Dr. Lalu Joseph, Mr. Rajiv Gupta, Dr. J. Jayalakshmi, Dr. Sunil Munkur, in fact, we'll be standing on stage. We'll be removing the chairs. Thanks, sir. Thanks. Because there are a lot of dignitaries who will be there on the stage, and this is going to be a standing ceremony with a lot of awards to be given. Dr. Sunil Munkur, sir, Dr. Shweta Prabhakar, Dr. Parivallan Rajavellu, and Dr. M. Malati. I'll request all of them to be on the stage so that we can proceed with the graduation ceremony. There are quite a few awards to be given, and I'm sure the awardees are waiting patiently for the award the whole afternoon. चेयर्स नहीं रहेंगे, चेयर्स निकाल दीजिए और टेबल्स निकाल दीजिए जल्दी. हाँ. Yeah. I'll request Dr. Jayalakshmi to announce the winners for the ACE Awards. Over to you, Jay.
Thanks, Dr. Sawin. So good evening, everyone. We're just moving on to the next set of awards. This is for ACE Equality Initiative for the CSST. This is by CAHO in association with 3M India. This is actually ACE means awareness, compliance, and excellence. This is along with the 3M. So this is a program that need to be participated by the hospitals to open up their CSSTs for a quality certification program where an assessment is done to find out whether there is an excellence in these categories. And more than 80% of score is considered as performing towards excellence. So what is this ACE CSST program? It is a primary objective of ACE program is to facilitate capacity building amongst CSST professionals, share best practices, and provide benchmarking while promoting and continuously improving the quality and safety of healthcare services as per the latest standards and guidelines. ACE programs helps in knowledge enhancements through basic and advanced courses, guidance and consultation by the experts into the CSSC staff to promote adherence to the standards and guidelines, certification for the CSST professionals by CAHO after successful completion of the courses, auditing and gap analysis of the CSST facility by the CAHO team. All hospitals who achieve more than 80%, like I mentioned to you earlier, will receive the certification from CAHO. Recognition and awards for the top winners are now presented at CAHOCON. And what you're going to see today is the 2023 participants, about 85 hospitals registered, out of which 64 hospitals qualified. And from today onwards, the registration opens for the ACE 2024 CSST program. So anybody who's... So I would just request Rajiv sir to just speak about the ACE CSST program for a minute, and we just move on to the awards.
Thank you, Dr. JJ, and thank you, Dr. Vijay, Lalu ma'am, and all the dignitaries on the stage and people who are present here. I would like to give a context on ACE program. The journey starts about 7-8 years back, exactly 2016, when I talked to Dr. Vijay Agarwal and Dr. Girdhar Gyani, and they said that we need a program where we can have CSST, which is often overlooked. It's one of the departments which is seen as a cost center. If we can do some quality initiative there and bring in robust processes. And so we took up the challenge. We created a whole program where we can, 3M as a technical partner, guidance partner, along with CAHO could build up this whole program. And what we have done is the ACE program, what Dr. JJ talked about, which is basically awareness, compliance, and excellence. That's what the acronym stands for. There's a lot of work which is going. So the winners, what you see on stage today, they go through an extensive project for about 6 months, which is, there's an audit process which is done against a checklist. Then there is a intervention done in which training of people, the CSSD staff is done. And then there's a post-audit which is done after 3 to 6 months. And these are done by CAHO auditors who are trained on doing the audit against a checklist, which is at an international standard. Now, obviously, there are different categories. You have well-established big centers which can invest in the infrastructure. There are smaller hospitals who might not be able to have similar infrastructure as a big hospital. And then there are government facilities. But what we have tried to do is keep the process robust. The infrastructure is not the focus here. The focus is how we can establish a robust process. And that's what the auditors go and observe. They audit against a process checklist which is provided to them. And that's what has been implemented. Obviously, the score today is about 300 odd hospitals have gone through this program over the last 3 years. Can it be scaled up? Yes, it can be scaled up. We wanted to have a core group of auditors who knew what they are doing. That has been put in place now. We want to have more auditors. So people who are here who want to be associated with CAHO ACE program, please volunteer for being auditors. We want to have more auditors so that we can start scaling up. We saw the NABH dashboard. They had about 20,000 hospitals. Are they all compliant to the CSSD checklist? Might be, might not be. The objective is, can we get to the 20,000 hospitals and put those processes in place? And that's what the vision of ACE program is. So in summary, a program which brings in robust processes, a program which CAHO has partnered with an external body to bring in the expertise and run that program in scale. So that's what we are trying to do with ACE. The people who are coming on stage, they have put in a lot of effort. So I would request all of you to applaud their efforts today when they get the awards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So moving on, I just invite the guests and the guests to come to the front of the stage to award the ACE CSST winners. We move on from the categories of hospital, large, medium, small sized hospitals. Hospitals with more than 400 beds are considered as large, 100 to 400 are considered as medium, and less than 100 as small. So we start with large healthcare organization. The North region, the winner is Mahatma Gandhi University of Medical Sciences and Technology. Do we have? Do we have Mahatma Gandhi University of Medical Sciences and Technology, Jaipur? Do we have any representatives? So we move on to the next one, North region, the runner-up at JP Healthcare, Noida. Yeah, please come in the front, sir. Big round of applause. Mahatma Gandhi University of Medical Sciences and Technology, Jaipur. Are you here? Yes. Congratulations. JP Healthcare, Noida. Congratulations to you. So JP Healthcare, Noida. Yes, done. Right. South region, large healthcare organization, winners. Apollo Hospitals, Bannerghatta Road, Bangalore. So Apollo Hospitals. I think you can be more encouraging. You can clap and applaud loud because they have achieved very difficult feat of getting their CSST with an excellence category of certification. Moving on to the South region, the large healthcare organization, Apollo Hospital, Bannerghatta Road, Bengaluru. Congratulations, South region. We have another winner, AIG Hospitals, Hyderabad. So we have a twin winners, Apollo Hospitals as well as AIG Hospitals, Hyderabad. South region runner-up for the large healthcare organization, Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences and Limited, Secunderabad. Do we have somebody? Big round of applause for Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences Limited, Secunderabad. West, we have Dr. D.Y. Patil, Medical College, Hospitals and Research Center, Pune. Dr. D.Y. Patil, Medical College, Hospital and Research Center, Pune. I think we can be a little more louder. These are larger healthcare facilities with excellence in CSST. The runner-up in the Western region is KIMS Kingsway Hospital, a unit of SPNAV MediSearch Private Limited, Nagpur. Surpam sir is applauding the biggest for Nagpur. I know that. Yeah. So, runner-up, KIMS Kingsway Hospital, Nagpur. We move to the medium healthcare organization, hospitals with bed size less than 400, but more than 100. So the East region winners for medium healthcare organizations are Apollo Excel Care Hospital, Guwahati. Apollo Excel Care Hospital, Guwahati. East region MHCO winners. Congratulations. Sure. Yeah. We have yet another winner in the MHCO category of the East region, BM Birla Hearts Research Center, Kolkata. So it's your, yeah. Congratulations, team. The home team. Home team, yes. BM Birla Heart Research Center, Kolkata. Yet another Kolkata winner for MHCO winner category of the East region, Fortis Hospital, Anandpur, Kolkata. Fortis Hospital, Anandpur, Kolkata. Congratulations for being joint winners with Guwahati and BM Birla Hospital, Fortis Hospital, Kolkata. Congratulations. Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations. South Region MHCO winners, Sri Kamachi Medical Center, Tanjavur. Ramesh Babu sir, where are you? Southern Region Medium Healthcare Organization winners, Sri Kamachi Medical Center, Tanjavur. Western Region, the medium healthcare organization winner, Bhakti Vedanta Hospital and Research Institute, Mumbai. Bhakti Vedanta Hospital and Research Institute, Mumbai. We move on to the small healthcare organization awards. Those are hospitals with less than 100 beds. North Region Small Healthcare Organization winners, Manipal Hospitals, Ghaziabad. Manipal Hospitals, Ghaziabad. North Region Small Healthcare Organization winners, Manipal Hospitals, Ghaziabad. I think we should not stop clapping because you will have to clap for next 10, 15 minutes. There are a lot of awardees and winners. Yes. South Region Small Healthcare Organization winners. Healthcare Global Enterprises Limited, Bengaluru. Healthcare Global Enterprises Limited, Bengaluru is a SHCO that's winning from the South with less than 100 beds and excellence with more than 80%. South. That's Healthcare Global Enterprises Limited, Bengaluru. Western Region, Small Healthcare Organization winners, Wockhardt Hospitals, Mira Road, Mumbai. Wockhardt Hospitals Limited, Mira Road, Mumbai. The West Region, Small Healthcare Organization winners. Parag sir is joining the team. Congratulations to Wockhardt Hospitals. We move on to the Government Healthcare Organization. These are government hospitals with excellence in CSST. The East Region winners are Central Hospital GRC Kolkata. Again, Kolkata, home ground. Oh, that's a lot of representation from Kolkata. It's very difficult to, because the checklist is the same. There is no difference in the way it has been assessed. So the government hospitals getting an 80% and above excellence is something really wonderful to appreciate. So please give a big round of applause for the government facilities, which are doing very well in quality. Yet another East Region winner, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, AIIMS Patna. So the joint winners with Central Hospital GRC Kolkata is AIIMS Patna. Do we have? Yes. Yeah, congratulations, sir. Yes. These are government hospitals. There is no change in the checklist, though. So the last award for ACSST program today is the West Region Government Healthcare Organization, Tata Memorial Hospital, Mumbai. Tata Memorial Hospital, Mumbai. So do we have Tata? Yes. That's the last award of ACSST. Congratulations, sir. Thank you, dignitaries. So the ACE CSST award come to an end for 2023. 2024 registration opens today. The last day to register is on the 15th of June, 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jayalakshmi. That was wonderful. Congrats to all the award winners. We continue with the awards. We have next the CAHO I Comply Infection Control and Antimicrobial Stewardship Center of Excellence Program Awards. CAHO conducted audits in 11 hospitals across India to ensure implementation of the IPC and AMS, hand-holding them to ensure that the infection control antimicrobial stewardship standards are attained at an excellence level. We are proud to honor the 3 hospitals, those who have achieved the Excellence Awards. We call out on Karuna Hospital, Mumbai. Do we have representatives from Karuna Hospital, Mumbai to receive the award? Congratulations. Next, we have NGM Hospital and Research Center, Belapur. NGM Hospital and Research Center, Belapur. Congratulations. Please keep up the applause, ladies and gentlemen. And the third hospital being Life MedCity Hospital, Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh. That's Life MedCity Hospital. Congratulations. Moving on, we have the ISQA Southeast Asia Fellowship Award. Can we have Ms. Mukta Tiwari on stage? This award winner, Ms. Mukta Tiwari, congratulations. We are giving Next to our
On the stage on the occasion of graduation ceremony, apart from the dignitaries, we are also having program directors. We'll begin with the certified infection control professional certificates, and there are two batches. For the nursing, there were some awards that were given. They were ranked as first, second, third in one of the batches. Miss Janita Vagela, who got the nursing gold medal. Congratulations, Janita. नाम देख के भेजना। Mr. Jyotish Soman, who got the silver medal. Congratulations, Jyotish. Mrs. Jyoti, who got the bronze medal. I'll request the certificate winners to stand behind the dignitaries, behind the chair, because we'll have a group photograph at the end of the award ceremony. I'll request Dr. Balramji Omar, who got the silver medal in the doctors category. Congratulations, Dr. Balram. Huh? Joshna. ये नहीं आया। Then the next batch for nursing, Joshnamal George got the gold medal. Congratulations, Joshnamal. And we had 2 silver medals in that batch for nursing. Mr. Krishna Kumar and Ms. Nilima Goa. Mr. Krishna Kumar and Ms. Nilima Goa. Silver medal for the batch in the category of nurses. Congratulations to all the winners. I can't do that. They left it.
Shall we pay that? Lalima has to connect. Lalima has to connect.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Shin. I request Dr. Peter also to award the next few certifications. I'll request other winners, Dr. Arindam Kar. Congratulations, Dr. Arindam. Dr. Atul Bhargava. Dr. Darshana Rathod. Dr. Darshana Rathod. Dr. Jyoti Chaudhary. Dr. Khushbu Sarin. Mrs. Sunanda Rodrigues. Ms. Archana Sai. Dr. Pratibha Sharma. We'll try to increase the pace. I request the dignitaries also award the certificates. Dr. Pratibha Sharma, Mrs. Manisha Santra.
Only the medal winners then.
Certificates in the lot near. Meenakshi, you hold. Mrs. Manisha Santra. Dr. Lipika Barman. I need also. No.
Meenakshi,
Meenakshi.
I think you should stand here and
Come here, come here.
quickly announcing.
कौन ज्योति कहाँ पे है वो दुलारा Mrs. Jyoti, who was awarded the bronze medal for the nursing category. ये भूल गया डॉक्टर हो गया Mrs. Tila Gawati Vasudevan, Dr. Monica Arora,
Please do Papa.
Dr. Monica Arora, Ms. Saraswati Roy Sen Gupta, Ms. Aurelian Tiffany Nogbat, Dr. Dagny Ari Vengelet, Mr. Saju Sebastian, Dr. Kavya P, Dr. Sanjeev Gogoi, Dr. Yogendra Shelke, one.
That is all. It's good fellowship. Only that's not all. Just want
Dr. Pooja Sahai, Dr. Nishanti, Dr. Moana Chakravarti,
मुझे बारी खाली बुलाना उसका फेलोशिप में नहीं हुआ सर सर्टिफिकेट लेके चली गई क्या बोलना है इस लड़की को
Dr. Srivalsa Bhaskaran, Dr. Arundhati Giri, Dr. Aninda Chatterjee, Miss Junalari Kinta, and Miss Raksha K.
What's the name?
I'll request a photo shoot with all the certifications once the certificates has been distributed with the dignitaries. Raksha has to get the certificate. Yeah, will. I think I'll request the dignitaries to be seated so that we can have a photo shoot with the entire batch of CICP, the Certified Infection Control Professionals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone. Next.
Aja, waiting.
Waiting.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you to the award winners as well as the certificate infection control professionals. We'll move on to the next award. Those who are going to receive the certificate for other categories, please wait.
Now we have the ISQA Southeast Asia Fellowship Award to Mukta Tiwari. Can we have her on stage, please?
I'll request.
Yeah,
What's left?
No, advance. Yeah,
we'll do that.
So keep swapping.
This one. Next, we have the advanced CPHIC. May we request Dr. Jayalakshmi to come and Dr. Malti to kindly give away the awards. We have Dr. Arindam Kar. Dr. Arindam. Dr. Malti and Dr. Jayalakshmi. CPHIC advanced. Dr. Arindam Kar. Mrs. Jeba Shakila.
Last chance.
Mrs. Tapti Burman. Mrs. Jeba. Go on. Mrs. Tapti Burman. Next, Ms. Archana Shahi. And Ms. Tilgavati Baln. We request all of you to stay back for a photograph.
Sorry.
Can we have the graduates as well as the faculty to pose for a photo? Please have a seat for a photograph. Graduates, please stand together, closer, quickly. Musical chair. A quick photograph, please. Thank you. Thank you all. We move on to the next, and that is the advanced CPQIH. May we request Dr. Pari as well as Dr. Sunil Munkur to kindly do the honors. We have first Dr. Asit Kumar Devnath.
Yeah, please.
Please. Next, Dr. Anil Kumar. Dr. Magesh. Some energy in the room, please. Dr. Magesh. Dr. Saptarishi Banerjee. Mr. Bhujanura Kumara Reddy. Ms. Farhat Bari. Ms. Farhat Bari. Ms. Indu Chandramenon. Ms. Saraswati Roy. Dr. Shravanti Husa. Ms. Tapti Burman. Ms. Tapti Burman. Ms. Arundhati Giri. Ms. Arundhati Giri, please. Dr. Vijay Jha. Dr. Vijay Jha, followed by Dr. Pradeep Thomas. Please go ahead. Please go. Ms. Josna Mole George. Dr. Darshana Rathod. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to hear the applause. Mr. Subhash Chandra.
This was a tough 5-day course, and the faculty is there on the stage.
Mr. Subhash Chandra. Dr. Jisha TU. Dr. Jisha, followed by Dr. Vishrut.
Dr. Vishrut.
Then we have Dr. Arindam Kar.
Dr. Jerry John George. Dr. Jerry John George, followed by Dr. Purnima Viraj Purohit. Dr. Purnima?
Yeah, she's there. She is.
Yes, yes, please. Dr. Swapnil Shashikant. Dr. Smita Moitra. Dr. Smita is
Next. Dr. Rima Bairi. Miss Ragini Kale. Miss Ragini, please get. Dr. Afan. Dr. Santosh Dora. Dr. Nishant Agarwal. Dr. Nish. Dr. Santosh Dora. Please take few steps. Dr. Nishant. Miss Sanyukta Paul.
मैनेजमेंट में लगी मैडम सतीश चंद्र का नाम बुलाना और लीड्स में विजय अग्रवाल और सतीश चंद्र
Mr. Rajat Bey. Miss Monali Gumre. Miss Sharaf Simpit. Miss Sharaf. Mr. Samson Godson. Mr. Benjamin. Biomedic. Mr. Bayer. Dr. Amit Joshi. Mr. Ravi Makija. Dr. Disha Telang. Disha. Devdatta Das. Dr. Rashmi Palat. Dr. Preeti.
After Dr. Rashmi.
Rashmi ko.
Dr. Rashmi. Next, Dr. Preeti.
Dr. Preeti. Dr. Bhavisha Karnare. Dr. Meenal Jain.
डॉक्टर वनीता जी और विजय
I'll request all the dignitaries to be seated so that we can have a group photograph. I'll request some of these students, graduates to come this side. It's too heavy on the other side. Come this side, it will be balanced.
only Dr. Madhulika ji.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I'll request for the next category of awards on International Certification of Program in Leadership, LEADS. I'll request Dr. Vijay Agarwal, sir, and Dr. Shweta Prabhakaran to do the honors. We have the presence of Dr. Madhulika Jain, who completed her LEADS certificate program. A round applause to her. Thanks a lot. I'll request for the next category of award, that is Certified Healthcare Risk Management Program. I'll request Dr. Lalu Joseph, Madam, and Professor Satish Chandra, sir, to do the honors. I call upon Mr. Magesh Rangaswamy to come forward for the receiving the award. Dr. Sharbani Mukherjee. Dr. Payal Bose. Wait. Payal.
सर ये नाम भी बोलना शर्मिष्ठा नायक
Dr. Payal. Mrs. Vandana CG. Dr. Sarmishta Naiji.
नाम बोलो सरला बुला दो कुछ डिग्री वो कैटेगरी में चेंज कर दे
I'll request Ms. Sarla Srivaram, who was certified for advanced CPHIC, to also be awarded.
अरिंदम कार्ड को सीए जा रहे हैं
And finally, a dear friend, Dr. Arindam Kar, for Certified Healthcare Risk Management course.
फोटो खिंचा उनको भेजो, उसके बाद सबको इंस्ट्रक्शन दो कि गाँव में छोड़ के जाना है और एक ये वाला का ये बाकी गलती से रह गया।
We'll have a small photo shoot with the risk managers.
GSSDA's awards. For the three GSSDA's awards, we invite Dr. Sri Mata Vaishno Devi to come in. आप किसको बोलोगे? विजय करवा सकते हैं। जी नाम को।
Thank you. We are done with the graduation ceremony. There's one award to be given, but we'll CSSD award was left. Yeah. So MHCO category, the winner for the CSSD award, Sri Mata Vaishno Devi, Narayan Super Specialty Hospital, Katra. Congratulations, sir.
आज के लिए ऐसी बनता है।
Evening.
Are invited to stay back, and 8 o'clock tomorrow morning sharp we start with the platform presentations. And now you can play the Kahokon anthem.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for your time. It was a long process of graduation, but I think the students were more excited, as well as the dignitaries on the dais. Thanks a lot. I request the gowns to be kept. The life members, CAHO life members, I'll request all the CAHO life members to be seated because we have to proceed with the next stage. That is the CAHO AGM, Annual General Body Meeting, to be conducted. I'll request all of you to be seated. And also tomorrow, sharp 8 o'clock, we begin with the platform sessions. I'll request all of you to be there in this particular auditorium for the platform sessions. Sharp 8 o'clock. Thanks. Good day.
Sakshi. Good evening. Just have to present the thing and invite Gyaniji to present the thing.
Yeah, anyway, first is the previous report. We'll take it as read because you have gone through this whole thing. We have been doing number of times, so we will circulate it. For the paucity of time, we are not reading. Where is there a?
I need a ginger flight ginger. Good evening, and requesting all the life members and members of CAHO to please stay back for the annual general body meeting. We will start now. You can come and occupy the front seats. Request everybody to move forward. And after this, we will hand over to our election officer, Dr. Giridhar Gyani, to announce the governing committee members for 2024 to 26.
Horizon of healthcare, delivery, and patient safety. We have a goal, a noble drive. And step by step, we will try to mark ahead together for a bright and shiny future. Innovation, safety, and quality healthcare. We are Edition CAHOCON. Your healthcare companion. Standing right by your side.
We're not going to that we will circulate it if you all agree. For the paucity of time, you all know.
No, I will just take 2 minutes. I won't present anything.
Enhancing their skills, spreading the message of quality healthcare for safer patient care. A better nation. Never go. Never try. We will try. Safety and quality healthcare. We are.
I didn't scroll like this and see everything is here in the report.
Standing right by your side.
Good evening. Thank you all for staying back and joining the annual general body meeting of CAHO. We've had a very fruitful year. I don't think I'm going to be spending time on the 66 slides that are in front of me. All of you know the activities of CAHO, the various collaborations that we have undertaken, the various activities, the Centers for Quality Promotion, and several projects that we undertook this year. The most important one, of course, was the WHO project that we undertook on assessing, brainstorming, documenting issues. ISO 15189-2022, we've had 24 workshops conducted along with NABL. And with NABH, the inspection of nursing paramedical institutes in UP state, lots and lots of activities throughout the year, several new activities, one of which is the National Certifying Examination for ICP professionals. You witnessed the ACE award presentation now. And we also started the executive program on healthcare management with IIM Shillong. And we had our offsite meeting at Sri Lanka, excellent program there with brainstorming sessions and lots of standing committees. And now we have the launch of the forums as well. So I don't think I'm going to be spending a lot of time on this. We are going to be sending this presentation to all of you. If you have any questions, you're free to ask either Dr. Agarwal or me. Anybody wants me to go through the whole presentation? Are you okay? Any questions? I'm happy to answer. Go ahead. I'm sure you're reading all the Friday updates that are coming to us. Our website has been completely revamped. Lots and lots of activities of CAHO. Our finances are strong. The audited statement of account is in front of you. We will send all this to you. Thank you so much. I hand over to Dr. Agarwal. It's okay. So now we'll hand over to Dr. Giridhar Gyani to announce the governing committee for 2024 to 26. As sir announces, request everybody to come on stage. We will have to get a photography taken today. Still here, no? This is the one. You can spend time.
From here, no?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think long day. And this, of course, as I mentioned yesterday, a very tough job. And in consultation with our all fellow patrons, this is in front of you, the core committee, what we call the President, Dr. Vijay Agarwal, Vice President, Dr. Shankar Sen Gupta, Secretary General, Dr. Lallu Joseph, and Treasurer, Finance Secretary, Dr. Nareen Sehgal. Please come on the dais. Now in the North Zone, Shweta Prabhakar will be the chairperson, North Zone. Satish Kumar will be the state chairperson, Delhi. Manjushri Sharma, Haryana. Dr. Meeta Gupta from Jammu and Kashmir. Naveen Chitkara, Punjab, and Nihar Bhatia, Rajasthan. East Zone, Dr. Jeet Patwari will be the chairperson. Hemant Kumar Fukan, Assam. Dr. Satyajit Kumar Singh from Bihar. Dr. Asit Kumar Devnath from Manipur. Dr. Pramod Paharia from Meghalaya. Dr. Plus Kiki from the Nagaland. Dr. Somyakanta Satpathy from Odisha. Mr. Sandeep Dey from West Bengal. And now we come to the West Zone. Parag Rindani, chairperson, West Zone. Sushila Kawade from Maharashtra, state chairperson. From Gujarat, Dr. Anil Kumar. And from Daman, Diu, and Goa, Bijal Kapadia. I think we are here, Kapadia. Okay, you are here. Yeah, okay. We come to Central Zone. Dr. Atul Kapoor. He will be the chairperson for the Central Zone. We have Saurabh Raha from Uttar Pradesh. Dr. Shrutka Tamarkar from Chhattisgarh. Dr. Abhishek Jinwal from Madhya Pradesh. Dr. Santosh Kumar from Jharkhand. South Zone, Mr. Ranjit Krishnan. He will be the chairperson. Gaurav Loria from Andhra Pradesh. Rashmi Srivastava, Karnataka. Gracie Mathai, Kerala. Arjun Sundaram, Pondicherry. Devanand from Telangana. And Mr. Adil from Tamil Nadu. So strong South Zone. The Kaho Healthcare Institution Division, Father Johnson will be the chairperson. Mrs. Bharti Reddy, vice chairperson, and Dr. Bipin Chewale will be the secretary. This is going to be the all important committee looking after the hospitals. The Kaho representatives, they will be Dr. Mukesh Srivastava, Dr. S.K. Mehboob Basha, Dr. Arjun K.R. Dental Facilities, Dental, Dr. Divya Entry Level Hospital, Dr. Mamta Khorani will be the government hospitals, Dr. Poonam Chandran, HCO South, Dr. Ashish Shukla, SCO Central, Dr. Shruti Agrawal, HCOs North, Mr. Peter Selo will be from the East, and Dr. Sonia Bhagat will be from the West. Dr. Nirmal Frederick, a small healthcare organization. Mr. R. Saran Kumar, again, a small healthcare organization. So this is about the representative from the various categories. Then we come to city representatives. The condition is in that city, if that number of hospital is there, we pick up the representative from there. So from Asansol, we have Justin Babu. From Bangalore, Dr. Soumya. From Chennai, Dr. Gayatri Sandeep. From Hyderabad, Dr. Pinkulal Karan. From Kanpur, Vijay Lakshmi Gopakumar. And from Kochi, Miss Dhanya Michael. From Kolkata, Sunanda Banerjee. Dr. Malathi from Madurai. Dr. Arindam Kar from Mumbai. And from Tanjavur, Dr. Balramugan Krishnan. From Tirunelveli, Dr. Francis Roy. From Vadodara, Mrs. Payal Jigar Thakkar. And from Vijayawada, Mr. Dhanishta Batula. Okay, we have co-opted members. Dr. Parth Desai from Gujarat. And Dr. Priyanka Barua, again this is from, I don't know which place, but anyway, she is also, they are the two co-opted members. CAHO Diagnostic Division, very important division. Aparna Jairam will be the chairperson. Ravi Kumar will be vice chairperson, and Dr. Vinitha Kothari will be the secretary. This is the CAHO Diagnostic. The CAHO representatives, Dr. Bikash Kumar Chaudhary, Dr. Desai Vidya Shripad, Dr. Rajendra Surpam, Dr. Ramakrishna Pai, Jakira Bettu, Dr. Zubair Hassan, clinical pathology, Dr. Preeta Bajaj, Dr. Kunal Sehgal, Dr. Anila Mathan, hematology, Dr. Madhuvanti Abhyankar, molecular testing, Dr. Yoganand Vishwasara Patil, blood bank, and Dr. Simmi Bhatia, histopathology. So I think this is the representatives. And zonal representatives as finally nominated are Dr. Manisha Mishra Central, Rima Bhari North, Dr. Susruta Sen East, Jaya Lakshmi from South, and Dr. Barnali Das from the West. Again, here we have co-opted members from the diagnostic divisions, Dr. Raksha, Dr. Ashwini Sen Gupta, Dr. Saurabh Maiti, and Dr. Santwana Varnekar. CAHO Quality Professional Division, very, very important division. Once again, Dr. Anuradha Pichumani will be the chairperson. Dr. Sureen Shetty will be the vice chair. Dr. Anna George will be the secretary. Zonal representatives will be Miss Archana Sahai North, Miss Devdatta Das East, Major Shivakumar South, Mr. Nishant Jaiswal West, and Devasri Chatterjee Central. Here the doctors' representatives, Dr. Babu Narayanan, doctors, Dr. Darshanan Rathod, and Dr. Samina Zamindar, three doctors in our doctors' representatives. From the nurses, Mr. Abdul Dhayan, Mrs. Arunbhati Giri, Professor Dr. M.S. Vinci, and Professor Elizabeth Varki. From paramedics, Manika Vasagam, paramedics, Avinash Biswaranjan Mahapatra, and Miss Manisha Chandrabhushan Pal. Representative from administrators, Dr. Geeta Fulari, Dr. Sudhisha Ganguly, Miss Vidya Mani, Mrs. Vandana, Miss Anusha. These are from the administration. Co-opted members from the Quality Professional Division, Mr. Arun, Mr. Ashok Raj, Mrs. Aisha Siddhika, Miss Rajni, and this is the whole governing council now. So I think you can see it has gone from strength to strength, number has increased. I think that is what is the CAHO all about. Thank you very much.
I don't think we had ever imagined this to be our governing committee few years back. And we are extremely proud to lead this contingent. But then to lead it now, we have three vertical divisions, as you know, Father Johnson, sir, a very, I would say, in his capable hand, he is going to lead the healthcare institution division. Then we have Aparna Jairam,
a real dynamo of a person to lead the diagnostic division. And then Anuradha Pichumani, who has already taken great initiatives. So I can say that another, I would say, notable presence is of Naren Sehgal. We will probably have a functioning finance secretary in CAHO after a long time. And of course, the new induction of Dr. Shankar Sen Gupta as our vice president. He will also bring huge amount of energy and is a very able replacement to our outgoing vice president, Samir Mehta, who is now the chair of the CAHO International. So, ladies and gentlemen, in fact, we should have had much more time for this AGM, but we are extremely thankful to all of you for volunteering to, spend time in CAHO, because the task ahead of us, as you have seen till now, and then you will see tomorrow, the task ahead of us is very onerous, is very huge. It is a serious work. To promote patient safety and quality is a serious work. And coming from an organization like CAHO, which is not mandated, we are not an accrediting body, you see, where the hospitals get some benefit of going ahead and doing some accreditation. So I think the kind of love and affection that we have received from the hospitals, from the diagnostic centers, from the quality individuals in this country, to this organization is a testimony to all of what you people have done to promote patient safety and quality. We have the pleasure, we have 6 of our very, very senior people as our patrons, of course, led by Dr. Girdhar Gyani. We are having Dr. Venkatesh Thuppil also still here, sir. Thank you very much. Dr. Pawan Kapoor has just left because he had to leave for this meeting. Dr. Alexander Thomas also was here and is left. Dr. Sahadullah has also been around. So 5 of the 6 patrons are present in our deliberations. So thank you very much. Dr. Nagendra Swami has recently taken over a very serious responsibility of being the president of MS Ramaya hospitals. So that's why he regretted. So friends, I think with this, me and Lalu Joseph will like to absolutely say thank you. Thank you for posing faith in us. And so we are continuing you will tolerate us, at least tolerate me for another 2 years, and then we'll talk about it. So thank you very much. We'll just take this picture, and after that, we disperse. We are already late. We'll probably join for dinner. Lanu. Yeah.
We wish to invite the Secretariat team to kindly join us on stage with the governing committee. Request all of you to please join. Sakshi, Prakash, Anita, Minakshi. Let's give them a big round of applause. We are nothing without them. They are the backbone of all the activities at CAHO. Request all of them to come and join, please. Where are the others? Bobisha, Jennifer. Come, Prakash. Call everybody down. Come. I think.
Big crowd.
It can be seen from.
अरे चलता है यहाँ पे ठीक है वाइस चेयर अपन है सेक्रेटरी के साथ टोपी है बगल में है मैं छोड़ा नहीं इसको देने को कम ना इसके बाद how are you doing?
I don't need it. How are you?
Yeah.
Can we please have the Kaho anthem?
A new dawn, a new horizon of heavenly free and patient safety. We have a goal, a noble drive. To march ahead together, and the future, patience is to quality. We are Edition CAHOCON. Standing right by your side. Joining hands through the ages, taking the patience. We have enhancing their skills, spreading the message of quality healthcare for safe patient care. A better nation. We are Edition CAHOCON. Standing right side.
बड़ी गाड़ी हम चलो देखते हैं यार